Chapter 2155. Qi. Because of Qi ancestors' decision, Qi area had become the headquarters of the righteous Qi alliance. Right now, inside the Qi formation, a banquet was being held. Qi ancestor sat at the main seat, while the other Eastern Sea righteous path forces representatives sat on his left and right. And on Qi ancestor's left was a food path, Gu Immortal. He was an old man with a red nose. He raised his wine cup and toasted Qi ancestor. Ancestor, this spring sea flower wine is for you. Qi ancestor nodded slightly. His main position was higher than the others. He looked at these people with a naturally condescending gaze. Qi ancestor took a sip and said plainly, Zue Xianwang, the spring sea flower wine that you brewed personally is really good. It has a youthful, poetic feel to it. This food path, Gu Immortal, was Zue Xianwang. After inheriting wine fairy and green ant ascetics' true inheritances from Central Continent, he was secretly persuaded by Qin Dingling and became a pawn. According to Qin Dingling's arrangements, Zue Xianwang returned to Eastern Sea to rest for a while before joining the Righteous Qi Alliance. The entire Righteous Qi Alliance welcomed him, because Zue Xianwang was one of the most outstanding lone cultivators in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Zue Xianwang had a wine sea. He held a banquet every year to invite heroes from all over. He had a wide range of connections. He had good relations with all of Eastern Sea's righteous path forces. For a representative like him to join the Righteous Qi Alliance, there was a huge political significance. Just this layer of meaning alone was very valuable, because even though the Righteous Qi Alliance was created, most of its members were from Eastern Sea's Righteous Path superclans. Other than that, there were the two heavens Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals under the Qi clone. Very few Eastern Sea lone immortals joined the Righteous Qi Alliance. It was even more so for Demonic Path Gu Immortals. Zue Xianwang joining would definitely set an example. He would guide a portion of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. It might even make other lone immortals or Demonic Path Gu Immortals join him. Other than this, there was another reason. It was related to Fang Yuan. The lingering poisonous ant plague killer move that Fang Yuan used earlier caused Eastern Sea's Righteous Path to be in a terrible situation. They had no choice but to hand over their treasured true inheritances and study it with all their strength. Only then did they find a way to contain it. During this process, the Righteous Qi Alliance had wanted to invite Zue Xianwang. However, at that time, Zue Xianwang had already gone to Central Continent to secretly fight for the true inheritance of Green and Zue Xianwang specialized in Food Dao. Food Dao was very rare even in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The rarer a thing is, the greater its value. Zue Xianwang was worth recruiting. After Qi ancestor discussed with Eastern Sea's super forces, they decided to hold a welcoming banquet. It was not only to win Zue Xianwang's favor and approval, but also to spread the Righteous Qi Alliance's attitude toward the loose immortals and demonic immortals. When Zue Xianwang saw Fang Yuan, he was extremely respectful and even flattering. Like now, Zue Xianwang's wine was clearly called Spring Sea Flower Wine, but Qi ancestor called it Spring Breeze Flower Wine. Be it because Qi ancestor did not hear it clearly, or it was a slip of the tongue, Zue Xianwang did not think much about it. He bowed deeply and cupped his fists. Thank you, ancestor, for the name. Amazing, amazing Spring Breeze Flower Wine not only brings out the characteristics of this wine, it is also poetic. It makes people feel like they're in the spring breeze and flower petals are fluttering in the wind. This is just a fine wine, but it is worthy of ancestor personally giving it a name. This is such a great honor. With the name bestowed by ancestor, I believe this wine will become famous in the world and spread throughout the 5 regions. Ha ha ha. Qi ancestor laughed heartily, pointing at Zue Xianwang. This old man is an amazing person. The other clan's representatives agreed. All sorts of praises followed Zue Xianwang's example and flew towards Qi ancestor. These Gu immortals praised while criticizing silently. To think that Zue Xianweng had such a side to him. He is truly flattering. But it is not strange. He holds a banquet every year and invites all the forces to participate. This person has great social skills to begin with. Tang Clan's Gu immortal Tang Tang was about to raise his cup and drink when an information path mortal Gu flew over. His divine sense entered to take a look. What? The Variant Human Alliance actually made a move. His body shook. He was greatly shocked. But after reading the report, clearly he was slightly relieved. Fang Yuan only sent a dozen or so Gu immortals to various parts of Eastern Sea to kill innocent mortals. What is he trying to do? Not long ago, he invaded Fire Plain Grotto Heaven and slaughtered over 100 million humans inside. Tang Tang thought about it and thought of the incomplete human sea. After Fang Yuan invaded Eastern Sea's Xia clan's territory, the information about this man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth was widely spread. Thus, the entire Righteous Qi Alliance knew about it. At this time, another information path, Gu Worm, flew over. Gu Ming Su asked for reinforcements from my clan. Tang Tang's heart jumped. This warm sun immortal lord was a lone immortal who followed the rules. Tang Clan had always wanted to recruit him, but he rejected them. Who could have thought that this time, while he was sitting at home, trouble would come out of nowhere? Gu Ming Su actually offended the Variant Human Alliance. In the request for reinforcements, Gu Ming Su directly expressed, if Tang Clan could help, he would definitely join Tang Clan. My Tang Clan does not want to offend a person like Fang Yuan. Isn't this pushing my Tang Clan into the fire? Tang Tang snickered to himself. It was impossible to ask for reinforcements. Tang Tang immediately crushed this information path, Mortal Gu, pretending that he had never seen it. Fang Yuan's target this time was only mortals. He avoided the clansmen of the super clans. Thus, Tang Clan did not suffer much losses. As for their reputation, Tang Clan did not retaliate. They lost some face. But the other clans were in the same situation. Fang Yuan's target was not only Tang Clan. Thus, even if everyone lost face, it was equivalent to no one losing face. As long as the situation does not worsen, this is only a small matter. Let Fang Yuan kill as many as he wants. Tang Tang continued to raise his cup and drink. After receiving this news, he started to size up the surrounding Gu immortals. Lord Chai Gan is too humble. Bing Yuan smiled. My master is willing to purchase your clan's human path research results, including the killer move, this famous human path mountain, human smoke mountain, and the many mortals raised by Chai Clan. What? Chai Clan's immortals' expressions changed. Fang Yuan is going too far. He wants to dig up our Chai Clan's foundation. Most importantly, if we cooperate with a demon like Fang Yuan, where will our righteous path Chai Clan stand? Chai Clan's immortals shouted. Chai Clan's first supreme elder's expression was unsightly. He pondered for a while before asking, my Chai Clan has indeed raised the most mortals. These people have been living very well on human Smoke Mountain. They live in peace and rarely face any threats. I wonder what use does Fang Yuan have for buying these people? Shizong sneered. To kill them all, of course. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had a zealous expression. These humans raised by your Chai Clan have dense human chi. This is very good. My master's incomplete human sea is only one step away. With these people, the mission will be complete. Oh, Chai Clan's immortals were shocked. Chapter 2156. Thousands of years ago. Southern border, human Smoke Mountain. The cave at the peak of the mountain quietly opened as an old and frail Gu immortal walked out. He had a defeated expression. In the past, he could not find lifespan Gu and could only use other methods to extend his lifespan. Now that his lifespan was up, even if he found lifespan Gu or used other methods, it would be useless. To think that I, the Grand Chai Fu, cultivated to rank 8 as a lone cultivator, but in the end still lost to lifespan. How sad, how hateful! Chai Fu's heart was filled with anger, but also sorrow that was as deep as the sea. He walked down the mountain in a numb state, but the village at the foot of the mountain surprised him. Before I went into closed cultivation, there was no one here. Why is it so lively after so many years? I, the grand rank 8 Gu immortal Chai Fu, whose name is spread throughout southern borders Gu immortal world, do not have long to live. You mortals, on the other hand, are living a lively life. Looking at the men and women working in the village, and the children playing around, Chai Fu's anger and hatred surged. He almost wanted to slaughter all the villagers. But at the next moment he forcefully closed his eyes. His body trembled for a while before gradually calming down. Chai Fu suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart, smiling bitterly. Although I, Chai Fu, am not a good person, I will not offend those who do not offend me. I have never slaughtered the innocent. So be it if I die. What else can I do? Even the 10 Venerables could not escape death, right? It is easy for Gu immortals to live long, but how difficult is eternal life? Chai Fu had already recalled his life when he was in closed cultivation. He had no regrets in his life. Right now he was living a carefree life. Since he had nothing to do, Chai Fu disguised himself as an old Gu master passing by and went to the village. Is he an old doctor who travels the mountains? The villagers misunderstood Chai Fu's identity. Chai Fu naturally agreed. Thus he was warmly welcomed by the villagers. Although there were Gu masters in the village, the highest cultivation was only rank 3. They were not proficient in healing. Many villagers asked Chai Fu for help, and with Chai Fu's ability, he was able to heal their illnesses easily. Chai Fu thus gained even more respect, and at the same time, he also found out the origin of this village. So these people are my bloodline from over 100 years ago. This discovery made Chai Fu feel a lingering fear and rejoice. Fortunately, he didn't slaughter the innocent back then. Immediately after, Chai Fu started to think about the meaning of life. Perhaps fate has arranged for me to leave something behind. Chai Fu had long thought of leaving behind his inheritance, and now he had taken another step forward. While I was in closed cultivation, I gained inspiration and came up with a human path killer move. Looks like fate doesn't shoot randomly. It wants me to use this trick here. This killer move was virtuous person trapped. Chai Fu originally wanted to think of a method to extend his lifespan, but he didn't expect the final result to be like this. Talents in the urn was a human path immortal move. It could secretly gather most of the aptitudes of humans into a small group of people. Chai Fu used this as a foundation and the human smoke mountain as a geographical advantage to establish his own superpower, the Chai family. Since the establishment of the Chai family, they had been actively raising humans with other surnames. Next, he used the killer Move Sage entrapment to transfer a vast number of external clansmen's aptitudes to Chai clan's clansmen. Therefore, the Chai family's younger generation had always been full of geniuses. Meanwhile, those external humans had mediocre aptitudes and could not cause much trouble. Chai clan originally had such a huge advantage and could continue to rise to the throne of the #1 superforce in southern border. But around Chai clan, there were Ba clan and Xia clan. The 3 clans were too close to each other and had always been in conflict. When any clan was strong, the other 2 clans would work together to deal with them. Furthermore, Chai clan was once backed by the 5 regions' regional walls. Their territory was small and they lacked resources. Even though they had a large number of geniuses, they did not have sufficient resources to cultivate. The disappearance of the 5 regions' regional walls had once made Chai clan extremely excited, because they could march toward central continent. But not long after the regional walls disappeared, Chi tides swept the world again. After the Qi tides, inheritances appeared one after another. The superforces of the 5 regions, lone cultivators and demonic immortals, were fighting for them. In fact, even if this storm calmed down, Chai Clan was still in an awkward situation. Would they dare to attack Central Continent? Central Continent had 10 great ancient sects. In terms of strength, they were stronger than Southern Border. What was even more terrifying was that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same superior sect, Celestial Court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects fought among themselves, but if there were external enemies, they would unite and become one. And now, Chai Clan was facing its biggest crisis in recent years. Gyue Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sent 3 rank 8 variant humans to Chai Clan to discuss the transaction. The conditions they proposed were extremely excessive. Feng Yuan pointed to the killer move, Human Smoke Mountain, as well as the huge number of external mortals that Chai Clan raised. This was to dig out Chai Clan's foundation, Chai Clan's most core foundation. No wonder Chai Clan's expressions were unsightly. Chai Clan's go-immortal Chai Kuqing even shouted in anger. Feng Yuan deserves to die. Impudent. You dare to insult my master. It seems your Chai Clan is facing a calamity of extermination. Shirzong shouted. No need to report to master. Let the 3 of us attack now and exterminate Chai Clan. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch directly took out his 2 hammers, surging with killing intent. The expressions of Chai Clan's immortals changed drastically. They activated their defensive killer moves and flew into the air, ready to fight. A chaotic battle seemed to be about to erupt. Everyone stop! Bing Yuan's expression was grim, but she stopped them. Lady Bing Yuan this. Shirzong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch looked at Bing Yuan. Bing Yuan was the last among the 3 to advance to rank 8 Gu Immortal. Of course, it was also because of Feng Yuan's help that she passed the tribulation safely. But Bing Yuan was Shui Er's great-grandmother, and Shui Er had an extremely terrifying identity that made countless Gu Immortals wary. She was Feng Yuan's fiancée. Thus, among the 3, Shirzong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had never questioned Bing Yuan's position as a leader. They were very obedient. Keep your weapons first. Bing Yuan was the first to speak. Shirzong snorted coldly, completely restraining his aura. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch stared at these Chai Clan Go-Immortals, reluctantly keeping his hammers. Seeing this, Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder let out a sigh of relief. Under his lead, Chai Clan's Go-Immortals also landed on the ground, showing their sincerity. Bing Yuan's expression was slightly grim. She said to Chai Clan's immortals, "We are not here to become enemies with Chai Clan. We are really here to make a transaction. My master is benevolent. The so-called demon is just a misunderstanding of him by the outside world. It is just that, normally speaking, those who misunderstand my master do not have good endings. But what can my master do? Are you going to stretch out your neck and wait to be killed when others come to kill you? There's no such logic in this world. I believe everyone in Chai Clan can understand. Moreover, we will not cause trouble for my master." Bing Yuan's words not only contained a hidden threat, they were also distorting the truth. Chai Gon did not want to refute her. He only cupped his fists. "Earlier, my clan spoke indiscriminately. I apologize to you first. But if my clan agrees to this condition, it is the same as giving away the foundation of our clan. Back then, when Fate Gu was still around, it was the foundation of Celestial Court. Will Lord Feng Yuan negotiate with Celestial Court and directly by Fate Gu? Will Celestial Court sell it? Forcefully buying the foundation of a superforce. There is no such logic in this world, is there?" Bing Yuan sneered. "How to establish oneself is your Chai Clan's matter. Don't bully us variant humans, and don't bully my master. My master is benevolent, but other than a fair transaction. Do you want my master to consider how to establish himself?" Golden Fur Immortal Monarch chuckled. "Isn't it easy to establish oneself? Your Chai clan can directly join my master. Zong immediately agreed sincerely. That's right. If you become my master's subordinate, your future is bright. But if you continue like this, there is no future for you. The 3 variant human rank 8s had proud expressions on their faces. They had been deeply affected recently. Chai clan was silent. They used this tactful method to express their rejection. The 3 variant human Gu immortals did not try to persuade them or explain in detail. They wanted to have fewer and fewer competitors. Bing Yuan continued to persuade. Everyone knows clearly that if Master wanted to forcefully demand it, he might have already made a move. Why would he send us to negotiate? Isn't this an unnecessary move? You can rest assured about Master's sincerity. Take a look. Bing Yuan opened her palm, revealing a rank 8 immortal Gu. Chai clan's immortals were dazed. Feeling greatly surprised, they secretly transmitted their voices to discuss. Is Fang Yuan really willing to pay the price? I thought he was just forcefully demanding it. Be careful, this Gu is fake. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister. We cannot be easily deceived by him. After a quick discussion, Chai Gan shook his head. This Gu is a good Gu. We have all seen Lord Fang Yuan's sincerity. It is just that I am ashamed. Although I am Chai clan's first supreme elder, my cultivation level is only rank 7. How can I be worthy of a rank 8 immortal Gu? Bing Yuan smiled. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Take a look. Bing Yuan opened her other palm, revealing another Gu. It was another rank 8 immortal Gu. This time, many Chai clan Gu immortals were moved. Bing Yuan observed their expressions and smiled confidently. That's right. You did not see wrongly. This immortal Gu is suitable for your Chai clan. Your immortal Gu house lacks this Gu. If you add it, it will become a rank 8 immortal Gu house. Chai Gan's stern face also showed some fluctuations. With a rank 8 immortal Gu house, Chai clan could fight against rank 8 Gu immortals. They could even participate in pseudo-venerable level battles. Their authority would rise to a whole new level. This was a qualitative breakthrough. Chapter 2157. Ha ha ha. Golden Fur Immortal Wangda laughed. You guessed wrong, little girl. Zong continued. I am not afraid to tell you. Your Southern Alliance's alliance leader, Wu Yong, has already made many transactions with us. First, he bought the rank 9 Wind Path immortal material from us. He even gave us the rank 7 Fan Wind Gu to raise it to rank 8. What? Chai clan's Gu immortals were shaken. Bing Yuan smiled lightly. Demonic path, righteous path, what is the difference? If my master turns to righteous path, who would dare to deny it? In fact, not just Wu clan. Western Desert's Fang clan has also made a secret alliance with us. Currently, Fang clan is developing Green Ghost Desert with all their strength, continuously providing Master with a vast number of soul cores. Chai clan's Gu immortals went into a commotion again. They had heard of Western Desert's Fang clan. They also knew about their recent movements. What shocked them even more was that Wu clan was actually secretly cooperating with Fang Yuan. How can this be? Chai Kuqing suddenly shouted. Even if you want to fabricate a lie, you need to make it believable. Lord Wu Yong is our Southern Alliance's alliance leader. How can he make peace with you? Everyone, don't listen to the nonsense of these variant human Gu immortals. They think they can deceive us with just a few lies. But this time, Chai clan's Gu immortals were silent. Chai Kuqing had just ascended to an immortal not long ago. And because of her connections, even though she had talent, she had always been taken care of by her Gu immortal seniors. She did not know much about the world. In fact, her understanding of the Gu immortal world was not as deep as Shang Xianxi's. Since the variant human Gu immortals said this, Chai clan's immortals believed it was likely to be true. After all, as long as he investigated these things, he would be able to find some clues. Since the variant human Gu immortals said it, they were not afraid of being investigated. They could even provide the most direct evidence. Chai Kuching did not believe that Wu Yong would do such a thing, but Chai Clan's immortals were people who had been in this world for a long time. Not long ago, Chai Clan had even secretly communicated with Lu Wei Yin to leave a way out. Bing Yuan continued, "My master is determined to create a secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. I'm afraid you all have some understanding of the Lord's temperament. Even if everyone in the world opposes it, he will still do it. He will not give up just because someone stops him. You can also inquire about what happened in the East Sea not long ago. We variant human Gu immortals have been moving all over Eastern Sea, slaughtering humans on the islands to gather resources and complete human sea. Have you seen any of the superpowers of the Eastern Sea's righteous path come out and openly resist? The righteous Qi Alliance, had a pseudo-venerable, like Qi Si ancestor, but they ignored him, let alone your Southern Alliance. The Chai Clan's immortals' wills wavered as they transmitted their voices. Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world has indeed experienced many tragedies. Indeed, even though these variant human Gu immortals are despicable, their words are not without reason. Eastern Sea's righteous Qi Alliance has pseudo-venerable Qi Si ancestor, but they are already in such a state. Furthermore, our Southern Alliance does not have such an expert. What's worse is that Wu Yong is secretly working with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's momentum is actually so strong. The enemy is strong while we are weak. It is better to preserve our strength for the future. That is the wisest move. Chai Clan's immortals found out in grief and indignation that they were not Fang Yuan's match. They were not even the match of these 3 rank 8 variant humans. What made them feel even more despair was that even if they resisted, the Southern Alliance would not be able to provide them with any protection. Even if the Southern Alliance provided protection, it might not be able to protect them. Chai Clan's human smoke mountain had a vast number of humans. If they really fought, these humans were Chai Clan's weakness. They would not be able to protect them. In history, Ba Clan and Xia Clan made things difficult for Chai Clan because of this. As long as they threatened human smoke mountain, Chai Clan would not dare to attack them. At this point in the negotiations, Chai Clan was already leaning towards working with Fang Yuan. There was no other way. The enemy was too strong, while they were too weak. Only one person, Chai Kuching, spoke. "Everyone listen to me! Shut up!" Chai Gon could not bear it anymore. He waved his hand and sealed Chai Kuching, making her unable to move. Chai Kuching had a shocked expression. She had never expected her clan's first supreme elder to do this. This method also caused the 3 variant human immortals' pupils to shrink. Chai Gon's move did not leak the slightest bit of aura during the whole process. Without being able to sense the aura, the 3 variant human Gu immortals could not determine what path this killer move was. Chai Clan was a super force of southern border after all. It had its foundation. Chai Gon's expression was cold as he stared at one of the Chai Clan Gu immortals. "Chai Duaishan, take good care of this junior of yours." "Yes." Chai Duaishan immediately walked to Chai Kuching's side and placed his hand on the latter's shoulder. Instantly, the seal on Chai Kuching's body was strengthened again. Chai Kuching's heart shook. Her face was filled with disbelief. She turned her eyes and looked at the ancestor who had once been so great in her heart. Soon her eyes turned red. Seeing this, the 3 variant human Gu immortals had the same thought at the same time. The situation was set. 1 day later, human Smoke Mountain was suddenly attacked by a beast calamity that was rarely seen in 100 years. An earth path immemorial desolate beast drilled out of the ground, just when Chai Clan's headquarters were empty. At this time, Chai Clan's immortals were moving around, fighting for many blessed lands, inheritances, and so on. Only a few rank 6 Gu immortals were left in the headquarters. In order to protect the common people, Chai Clan's Gu immortals, led by Chai Kuching, brazenly used a killer move without caring about Chai Clan's losses. This move dealt a heavy blow to the enemy. Although the immemorial desolate beast was eradicated, human Smoke Mountain suffered heavy damage, almost turning into a huge pit. Fortunately, a portion of the clansmen were saved. Although there is a difference between mortals and immortals, in the eyes of my Chai clan, there is no difference. Human lives are of utmost importance. The lives of mortals and Gu immortals are equally precious. In order to save as many lives as possible, no matter how many sacrifices we make, it is worth it. This is my Chai clan's philosophy, our Chai clan's moral integrity as a righteous path member. Chai clan's first supreme elder Chai Gon gave his speech to Southern Border's Gu immortal world afterwards. His words were filled with righteousness. The 3 variant human immortals secretly returned. Human Smoke Mountain was naturally done by them. According to the alliance agreement between the 3 variant human immortals and Chai clan sold human Smoke Mountain and most of the common people on it, only keeping their own clansmen, as well as some scattered commoners who came to put on a show. Chai clan's Gu immortals did not make a move personally. The 3 variant human immortals dug human Smoke Mountain and slaughtered a vast number of mortals. Finally, the 3 immortals took away Chai clan's human path research results, leaving behind a fire path true inheritance and 3 rank 8 immortal Gu. Ha ha ha, Master, the bottom line for this mission was 5 rank 8 immortal Gu. To think that we only used 3 to complete this mission. Shirzong laughed loudly. Even if Chai clan is a super clan that has been in Southern Border for a long time, they have not seen the world. 3 rank 8 immortal Gu knocked them unconscious. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch also expressed his disdain. Right now, there were more than 20 rank 8 immortal Gu on the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's exchange list. These rank 8 immortal Gu could be exchanged for with contribution points of all the paths. Fang Yuan had helped many Gu immortals undergo tribulations earlier. The number of rank 8 Gu immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had increased sharply. Precisely so, Fang Yuan took out some rank 8 immortal Gu and put them on the exchange list. This move stimulated all the rank 8 Gu immortals like red-eyed bulls. They were all excited and even went crazy. Many Gu immortals were clear. This was the carrot that Fang Yuan dangled in front of the immortals. He wanted these Gu immortals to run around like a mule. But this carrot was too thick and too big, the color was too bright, it was too tempting. Rank 8 immortal Gu were so rare and hard to refine. Gu immortals could not resist such temptation. Congratulations, Lady Bing Yuan. Master has saved 2 rank 8 immortal Gu. When we return, we will definitely reward you with a generous amount of contribution points. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch said respectfully. Fang Yuan's mission reward was not fixed. It would change according to the situation and increase or decrease the reward accordingly. Bing Yuan smiled reservedly. Actually, I don't care about the contribution points. I saved 2 rank 8 immortal Gu not because I want any contribution points. I purely want to help my own clansmen. You should know, my clan Shui heir is Lord Fang Yuan's fiancé. This again. Bing Yuan is showing off her relationship with Master again. Shirzong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch vaguely glanced at each other, seeing the complex expression in each other's eyes. Honestly speaking, they'd heard Bing Yuan mention this layer of relationship every few days, and their ears had long since grown calluses from hearing it. But even so, every time they heard this, Shirzong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch could not help but feel envy and jealousy. Not wanting Bing Yuan to linger on this topic, Shirzong changed the topic. Tell me, our clan is clearly so powerful. Why did Master still use huge benefits to tempt us and transact with Chai clan? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch immediately said, In my opinion, Master has transacted with Wu clan, Chai clan, and Fang clan. I'm afraid he wants to return to the righteous path. Shirzong sighed. If I had Master status and strength, I would have slaughtered everyone long ago. Who could stop me? Just a mere Chai clan. I can destroy them with a flick of my finger. And he still wants to transact with these people? Bing Yuan snorted coldly. So, Shirzong, you will never become an existence like Master. His lord's considerations have always been farsighted. How can we easily guess it? If we recklessly guess it, it will be no different from ants trying to guess the sun and moon. That's right, Golden Fur, immortal monarch, quickly added. Actually, even if we turn to the righteous path, our days are still very good. Look at those Chai Clan Gu immortals. They are angry but do not dare to speak. It feels so good. I'm just a hairy man, but I've finally experienced what it feels like to be equal. Saying so, the three immortals looked at each other, smiles appearing on their faces. Bing Yuan concluded, regardless of whether Master walks the righteous path or the demonic path, we only need to understand one thing. That is, we must firmly follow Master's footsteps. If Master wants to negotiate and do business, then we will do business. Whoever Master wants to kill, whoever he wants to kill, we will go and kill that unlucky fellow. Of course. Golden Fur, immortal monarch, patted his chest with force. Shirzong also nodded, sighing. Throughout the history of humanity, other than Rin Zhu, I only admire Master. During this period of time, the Gu immortals under Fang Yuan had gone through huge changes. On the surface, the change was that their cultivation base and strength had increased rapidly, and the internal psychological change was that their loyalty towards Fang Yuan continued to rise. The might of an expert, the strict alliance agreement, the terrifying battle achievements, these Gu immortals felt fear and did not dare to resist. On this basis, Fang Yuan only needed to give them some benefits to make these Gu immortals deeply grateful. And now, the treatment given by Fang Yuan was something that other forces could not give them. Chapter 2158. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, a huge butterfly was fluttering in the sky. This butterfly was pure white. It emitted a beautiful cloud light. Its speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. When it was fast, it was like teleportation. When it was slow, it was leisurely like a leaf fluttering in the wind. This was a totem killer move, cloud light butterfly. The totem killer move that Zhan Budu dug out from myriad beast fusion color heaven was extremely valuable. These totem killer moves were divided into basic totems, special totems, and super totems according to their grades. There were thousands of basic totems. Among them were Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem, Golden Bell Totem, Rain Eagle Totem, and others. After the Gu cultivators in myriad beast fusion color heaven finished cultivating basic totems, they could continue to advance to a special totem that suited them. These totems were different for different Gu immortals. For example, Zhan Budu fused Rain Eagle and Thunder Fish into Kuin Peng Totem. It was his special totem. Others could not learn it. Because this type of totem was closely related to Zhan Budu's own Tao marks, the size and distribution. Above special totems, there were also super totems. These totems were very rare and few in number. They were almost like legends. In any case, Zhan Budu had only heard of them. He had never seen them before. Many Gu cultivators in myriad beast fusion color heaven also doubted the existence of such totems. But according to Fang Yuan's deductions, they should exist. According to the rumors, super totems can exist independently of the Gu cultivator. They can cultivate on their own and have full spirituality. Isn't this Qing Chou? Qing Chou was a killer move by itself. But after Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements, it turned into a legendary, immemorial, desolate beast. The great spectral soul died at Qing Chou's hands. All the great Tao led to the same destination in the end. When a totem killer move reached its limit, it would be like Qing Chou. It would turn from an inanimate object into a life form. From another perspective, Gu refinement was the same. Gu cultivators would refine many inanimate Gu materials into a Gu worm with life. And Gu worms and killer moves were the same in essence. Life, Gu worms, killer moves, and so on, they were only manifestations of Tao, Unfortunately, currently, totem killer moves cannot be modified into compound killer moves. Fang Yuan felt regret. When the totem killer move was released, it would leave the sovereign immortal body and would not be protected by the unrestrained heavenly marks. Maybe in the future, when my heaven path attainment level increases, I will be able to use heaven path Tao marks to construct totem killer moves and form compound totem killer moves. Fang Yuan had already made some calculations. He needed to improve his heavenly Tao. In fact, his heavenly Tao realm was constantly improving. He continued to refine the heaven Tao marks, turning them into Mahesvara heaven marks. After coming into contact with and using heaven's envy immortal goo, these experiences gave him deep insights into the heaven Tao. It was just that his heavenly Tao realm was still a huge distance away from the Grandmaster realm. The heavenly Tao realm, as a Grandmaster, was the first point of qualitative change. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate totem killer moves. Up until now, he had been accumulating totem killer moves. These totems were carefully chosen by Fang Yuan from the basic totems. After they were perfected, they were all rank 8 killer moves. A piece of information was transmitted, disturbing Fang Yuan's current cultivation. Fang Yuan stopped cultivating and checked this information. This information came from Lu Weiyin. It was the latter's reply. The letter emphasized on the method of creating artificial earth veins. My idea of modifying the sovereign immortal aperture is feasible after all. Fang Yuan looked at it and nodded with slight joy, because during this period of time, Fang Yuan opened up the exchange list and invested a lot to nurture the Gu immortals under him. The strength of Fang Yuan's subordinates rose greatly. They became very active and took the initiative to attack everywhere. The sovereign immortal aperture's situation had already stabilized. Fang Yuan estimated that he could annex at least 3 more grotto heavens before reaching the brink of collapse again. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this situation, because before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, it was best for him to annex all the grotto heavens and raise his strength to the limit. In the future, when he goes to Crazed Demon Cave and faces the Venerables, he would be able to face strong enemies with ease. However, even if Fang Yuan sent all of the variant Human Alliance Gu Immortals into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, and even sent Chi-Si Ancestor inside, he could not annex all of the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Even if he could, Fang Yuan would not do it, because if he did, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's ecology would be chaotic. It would be on the brink of collapse if he was not careful. Right now, when Fang Yuan was stable, it was already so troublesome. Once he fought with a Venerable, and the Venerable found out about this weakness, they might use special methods to exploit this weakness of Fang Yuan's. In fact, Fang Yuan's silver luck pillar was very loose and not solid. It was already hinting that this weakness of Fang Yuan's could be exploited by Venerables. Manpower alone was not enough. Fang Yuan thought hard and finally thought of another method. That was to establish Meridian. Heaven had heaven veins, earth had earth veins, and humans had human veins. The so-called Meridian was very special. It was not only the accumulation of Tao marks, it also contained the nature of flow. Although heaven veins were formless, they contained abundant heaven path Tao marks. At the same time, these heaven path Tao marks were not constant. They were constantly flowing and changing. Thus, back then, when the Qi tide swept through the world, almost every time the Qi tide subsided, Qi harvest fruits would be produced. And in the 2 heavens, because these grotto heavens were almost all placed on heaven vein nodes, the production of Qi harvest fruits was even more obvious. It was a disaster. The same was true for earth veins. After the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, earth veins appeared and spread across the 5 regions. Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, and the rest made use of this characteristic of the earth vein flow to escape successfully. Why were there so many strange things happening in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture? What was the truth and source of this? What was the crux of the problem? After Fang Yuan investigated deeply, the answer he got was very thought-provoking. Right now, Fang Yuan learned from Lu Weiyin's letter that there was a third immortal Gu that had hope of advancing to rank 10, sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Fang Yuan could not achieve conflicting Dao marks. What could he do? Easy, since he could not make Dao marks conflict. Fang Yuan went to the extreme and made the Dao marks more harmonious. But this kind of cohesion and harmony was selective. It had to be within Fang Yuan's control. What good method was there? Fang Yuan did not need to think too much. The method of establishing the vein rapidly appeared in his mind like water flowing into a pond. There were many types of Dao veins: heaven veins, earth veins, human veins, fire veins, water veins, and so on. There were undercurrents at the bottom of the Eastern Sea. They were natural transportation resources. Many Eastern Sea caravans used gu worms to drill into the bottom of the sea and use the undercurrents to move rapidly. In a short period of time, they could travel tens of thousands of li or even hundreds of thousands of li to carry out transactions. This was actually a manifestation of water veins. In Southern Border's Paradise Earth True Inheritance, there was a complete method to create artificial earth veins. But Fang Yuan still wanted to consult Lu Weiyin's suggestion for the specific implementation method. Towards him and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan was always on guard. For example, Fang Yuan did not let Lu Weiyin enter the sovereign immortal aperture. Or, for example, Paradise Earth's dream realm and Mushroom Man blessed land. Fang Yuan did not touch them easily. Combined with Lu Weiyin's suggestion, I will modify my original idea and the general implementation method will be ready. I can let those Gu immortals make arrangements first. I can also let Meng Qiuzhen explore Paradise Earth's dream realm and raise his Earth path attainment level. This will be very beneficial for constructing the Earth vein. Chapter 2159. Central Continent. Deep in the Earth Trench, in a dark and eerie cave, two cold lights suddenly shone. This was by Ningbing's gaze. She had ended her secluded cultivation. Not only did she cultivate an ice and snow killer move, she even gained some understanding of ice and snow path invisibility. I can clearly feel that my understanding of ice and snow has deepened. I'm not far from Grandmaster Realm. Bai Ningbing muttered, "It is a pity that ever since I turned into a dragon man, the efficiency of my ice and snow path comprehension has clearly fallen. My current master level attainment is mostly due to my previous accumulation." Bai Ningbing previously had the northern dark ice soul physique. She had a great advantage in cultivating ice and snow path and soul path. Her attainment levels could rise rapidly. But after transforming into her body, this aspect was affected. Dragon men were skilled in enslavement path. If Bai Ningbing switched to cultivating enslavement path, she would have an advantage as well. But this advantage could not compare to the northern dark ice soul physiques, help in ice and snow path and soul path cultivation. Man was the spirit of all living beings. The aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques was definitely stronger than the aptitude of variant human races. Bai Ningbing carefully left the cave. This cave was naturally formed. It was on one side of the mountain wall of the earth trench. Bai Ningbing quietly activated her killer move Aura Concealment Ice Pearl, and soon a thin thread of ice appeared on her neck, coiling around her elegant neck. This move was created by Bai Ningbing. It did not originate from Bai Xiang's true inheritance. The killer moves that Bai Ningbing used after this would not leak any aura, because these auras were already stored, turning into tiny ice beads arranged on the ice thread. The weakness of this move was that it would sacrifice some of the killer move's power, and if there were too many of these ice beads, they would fuse into one and turn into a noose that would strangle Bai Ningbing's neck, injuring or even killing her. To explore this earth trench, I need a method to conceal my aura. Bai Ningbing had a calm expression. She quietly used an investigative killer move to look around. After she came out of Earth Treasury, she had been cultivating in the depths of the earth trench. She was chased by wild beasts and suffered a great loss. Fortunately, he had Bai Xiang Even a fragment could make Bai Ningbing immortal, otherwise, Bai Ningbing would not have survived until now. There are 3 primordial desolate beasts and an ancient desolate beast horde in a radius of 50 kilometers. Bai Ningbing quickly understood the situation. She only had rank 7 cultivation level. An environment here was very dangerous. Even rank 8 Gu immortals would find it hard to explore. The other side of the huge risk was the huge reward. The cultivation resources here were at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ningbing couldn't use it herself, she could sell it in jewel yellow skies and buy what she needed. Bai Ningbing was born to be adventurous. Most people would live such a life in fear, but she was immersed in it. She enjoyed the thrill of repeatedly going back and forth between life and death. Although it's dangerous to cultivate here, there's still a chance of survival. Returning to the 5 regions and 2 heavens would be even more dangerous. Whether it's Feng Yuan, the Shadow Sect, or the Celestial Court, they're all after me. Bai Ningbing also had a clear understanding of the situation. Just as Bai Ningbing was about to walk out of the cave, her expression changed. She sensed that most of the wild beasts in one area were like cats that smelled blood. They started to frantically move towards one direction. Although a portion of the wild beasts and beast groups were unmoved, they could not resist the will of most of the wild beasts. They were also swept away. Thereupon, a large-scale beast tide rapidly formed in front of Bai Ningbing's eyes. What's going on? These wild beasts seemed to be attracted by some mysterious object. They gave up on fighting and killing. They wanted to rush away in a frenzy. What is it? Bai Ningbing's curiosity was aroused. She did not hesitate. She immediately activated a movement killer move and entered the beast tide. The beast tide gradually gathered. Densely packed ancient desolate beasts with conspicuous immemorial desolate beasts were surrounding a corner from time to time. This corner was also on the cliff of Earth Trench. It slowly protruded like a grave mound. At this moment, it was emitting a yellowish-brown and bright red radiance. The radiance flowed like water. It was dazzling. And at the top of the grave mound, there was a tombstone. There seemed to be words on the tombstone, but they were covered by the radiance. Even when using killer moves to investigate, it could not be detected. Bai Ningbing had already turned into Bai Xiang. She was squeezed together with the beast group. What is this place? It has such dense earth path and fire path auras. What is hidden inside? Is it an immortal material? Or an immortal goo? But why is there a tombstone? There are words on the tombstone. Is that what you think? Who is buried here? Bai Ningbing looked at the wild beasts around her. She had a clear understanding. Most of these beasts are earth path and fire path beasts. No wonder they were attracted here. The beasts of other paths are only a small portion. They were all swept here. Boom! Right at this time, the 2 colored radiants covering the grave mound suddenly soared into the sky, turning into a huge yellow and red light pillar. The wild beasts roared together. They were extremely excited. Some wild beasts started to charge towards the light pillar, seemingly wanting to take the lead, but they were soon trampled by the wild beasts behind them. The beast group fell into chaos and madness. They started to kill each other, trying to charge into the light pillar. But even if some wild beasts charged at the front and collided with the light pillar, they could not get what they wanted. Because the light pillar did not budge, it was heavily guarded. The beast group collided with the light pillar. It was like moving a mountain. They could not advance an inch. Bai Ningbing was a Gu immortal after all. Her intelligence far surpassed wild beasts. She had been hiding at the periphery. Although she was implicated, she mainly observed the situation. As time passed, the beast group suffered heavy casualties. Corpses littered the ground. While the red and yellow light pillar shrunk, it seemed to have gone into the mound of graves. The fierce beasts became even more frenzied and bloodthirsty. Their roars, cries of pain, and gnawing sounds filled Bai Ningbing's ears. In the boundless world, nature is truly mysterious. There are endless mysteries to explore. I want to see what is going on. Bai Ningbing started to move deeper into the mound from the periphery. When there were no more than 100 wild beasts left, and the remaining ones were covered in injuries, the yellow and red light was completely absorbed by the mound. The tombstone on the mound also shrunk into the mound. The mound seemed to have reached a crucial point. It suddenly cracked open. Crack, crack. Thin cracks spread out rapidly, covering the entire mound. Next, with a loud sound, the mound exploded from within. The aura of a Gu immortal burst out. A naked male immortal opened his eyes. He looked around with a dazed expression. Who am I? But at the next moment, he started to wake up. He recalled many things. I remember now. I am Fong Huan. The male immortal's pupils shrunk. He showed a shocked expression. Roar. The beast group roared. They seemed to be extremely angry as they attacked the naked male immortal. The male immortal opened his eyes wide. His body flew into the air as he shouted, I am alive again! I am Fong Huan. I am Lava Demon Lord. Rumble. With a loud sound, the male immortal's body suddenly emitted a red light wave. The light wave surged violently like the tide, rolling out in all directions. Everywhere it went, the red light wave incinerated everything. Most of the beast group was burned to death. The remaining beasts were already injured to begin with. They were now even more injured. Some were lying on the ground, half dead, while a small portion of them were completely enraged. They continued to attack the male immortal. The male immortal Fong Huan's expression turned grim. He sent out the red light wave again and again. The red light swept through the entire battlefield, causing a large number of casualties. But there were still several immemorial, desolate beasts that reached Fong Huan. Fong Huan could no longer maintain his composure and yelled at Bai Ningbing. Fellow immortal, please lend me a hand quickly. I will reward you greatly after this is over. Okay. Bai Ningbing did not hesitate. She agreed and attacked at lightning speed. Soon, she easily killed these immemorial, desolate beasts. They were already heavily injured to begin with. Thank you. Thankfully, with your help, I could Fong Huan was suddenly cut in half at the waist. Bai Ningbing grabbed his head and his upper body. She smiled coldly. I thought about it. Soul-searching is more direct and convenient. Fong Huan stared with wide eyes. He stared at Bai Ningbing. This female immortal had faint blue, vertical dragon pupils, a pair of red coral dragon horns on her forehead. Her silver hair was translucent, like tassels reaching her waist. Her skin was white as snow. Her peerless face was filled with insanity and coldness. Such a beauty! Fong Huan died with grievance. Bai Ningbing searched Fong Huan's soul, but did not obtain any valuable information. As the person involved, even though Fong Huan had revived from the mound, he was still muddle-headed. He did not know the inside story. Bai Ningbing landed on the shattered mound. She started to investigate the scene. She still found nothing. This place originally had large scale earth path and fire path Dao marks, but now they have all disappeared. It is no different from normal ground. But Bai Ningbing looked at Fong Huan's body. No, more accurately speaking, these Dao marks have all condensed into the immortal body. Miraculous, truly miraculous. Bai Ningbing praised. Through soul-searching, she found out that this Fong Huan was a predecessor. He cultivated Earth Path, and because he inherited the Heart-Fire True Inheritance, he also cultivated Fire Path. He managed the fire monster business and was once one of the giants in Jewel Yellow Skies in this aspect. He had died long ago, but for some reason he revived here. This mound that looks like a grave seems to have the same effect as the immortal graveyard in Celestial Court. It can allow Gu immortals to revive. Bai Ningbing was excited about this discovery. This time her gains were huge. Not only did she find the mysterious mound, she even captured Fong Huan's soul, obtaining his inheritance and all sorts of cultivation experiences. The most significant gains were the beast corpses that covered the entire battlefield. There were many rank 8 immortal materials here. There were even more rank 7 immortal materials. Sovereign immortal aperture, mini southern border. Rumble. With a loud bang, a famous mountain fell heavily onto the ground like a huge seal. The famous mountain was red in color. It was Fangzheng. There was no trace of soil on the mountain. It was made up of all kinds of copper. It was Copper Seal Mountain. Originally, Copper Seal Mountain had suffered the tribulation of 3,000 heaven path Tao marks. It was struck by lightning until it was half shorter. It was pitch black and was emitting smoke and lightning. Moreover, the entire mountain had completely melted, emitting an intense burnt smell. Chapter 2160. All right, we finally moved this Copper Seal Mountain over. The Gu Immortals let out a breath of air, feeling very tired. One of the Rockman Gu Immortals did not rest. He immediately started to prepare. After a long while, he successfully activated an Earth Path killer move. Under the effect of this killer move, Copper Seal Mountain seemed to tremble slightly. At the bottom of the mountain, a faint earthy yellow radiance was emitted. Threads of light quickly condensed together, forming a translucent Earth Path mountain root that was tinged with gold. The mountain root pierced into the ground and spread rapidly. The Rockman Gu Immortal maintained the killer move with a troubled expression. The immortal essence in his body fell rapidly. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. He stopped using the killer move. The mountain root also stopped spreading rapidly. It took root deep in the ground and started to grow slowly. For a long time to come, this mountain root would communicate with the surrounding Tao marks, maintaining and even boosting the Copper Seal Mountain. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. If they were casually plucked, the roots would be destroyed. Thus, moving famous trees and mountains required specialized wood path and earth path methods. Otherwise, forcefully plucking would have more disadvantages than advantages. The Rockman Gu Immortal sat cross-legged on the ground and started to rest. He was extremely tired. His immortal essence expenditure was also the highest among the immortals. Of course, after the mission was completed, he would obtain more contribution points. As for the other Gu Immortals, they had finished resting and started to do the final inspection. After a while, the immortals gathered together again. All right, this Copper Seal Mountain is in good condition. The mountain root is also in good condition. Such a famous mountain and mountain root can completely take on the responsibility of an earth vein node. Master is indeed majestic and magnanimous. He actually wants to plan and construct an earth vein in the mini 5 regions. This plan is too grand. It will take at least 10 years. I am truly in admiration. The immortals nodded. They had the same feeling. All right, let's go. Let's continue to move the next famous mountain to the destination. There are not many Gu Immortals who can move mountains, but such missions are getting fewer and fewer. The contribution points are so high. Let's work harder and try to complete as many as possible. That's right. During this period of time, if anyone can't hold on, go to the liver life formation. Don't be stingy with those contribution points. I've already been there before participating in this operation. Is that so? I've also been there. The immortals discussed as they flew away from Copper Seal Mountain. If one looked down on the entire 5 regions, there were nearly 10 groups of people working hard to move mountains. Of course, it was not just the famous mountains. Other than the famed mountains, there were also the 10 lands that could serve as the nodes of the earth veins. In Southern Border Paradise, Earth's true inheritance, there was a detailed description of the 10 lands. The 10 lands were Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Underground Tunnel, Crypt, Dungeon, Production, Enclave, Front, Treasury, and Cemetery. These 10 lands could all take on the responsibility of earth vein nodes. The first stage of Fang Yuan's man-made earth veins was to set up all kinds of earth vein nodes in the small 5 regions. Next, he used earth path methods to link the nodes together. Finally, adjustments were made on this basis. Currently, Fang Yuan could only create half of the 10 Earths. They were the Earth Abyss, earth trench, earth tunnel, production, and formation. As for the other 5, they were beyond his abilities. Case in point, cemeteries. Even Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable could not figure out the secret of this mysterious land's formation. Goo immortals could use this to revive. The gravestones in the cemeteries were also very mystical. They had the power of information path. They seemed to be condensed from the information of the Goo immortal's entire life in the river of time. The greater the reputation of the Goo immortal, the more detailed the information on the gravestone. It seemed to be more helpful to the Goo immortal's revival. The actual relationship had to be verified. Currently, Feng Yuan's subordinates were all moving mountains. Most of the earth vein nodes were mountains, not the 10 earths. These mountains were at least famed mountains. There are still too few famed mountains in the sovereign immortal aperture. In the first stage of the plan, I can only estimate 30% of the total number of earth vein nodes. The artificial earth vein plan was huge and required a lot of investment. Feng Yuan had devoured a large number of grotto heavens and obtained countless cultivation resources. He was finally starting to see his limits. Feng Yuan still had one famed mountain that he had not used. That was the newly obtained Human Smoke Mountain. I need to keep this mountain. My intuition tells me that if I follow Chai Clan's human path research, I will be able to condense the essence of Human Smoke Mountain and form the embryonic form of Human Mountain. Feng Yuan was a human path grandmaster. His intuition towards human path was far more accurate than human path masters. After slaughtering many of Chai Clan's people, Human Sea had been perfected, but Human Mountain had yet to form. The combination of Human Sea and Human Mountain would definitely be extremely powerful. Feng Yuan had not seen it in his 500 years of life, but this was a very long-term plan. Any secluded domain of heaven and earth would require a huge investment, even more than this artificial earth vein. The reason why the embryonic form of Human Sea was perfected was because of Eastern Sea's Xia clan's hard work. The final part of the road required human path resources. Eastern Sea Xia clan had always been troubled by their righteous path identity. They could only gather resources secretly. How could they dare to openly slaughter like Feng Yuan? Feng Yuan first cleverly chose his targets and stepped on the edge of the bottom line, causing the entire Righteous Qi Alliance to give up and feign ignorance. Next, he targeted Chai Clan's people. Feng Yuan decisively gave up a portion of the benefits and forcefully negotiated. This caused a super clan like Chai Clan to submit to Feng Yuan's demonic might, lowering their heads and taking the initiative to cooperate. We are starting to run out of resources. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. He had this idea of constructing Human Mountain, but it was definitely far away in the foreseeable future. In fact, the accumulation of embryonic refinement C was almost completely used up by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had invested too much in this recent period of time. He had actually plundered a vast amount of cultivation resources. Most of these resources came from the 2 heavens, grotto heavens. And these grotto heavens had a long history. They had accumulated for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. But they were still not enough. Feng Yuan had been refining rank 8 immortal goo on a large scale. At the same time, he used those rank 6 and rank 7 cultivation resources to nurture his subordinates. Feng Yuan had a huge number of goo immortals under him. Just Langya's sect alone had many hairy man goo immortals, and the variant human alliance had even more goo immortals. Not to mention Bing Yuan, Shizong, and Mo Tansang. These variant human goo immortals. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had close to 10 human goo immortals, led by Combat Beast King, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miaoyin, as well as Feng Yuan's clones Wu Shuai and Zhan Budu. Among the Mushroom Man goo immortals who joined not long ago, the strongest was Ku Xian Hong. The number of goo immortals under Feng Yuan far surpassed ordinary super forces. Even Longevity Heaven could not compare. Only Shadow Sect, which once had Zombie Alliance's Lower Sect, and Celestial Court, which now had the 10 great ancient sects' lower sects, could compare. If Wu Clan had such powerful Gu immortals, Wu Yong would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Wu Yong was a formidable person who did not care about the difference in races, as long as they were practical. Of course, if they were all human Gu immortals, that would be even better. With Fang Yuan's huge expenditure, no matter how many cultivation resources he had, it would not be enough for him to use. Thankfully, his foundation was extremely solid. He could last for so long. But now he was starting to feel tired. It seems that I need to plunder resources. Even though his foundation was still there, Fang Yuan had already started to prepare for a rainy day. I've basically plundered all the resources in the Alliance of the Outsiders. Only a portion of the Grotto Heaven is left. Mushroom Man Paradise is also in the same situation. The mushroom men inside are almost all gone, not to mention the accumulated resources. Fang Yuan thought he had placed his hopes on Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. But ever since Zhan Budu returned and brought back crucial information, Fang Yuan knew that Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven also had the power of Longevity Heaven interfering. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven itself was very powerful and hard to conquer. Behind the scenes, other than Longevity Heaven, there were bound to be other forces interfering. Thus, even though this place was rich in resources, Fang Yuan did not want to make a move on it for now. Eastern Sea's blue dragon whale was also rich in resources, but it was not feasible. Ever since the last time he left, Fang Yuan could not find any traces of the blue dragon whale. He used heaven and earth travel to directly enter the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture, but he failed mysteriously without any hope of success. There's still a group of people in the two heavens, Grotto Heavens, that joined Qi-Si Ancestor. They're all humans. These Grotto Heavens also have rich cultivation resources. They might be able to cooperate with the Qi-Si clone. Fang Yuan did not want to invade super forces like Chai Clan and Wu Clan for the time being. This would damage his own luck. Any super force had a huge amount of luck. They had their own methods. Thus, the gains might not be high, but the risks were also high. Most importantly, even if he annexed the super forces, Fang Yuan did not want to take too much of the territories of the outside world. It would be better to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. The territories would always be with him. It would be so convenient. Other Gu immortals did not have the sovereign immortal aperture. To them, it was more beneficial to occupy territories. If they had the sovereign immortal aperture, they would probably make the same choice as Fang Yuan. A gust of wind suddenly flew out of 4 elements, square, regret, blood, refinement pool, charging towards the sky. He Chen Qiu sent good news. Wu Clan's fan wind Gu had been successfully refined, even though it had failed twice. Rank 8 fan wind Gu. In the recent process of using it for elements square, regret, blood, refinement pool had gone through some adjustments. Its power had become even stronger. Including fan wind Gu, the number of immortal Gu that were successfully refined to rank 8 through 4 elements, square, regret, blood, refinement pool, had already surpassed 50. I can sell true inheritances in Jewel Yellow Skies on a large scale to exchange for cultivation resources, or I can directly engage in the Gu refinement business. The profits will definitely be considerable. Fang Yuan immediately thought of 2 ways to gather resources. According to Fang Yuan's current refinement path strength, he could only refine rank 10 and 9 immortal Gu. He could not refine other rank 8 immortal Gu either. Chapter 2161. You only have 7 days left to live. When Meng Qiu Zhen entered Paradise, Earth's dream realm, he was greeted with this sentence. What? Meng Qiu Zhen was stunned, asking. Standing in front of him was an old mushroom man granny. She sighed and said guiltily, Little me, Granny is too useless. I really have no way to cure your illness. Using this time, Meng Qiu Zhen quickly looked around. he found that not only the mushroom man in front of him, he had also become a mushroom man. Right now, they were in a mushroom man thatched hut. This kind of thatched hut had dark green walls. It was built with special grass and mud. The roof was woven from golden straw. The furnishings in the house were simple, but it showed that this was the home of a doctor. "Granny, is there really no hope for me? Is there really no other way?" Meng Qiuzhen pretended to be unwilling as he tried to search for clues in this dream realm. The mushroom man Granny hesitated for a moment before saying, "There is another way." Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, "What way?" The mushroom man Granny shook her head. She turned around and walked to the table. The table was filled with medicine jars. Some were white, some were gray, but most were black. Some of these medicine jars were open, containing dried herbs or pitch-black medicinal liquids. Some medicine jars were tightly covered with lids. The mushroom man Granny seemed to have a complex mood. She subconsciously moved these medicine jars and gradually calmed down. She turned her back to Meng Qiuzhen as she said, "The only way I can think of to save you is not one method. More accurately speaking, it is one person." "One person?" Meng Qiuzhen walked closer to the old granny. He saw that these medicine jars contained goo worms. The old granny sighed. "Sigh, you should know her." How would Meng Qiuzhen know? But he was experienced and had a way with words. He immediately said, "Is it her?" "That's right, it is her. My tribe's previous witch, Huangwan." The old granny said, "Every mushroom man tribe had a witch. Different from the mermaid tribe saintess. Witches did not have any authority, but they usually had high prestige, because the witch had always been the most capable female doctor in the mushroom man tribe. Without the support and blessings of the witch, the next leader of the mushroom men would be doubted. Some of the leaders might not even be able to take the position. Only by finding the previous generation's witch, Huangwan, will you have any hope of surviving." The old granny emphasized. Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, "Then where is she?" "Whip Mountain." The old granny looked at Meng Qiuzhen. "Xiaomi, you are a good child. Granny has watched you grow up. Right now, the plague is running rampant in the clan. Originally, you wouldn't have been infected, but because you took the initiative to help mother-in-law treat others, you got infected. You know a thing or two about Huangwan. Although she is very strong, she betrayed the tribe, so you can only go in your own name. The tribe will not help you." Meng Qiuzhen nodded. He acutely sensed that the old lady seemed to have another request. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He immediately followed the inspiration in his mind and said, "But Granny, with my strength, I can't reach there at all. I really want to see Huangwan and get her help. Not only do I want to live, I also want to bring the cure back to the tribe." "Good child, good child." The old granny was greatly comforted. "Your idea is exactly what I want you to do. Don't worry, this trip to Whip Mountain is not only dangerous, but Whip Mountain is also human territory. How can I let you take it so easily?" The old granny turned around and opened the containers on the table. "You can choose any 3 goo worms here. They will be of great help to you." "Thank you, Granny," Meng Qiuzhen said as expected. He had explored dream realms many times. He had rich experience. With just a few words, he had already understood the structure of this dream realm. The most crucial hidden point of this dream realm is the goo selection segment. If I did not sense Granny's deep intention and suggested it, I might not have gotten the opportunity to choose goo. Choosing 3 goo worms will definitely lower the difficulty of the dream realm exploration. But which 3 should I choose? Meng Qiuzhen carefully analyzed the goo worms in front of him, while secretly using Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate. With the help of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, Meng Qiuzhen quickly observed the things in the second stage of the dream realm. Choose quickly, don't waste time. Cherish every breath of time you have, the old granny urged. Meng Qiuzhen gritted his teeth. "Granny, let me think about it." The old granny had a cold expression. Humph, you are already in this situation. You cannot be overcautious. You need to be decisive. You need to immediately choose 3 goo worms, and then leave the valley through that hidden path. Once the time is up, that path will be closed for 7 days. Choose quickly. Meng Qiujin could not waste time. Fortunately, he had already obtained a lot of information in this short period of time. I choose these 3 goo. Meng Qiujin quickly picked 3 goo from the dozens of containers. Good. They are all good choices. Huang Xiaomi, time is pressing. This is all I can do for you. Go. The old granny had just finished speaking when Meng Qiujin's vision turned dark. The dream realm entered the 2nd stage of the dream realm. He had rank 3 cultivation level, using his original goo worms as well as the 3 newly obtained goo worms. He moved quickly in the wilderness, trekking with great difficulty. He crossed the treacherous man-eating jungle, rushed through the layers of fog, crossed the swamp filled with death, and the last obstacle was a black bear of the 1000 Beast King level. Meng Qiujin and the black bear fought bitterly for a long time. Finally, the black bear fell to the ground with a loud thud. Its huge body shrunk in a few breaths of time, like a punctured balloon. In a short period of time, its flesh and organs turned into purple poisonous liquid, flowing out of its wounds and orifices. Meng Qiujin carefully squatted down and took out tiger poison goo. This rank 3 tiger poison goo was one of the 3 goo he chose in the 1st stage of the dream realm. Once it was activated, it could release tiger poison. Tiger poison goo was like a black scorpion, but there was a golden king character on its head. After it came out of the white silver aperture, it landed on the ground and started to absorb the poisonous liquid. Soon, the poisonous liquid was completely absorbed, and its body expanded slightly. Meng Qiujin willed, and tiger poison goo obediently flew back into his aperture. In the 1st stage of the dream realm, there were many poisonous goo. For example, snake poison goo, dove poison goo, bee poison goo, and so on. Against 1000 Beast King level black bear, bee poison goo is countered by the bear's body. It is not a good choice. Snake poison goo and dove poison goo are also slow to take effect. Only tiger poison goo is best at dealing with these large beasts. Its effect is very fast. Moreover, together with poison goo, the tiger poison can take human form. It is very useful in battle. In the battle between Meng Qiujin and the Black Bear King, he used poison goo and tiger poison goo to form a poison tiger. The battle between the poison tiger and the Black Bear King greatly made up for Meng Qiujin's weakness in direct combat. Meng Qiujin was at the back, constantly using poison path goo worms to help poison Liquid Tiger, finally obtaining this difficult victory. Of course, tiger poison goo had its drawbacks. It was a huge disadvantage. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger does not eat its cubs. Tiger poison goo had no effect on young targets. According to Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo's investigation, Meng Qiujin already knew that the Black Bear King was the last and most difficult round in the first stage of the Dream Realm. He chose the most crucial tiger poison goo according to the situation. After this battle, tiger poison goo's toxicity and poison quantity have fallen by a lot, even after I collected the remaining poison after battle. Tiger poison goo needs time to recuperate. Its overall strength has fallen by a lot. But thankfully, this is the final round. This is a dream realm and not the real wilderness. What's going on? Meng Qiujin's expression changed. The second stage of the dream realm was still very stable. It did not dissipate like he expected. Is there another difficulty? That was impossible. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo has already investigated everything. Wait, when I investigated earlier, there was a mortal. This mortal did not have any Goo Master cultivation level. Meng Qiujin had thought that this was secondary. Or, if Tiger Poison Goo was not chosen, the mortal would provide some help to the Goo cultivator exploring the dream realm. But now, Meng Qiuzhen felt that this mortal was a crucial factor. According to the information he gathered, Meng Qiuzhen naturally knew the location of that mortal. He immediately moved and got closer, but along the way, his strength started to weaken rapidly. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen immediately inspected his body, his expression turning pale. The plague is acting up. There are still around 2 days left. Don't tell me the battle with the black bear expended too much mental energy that my body could not bear it, causing the plague to act up early? This plague was unique to mushroom men. Once it acted up, mushrooms would grow from all parts of their bodies. The more mushrooms grew, the more life force would be extracted from the mushroom man. The plague was so intense, Meng Qiuzhen had only just discovered it when he lost all his strength and fell to the ground. Is this the end of this dream realm exploration? I have not even seen Paradise Earth. In order to cooperate with the main body's plan to construct the Earth vein, Meng Qiuzhen explored Paradise Earth's dream realm in advance. No, I still have some hope. Persevere! I need to persevere. This place is not far from that mortal's location. Even though Meng Qiuzhen had no strength left and could only fall to the ground, he was not at his limit yet. At least, he still had the strength to breathe and could use the goo worms in his aperture. He immediately activated healing goo worms to stall for time. Healing goo masters could only slow down the severity of the plague and not the root cause. But it was like a child trying to stop a car. The effect was minimal. Damn it! I expended most of my primeval essence in the battle with the Black Bear King. My primeval essence is about to run dry. Meng Qiuzhen was forced into a desperate situation again, but at that moment he heard a rustling sound. It's that mortal's footsteps. Very good. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes shined as he shouted with all his strength, "Save me! Save me!" P.S. Congratulations to Cleansing Soul Extreme Frost for becoming the leader of this book. I owe you an update. This way, I owe you 6 updates. I need to use them at the climax. Chapter 2162. Even though he was calling with all his strength, Meng Qiuzhen's voice was still very weak. Who is calling for help? A mortal girl peeled away the brambles and arrived here. Here, look down. Meng Qiuzhen said. His voice was very weak, as if he was whispering. The mortal girl did not hear him. She muttered, "Did I hear wrongly? Sigh, it is getting late. I need to quickly gather mushrooms and sell them in 2 clan village. There are so many mushrooms here." The mortal girl discovered Meng Qiuzhen. But right now, Meng Qiuzhen's body was covered in mushrooms. He was unrecognizable. The mortal girl squatted down and plucked the mushrooms off Meng Qiuzhen's body. With each mushroom she plucked, Meng Qiuzhen's life force would leak out 1 less channel. His condition was quickly alleviated. His strength was gradually recovering. That's right. There are still 2 days before my illness flares up. At least right now, my life is not fated to die. Meng Qiuzhen quickly realized. Then he said, "Little girl, the mushrooms on my body are very delicious. It is fine if you pluck them all." The mortal girl jumped in fright. Meng Qiuzhen said, "Don't be afraid, I am also human. I was the one who asked for help just now. Thank you, kind lady, you saved me. But I did not do anything." Meng Qiuzhen forced a smile. "You plucked all the mushrooms on my body, that is saving me. These mushrooms are only harmful to us mushroom men. They are harmless to other races. They are even beneficial." After the shock, the young girl smiled. "So you are a mushroom man. I have heard rumors about you since young. You are gentle and never harm people. Before meeting you, I have never seen a living mushroom man." Meng Qiuzhen quickly said, "Quickly pluck my mushrooms. I cannot hold on anymore." The young girl was very agile. She quickly plucked the mushrooms on Meng Qiuzhen's body. He escaped from the desperate situation. He was saved from the brink of failure. There is 1 last mushroom left. The young girl was very serious. Wait, Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. That mushroom does not need to be plucked. Ah. The young girl blinked her large eyes. Her face was a little red. I can't pluck it. Is it hurting you? Meng Qiuzhen's face was pale. He took a deep breath and said with difficulty, Don't pull any more. But the little girl shook her head and stubbornly said, That won't do. Big brother Mushroom Man, you just said that I have to pull out all the mushrooms in your body to cure you. Don't. Ah. The little girl rolled up her sleeves and revealed a very serious and adorable expression. Humph, you haven't pulled it out yet. I don't believe it. Meng Qiuzhen. Ah. As Meng Qiuzhen screamed, the second stage of the dream realm was finally cleared. His vision gradually changed from a chaotic swirl of colors to a clear view. This was a bustling market, and the people around were bustling with activity. This is Tu Clan Village? Behind Meng Qiuzhen, Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi was wrapped tightly as he asked softly. Meng Qiuzhen took a glance and was slightly shocked. He was acting as the Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi in the first two scenes. He did not expect to change his identity in the third scene. This kind of situation was rare. Meng Qiuzhen quickly inspected himself. All right, I have become that little human girl. Meng Qiuzhen sighed internally. Huang Xiaomi's strength was already insufficient, now that Meng Qiuzhen had become immortal, and a young girl at that. The change in identity made Meng Qiuzhen feel some doubts. What was the main plot of this Paradise Earth Dream Realm? Originally, in the first two scenes, he was Huang Xiaomi, and his initial guess was that the main plot of the Dream Realm was to save the Mushroom Man tribe and cure the plague. But now that his identity had changed, Meng Qiuzhen's heart started to shake intensely. The bald youngster grinned. Never mind, Sister Fong, let me help you. Let's pick together. The bald youngster said as he started. Tender, so tender. He picked a few and said. Meng Qiuzhen answered. These are all fresh. I just picked them today. Slippery. It's really slippery. The bald youth praised again. Meng Qiuzhen slowly looked up at him with a frown. You are touching my hand. Ah, sorry. The bald youngster quickly laughed. Meng Qiuzhen stared. Then why did you touch? It was an accident. The bald youngster quickly said. Meng Qiuzhen was speechless. He found that he was being teased. TSK, shameless scoundrel. You dare to tease an innocent girl in broad daylight. The Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi could not take it anymore. He shouted. Who are you? Why are you standing beside my Lady Fong? The bald youngster was furious. He had been staring at Huang Xiaomi for a long time. The two started to argue. Anger was rising. This is the limitation of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo. Meng Qiuzhen sighed internally. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could inspect the following scene and objects in the dream realm, but it could not inspect what the owner of the Dream Butterfly would encounter in the dream realm. Because the changes in the dream realm would only occur when the Goo cultivator enters the dream realm for them to interact with the dream realm and produce changes. Before Meng Qiuzhen came here, he had already inspected the bald youngster and Tu Clan Village's market in the previous scene of the dream realm, but he could not predict what would happen in advance. The two argued intensely in front of Meng Qiuzhen. They were on the verge of fighting. Meng Qiuzhen was about to persuade them, but he suddenly had a thought and shut his mouth. Oh my, look at my bad temper. Brat, you are asking for a beating. The bald youngster rubbed his head as he gritted his teeth and attacked. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Huang Xiaomi did not back down. He also attacked. The two started to fight. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Meng Qiuzhen shouted as he retreated rapidly. He was immortal now. He could not resist a Goo Master's battle. But thankfully, be it Huang Xiaomi or the bald youngster, they cared about Meng Qiuzhen. When Meng Qiuzhen retreated to a safe distance, they used their gu cultivation methods. After a few rounds, Huang Xiaomi fell into a disadvantage. He was not the bald youngster's match. This ruffian is so strong. Meng Qiuzhen was slightly surprised. He knew Huang Xiaomi's strength. After all, he had impersonated him in the first and second scenes of the Dream Realm. But to think that the bald youngster was so strong, he was already suppressing Huang Xiaomi. Wait, you are not a human. You are a variant human. The bald youngster suddenly shouted. The battle was too intense. Huang Xiaomi's identity was exposed. Great, you spy. Why did you sneak into my two-clan village? You must be up to no good. Ha ha ha. I am going to make a huge contribution this time. The bald youngster continued to shout. All of you attack. He is a mushroom man. There is no need to talk about human morality with him. Shameless and despicable. If you are a man, fight me alone. Huang Xiaomi was outnumbered. After being captured, he shouted unwillingly. Ha ha ha. If you capture me, I will be two clans' hero. The bald youngster laughed as he kicked the immobile Huang Xiaomi. You variant human. Just lie there obediently. Chapter 2163. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head, purposely saying anxiously, Brother Xiaomi is a good person. Before he finished, the bald youngster interrupted him, shouting in a hurry. It was indeed the mushroom man that threatened Lady Xiaofang. We will go to the village now and report to the elders. Let's go. Under everyone's gazes, Meng Qiuzhen went with the flow, going deep into two-clan village with the bald youngster and Huang Xiaomi. Along the way, the bald youngster whispered to Meng Qiuzhen, Sister Xiaofang, you have to report later, otherwise, even you will be implicated. The mushroom man is not a good person. He is dead for sure. Meng Qiuzhen did not speak. Huang Xiaomi, who was tied up and unable to move, shouted, That's right. I lied to Fang Tu and forced her. If you capture me, it will bring huge trouble to your two clan. Someone will definitely come and save me. Huang Xiaomi was saved by Fang Tu. He clearly did not want to implicate his benefactor. Thus he purposely said this. The bald youngster eventually sent Huang Xiaomi to two clan villages' prison, receiving praise and encouragement from two clans' elders. After everyone dispersed, the bald youngster invited Meng Qiuzhen to his house. It is late. Sister Xiaofang, come to our house for dinner and stay here temporarily. When we were neighbors, we often played together. Also, if my mother sees you, she will definitely be very happy. So this green beast has such a relationship with Fang Tu? Meng Qiuzhen nodded, following the development of the plot. Soon, Meng Qiuzhen followed the bald youngster to his house. This was an ordinary two-storied bamboo house. Only the bald youngster and his mother lived here. Pushing open the kitchen door, the bald youngster shouted, Mother, who did I bring back for you? It's you, Lady Xiaofang. It has been many days. Are your parents well? The bald youngster's mother was very enthusiastic. They are doing well, thank you, Auntie. Meng Qiuzhen said perfunctorily. The bald youngster's mother nodded, smiling brightly. Since Xiaofang is here, you can go and have a seat. I will cook some dishes. The bald youngster could not wait to show off. Mother, you have to cook more delicious food today. This is your son's celebration feast. You stinking brat, what are you up to now? The bald youth's mother frowned. The bald youth patted his chest. Mother, I, your son, have really made a great contribution this time. I caught a mushroom man on the streets and sent him to the clan's prison. What? The bald youth's mother paused. The bald youth hurriedly recounted the incident. The bald youngster's mother frowned as she looked at Meng Qiuzhen. Little Fang, this rascal likes to talk nonsense. Is what he said true? It is true. Meng Qiuzhen nodded before adding. But Big Brother Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi is really a good person. She hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by the bald young man once more. All right, Lil Fong, I've already warned you many times. You can say this at home, but don't whisper it outside. All right. The bald youth's mother waved her hand. Brat, we've run out of soy sauce. Go to the shop on the corner and buy some soy sauce. Ah, go quickly. How can we cook without soy sauce? Oh, all right. After the bald youngster left, Aunt walked to Meng Qiuzhen. Come, Xiao Fong, tell Aunt what is going on. Thus, the dream realm's third scene passed like this. The fourth scene arrived, late at night, in the underground prison. Changed identities again? Meng Qiuzhen regained his senses and immediately discovered this abnormality. He broke away from his mortal Fong 2 identity and became a Gu master again. Moreover, his cultivation had reached rank 4. You are actually the bald youth's mother? Meng Qiuzhen soon discovered that the bald youth's mother was a mushroom man. Meng Qiuzhen immediately guessed. I'm afraid my current identity is that Huangwan. This dream realm came from Paradise Earth. The unique thing was that the identities in each scene were not fixed. Maybe I can even act as Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the following dream realms. Meng Qiuzhen smiled. Until now, he had not seen Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the dream realm. In the first scene, Meng Qiuzhen learned that Huang Xiaomi's Mushroom Man tribe had a former witch, Huangwan. She was very strong and was the only doctor who had hope of curing the Mushroom Man plague. However, he learned from the Mushroom Man granny that this former witch, Huangwan, seemed to have been expelled from the tribe for some reason. This Mushroom Man Huangwan concealed her identity and lived in a human force, 2 clan village. To conceal her identity perfectly, she even adopted a human youngster. If that bald youth knew that his mother was also a mushroom man, I wonder what expression he would have. Meng Qiuzhen smiled. He used a short period of time to familiarize himself with the goo worms on him. He had a complete set of goo worms. They covered offense, defense, movement, healing, and other aspects from some of the supplementary goo worms. Meng Qiuzhen acutely sensed that these goo worms could be used together to form mortal killer moves. Unfortunately, the current situation did not allow it. Meng Qiuzhen could not test the combination of killer moves. The third scene has already given us a clear clue. Even though this Mushroom Man Huangwan was expelled from the tribe, she clearly cares about the Mushroom Man tribe. She came to save Huang Xiaomi that night. I need to act quickly. Meng Qiuzhen immediately set off, entering the underground prison. The structure of the underground prison was very simple. It could be seen at a glance. Soon, he found Huang Xiaomi, who was chained to the wall at the deepest part of the prison. Meng Qiuzhen activated his goo worms and silently melted the lock on the door. Huang Xiaomi, wake up. Meng Qiuzhen quickly arrived in front of Huang Xiaomi, wanting to check his condition. Suddenly, Huang Xiaomi self-detonated, turning into dust that covered Meng Qiuzhen's body. Soon after, the clanging of the alarm bell caused the guards to shout out. Moreover, the entire prison started to shine with dark yellow light. A concealed goo formation activated, sealing the surroundings. Oh no, it is a trap! Meng Qiuzhen helplessly found that Huang Xiaomi had already vanished. He quickly retreated and used poison goo to corrode the goo formation, but there was little effect. Audacious! You dare to break into my 2-clan village. Just like that captive said, someone will definitely come to save him. Humph! Surrender obediently, and I can spare your life. The 2 elders had similar faces. They were twins. They moved along the goo formation and arrived in front of Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen smiled coldly and started fighting. After fighting for 60 rounds, he was defeated and captured by the 2 elders. The dream realm dissipated at this point. I failed. Meng Qiuzhen's soul returned to his body as he sighed. Paradise Earth's dream realm was not easy to explore, but Meng Qiuzhen was very experienced. He only failed when he reached the 4th stage. His soul was heavily injured. Mang Qiuzhen healed his injuries as he reflected. Those two elders are very strong. Not only do they have rank 4 cultivation level, they also have great coordination when fighting. It is like they are one person. Not only do I have to fight these two elders, I also have to deal with the Gu formation. I am at a disadvantage. Of course, there is another reason. I am not familiar with the poison path Gu worms in my hands. Using this chance, I might as well deduce it and find the hidden poison path killer move. There is another reason. Mang Qiuzhen reflected deeply. He realized his restlessness in the dream realm. Although that fake Huang Xiaomi had managed to hide from his preliminary detection method. But if he had a normal mentality, he would not have rashly entered the cell. He would have used Gu worms to investigate the situation. Back then, Huang Wan must have been very restless. Thus, I was unknowingly infected by this restlessness and lost my usual judgment. The previous 3 stages of the dream realm also had emotional disturbances, but Mang Qiuzhen suppressed them. At the 4th stage, the dream realm's emotions were far more natural than the previous 3 stages. This was also one of the difficulties in exploring dream realms. Using this time to rest, Mang Qiuzhen quickly deduced 5 poison path killer moves. Most of them used Be Poison Gu as the core. After entering the dream realm again, Mang Qiuzhen inspected patiently. He was surprised to find that not only was Huang Xiaomi fake, the entire underground prison was fake as well. This is a fake prison. The real cell is 1 floor below. The main part of the Gu formation is also 1 floor below. Mang Qiuzhen carefully entered the real prison. 2 Clan Village's true prison was unexpectedly complex. It had a grand aura to it. The prison was like an ant's nest. There were countless tunnels that intersected with each other. Mang Qiuzhen felt like he was in a fog. He was dazzled. The entire mountain seems to have been penetrated. It has turned into a prison. This 2 Clan Village is clearly an ordinary force. How could they do this? No, there are traces of a tunnel here. Mang Qiuzhen explored carefully. He soon found traces of a tunnel in one of the 10 earths. This mountain is definitely a famous mountain. It actually contains a natural tunnel. 2 Clan Village made use of the tunnel to develop it slightly and gain a lot of resources. No wonder they could nurture 2 rank for elders. Mang Qiuzhen wandered around 2 clans' underground prison. 9 out of 10 rooms in the underground prison were empty. There were far more beasts than mortals. After spending some time, Mang Qiuzhen still could not find any clues. During this process, the dream realm expended a lot of his soul foundation. It's those 2 Gu masters. Mang Qiuzhen suddenly heard the sounds of Gu cultivators moving through the tunnel ahead. He quickly dodged to the side, hiding. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 Gu masters flew out of the tunnel. It's those 2 rank for elders. Mang Qiuzhen was observing secretly. He immediately recognized them. It turned out that they had been in the underground prison all along. That was why they were the first to arrive at the fake prison. The 2 elders talked as they walked. This Mushroom Man prisoner is quite tight-lipped. He actually endured so much torture. Even if he did not say it, we already knew that there was a Mushroom Man tribe around 2 Clan Village. It is just that we did not know their exact location. Right? We must get the exact location of the Mushroom Man tribe from this prisoner and eliminate them. Chapter 2164. The 2 elders gradually stopped, and both of them went into another tunnel. Swoosh, swoosh. The 2 quickly left this place. Mang Qiuzhen's eyes flickered. The scene in front of him made him recall a scene in his mind. In the 500 years of my previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a super clan had appeared in southern border. They were called 2 Clan. This clan's Gu immortals were most skilled at digging tunnels and using them to roam around and fight. Is it related to this 2 Clan village? There were several possibilities. Firstly, 2 Clan village's inheritance was excavated by someone. Secondly, 2 clan villages' descendant bloodline was passed down. They ascended during the era of dream realms, or they already had go-immortals who were living in seclusion. Thirdly, someone from 2 clan village revived in the graveyard. Meng Qiuzhen followed the 2 rank 4 elders and successfully found Huang. Xiaomi was curled up in a corner of the cell. He had already fallen asleep. This time, Meng Qiuzhen was still vigilant. After finding no signs of traps, he quietly entered the cell. He immediately found that Huang Xiaomi was in a terrible state. He was on the verge of death. Huang Xiaomi had the Mushroom Man plague to begin with. It was very fatal. If his resistance was not strong enough, he would die from the disease. Today he fought with the bald youngster and was interrogated by the 2 elders. His body was already covered in mushrooms. If Meng Qiuzhen had not arrived in time, Huang Xiaomi would have died in a few breaths of time. Meng Qiuzhen thought to himself, it was a close shave. If he had been any later, his dream realm exploration might have ended in failure again. He immediately tried to save him. Thankfully, he was prepared. The mushrooms on Huang Xiaomi's body shrunk until they all went back into Huang Xiaomi's body. Who are you? Huang Xiaomi opened his eyes with difficulty. His vision was still blurry. Meng Qiuzhen answered directly. I am Huangwan. I have already used a killer move to suppress the Mushroom Man plague in your body. Your situation is too bad. Your vitality is almost depleted. You cannot rashly pluck out the mushrooms. It will cost you your life. Huang Xiaomi quickly thanked. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Sigh, it is still too early to say this. Let's go out first. I will research this plague. You do not have much time, Meng Qiuzhen said. Currently, he had not developed a poison path killer move that could cure Huang Xiaomi's illness. Maybe the next scene would be him curing the Mushroom Man plague. Of course, this was only his guess. Earlier, he had been searching for Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen did not have the chance to use Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo. Thus, he did not know about the following dream realm. You have to persevere, let's go. Meng Qiuzhen immediately helped Huang Xiaomi up and left stealthily. Who would have thought that he would bump into the bald young man on his way? Stop right there. Just as I expected. Someone has come to save you. The bald youth roared. The 2 clan elders followed behind him, both shocked and furious. How dare you, despicable thief! You actually dare to break into a prison. Quickly activate the formation and capture this person as well. The moment he said that, the goo formation activated. The 2 elders attacked, while the bald youngster assisted from the side. Meng Qiuzhen sighed he could only fight. He had many poison path killer moves this time. He could fight evenly with the other party. But very quickly, the bald young man saw through Huang Xiaomi's weakness and attacked Huang Xiaomi. Huang Xiaomi could not resist at all. He became a huge burden to Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen could only grit his teeth and continue to help Huang Xiaomi, but he lost the initiative and was suppressed by the 2 elders. Eventually, Huang Xiaomi was killed by the bald young man. He breathed his last. Variant human mushroom men. Everyone has the right to kill them. The bald young man shouted. He was filled with righteousness and excitement. At the next moment, the dream realm shattered. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture, healing his injuries as he summarized. I used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo earlier to investigate this dream realm, but I did not find the bald young man. To think that when I explored this dream realm to a certain stage, the dream realm would change and form a new person. Why did the bald young man come to the underground prison? Judging from his tone, it seems like he has discovered my tracks. What method did he use to find me? Don't tell me he already discovered the secret of his birth, that his mother is a mushroom man variant human? So he played along with me? After his soul injuries healed, Meng Qiuzhen explored the dream realm again with doubts. The route did not change. Meng Qiuzhen arrived at the prison cell very early. He hid in a corner, listening to Huang Xiaomi's screams and curses as he was tortured. These two rank 4 elders had great strength, and most importantly, they had the help of a gu formation. Meng Qiujin did not intend to use force. After the previous 2 failures after accumulating experience, his strength was probably even higher than the main character, Huangwan. But his greatest weakness was still Huang Xiaomi. The previous failures had proven that as long as Huang Xiaomi died, the dream realm exploration would fail. It seemed that this dream realm wanted him to rescue Huang. Xiaomi Meng Qiuzhen waited patiently. After the 2 elders left, he went to Huang Xiaomi's side. Without waking him up, Meng Qiuzhen directly used a poison path killer move to get rid of the Mushroom Man plague in Huang Xiaomi. Next, Meng Qiuzhen woke Huang Xiaomi up. Huang Xiaomi learned that he was cured. He was overjoyed. "Thank you, Senior. Senior, please save the Mushroom Man tribe. Many tribesmen are infected with this plague." Meng Qiuzhen nodded. He gave Huang Xiaomi some poison goo so that he could fight. Huang Xiaomi did not need Meng Qiuzhen's help. He managed to sneak away with Meng Qiuzhen. But this time, he was still discovered by the bald youngster. "Stop. As I expected, someone is here to save you." The bald youngster was very excited. Meng Qiuzhen had a strange expression. He asked, "I used many methods to conceal my traces. How did you find out?" The bald youngster chuckled. "I'm not afraid to tell you. I have great talent. I created a move called Rustic Chi. After this Mushroom Man was captured by me, I secretly used this tracking killer move. How could you unravel it in such a short time?" "Not bad, not bad. Even though you have an outsider surname, you have talent." "Very good. It's all thanks to you today that we brothers discovered this dangerous situation. We will remember your great merit." The 2 rank 4 elders had a whole new level of respect for the bald youngster. "Thank you, lords." The bald youngster was extremely excited. He acted like a lackey. "I will definitely perform well." Meng Qiuzhen. After a huge battle, Huang Xiaomi still died. Meng Qiuzhen's 3rd exploration failed again. After a deep reflection, he went for the 4th exploration. This time he sneaked in ahead of time and hid in a corner. After the 2 elders left, he immediately entered the prison cell and cured Huang Xiaomi of the plague. He even gave him a healing goo worm. "Stay here and heal yourself. Remember not to step out of the prison cell. There is a tracking method on you. If you move carelessly, the enemy will find out." Meng Qiuzhen said, "After I get rid of the crucial goo master and you see this healing goo worm flying in the air, immediately leave." Huang Xiaomi was very obedient. He quickly nodded. "I will listen to Senior's arrangements." Meng Qiuzhen made the necessary arrangements and immediately left the prison cell. On the other side, the dream realm changed. A bald youngster appeared. The bald youngster was summoned by the 2 elders. He was on his way when Meng Qiuzhen suddenly attacked him. Even though the bald youngster had high strength, he was not Meng Qiuzhen's match. Not to mention this was a sneak attack that Meng Qiuzhen had planned for a long time. The bald youngster died on the spot. But Meng Qiuzhen found that he could not move. An intense feeling of sorrow, guilt, and regret filled his heart. He could not control himself. What is going on? It seems that the bald youngster cannot be killed. Maybe because they have been together for a long time. This Mushroom Man Huangwan has already treated her fake son as her real son. This emotion was so intense that even with Meng Qiuzhen's nature, he could not suppress it. Mushroom Man Huangwan's body was shaking. Tears were flowing down her face. She could not stop them. Clang, 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 clang. The alarm suddenly rang. The goo formation activated again. The 2 elders charged towards Meng Qiuzhen. They definitely did not see the bald youngster. They became suspicious after a long time. Thus they rushed over to investigate. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen's exploration also ended in failure. So this son cannot be killed. Meng Qiuzhen was troubled. because Meng Qiujin could not unravel that earthy chi killer move. Even though this killer move was a mortal killer move, Meng Qiujin did not know what goo worms were used. And most importantly, even if he knew, would the goo worms he had be effective against it? If only I knew how many goo worms the bald youngster has. Unfortunately, I have already missed the best time to investigate. In the third scene, Fang Yuan was Fang Tu's identity. If he tried to probe around, since the bald youngster was interested in Fang Tu, he should be able to get some clues. Earlier, when Fang Tu was selling mushrooms, the bald youngster was teasing her. It was a good opportunity. But back then, Meng Qiujin did not realize this, because through dream butterfly immortal goo, he could not see the scene. After all, the bald youngster did not exist beforehand. It was only after Meng Qiujin successfully rescued Huang Xiaomi that the dream realm changed and the bald youngster appeared. Right now, Meng Qiujin had already probed the scene. The previous few scenes had already disappeared. After careful consideration, Meng Qiujin stepped into the dream realm again. This time he did not get close to the prison cell, he hid at the side. It was useless, even if he got there in advance, because Meng Qiujin had to wait for the two elders to leave before he could enter and save Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiujin made arrangements on the path that the two elders had to pass. He used Create Dream Immortal Goo to create a new complex tunnel along the way. After making the arrangements, Meng Qiujin came to the prison cell. The two elders had just left. He immediately saved Huang Xiaomi, but he did not leave him in the cell. He brought him away. The two elders were about to meet the bald youngster, but they lost their way. With this crucial buffer time, Meng Qiujin successfully brought Huang Xiaomi away. During this period, the bald youngster chased after them and wanted to stop them. Chapter 2165. The Goo Masters reacted and quickly retreated. Meng Qiujin stomped his foot. With a loud sound, the ground caved in. A Goo Master was caught off guard. He fell into the trap. You want to control me with this method. He was just about to fly out of the pit when he saw Meng Qiujin holding a huge rock the size of a horse carriage, throwing it down. Don't bam! The huge rock smashed down, smashing the Goo Master into the pit. He lost all signs of life. Soon, blood started to flow out from the bottom of the rock. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You are actually trying to kill a Tu clan member. The remaining two Goo Masters witnessed all of this, their hearts palpitating in fear. Weren't you guys unconvinced? Meng Qiujin smiled maliciously, getting closer. Even though the bald youngster had limited goo worms, with Meng Qiujin's battle attainment, how could these mortal Goo Masters be his match? In just a few moves, they were all beaten to the ground by him. Stop, stop, I surrender. The Goo Masters quickly begged for mercy. The sixth scene of the dream realm. Meng Qiujin became the Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi again. His injuries had healed. The Mushroom Man plague was also successfully cured by Huang Wan's secret treatment. Huang Xiaomi obtained some poison goo from Huang Wan. Using these poison goo to form killer moves, he could completely get rid of the plague that was harming the Mushroom Man tribe. Huang Xiaomi sneaked away secretly. There were Goo Masters patrolling the surroundings of Tu Clan Village. A group of rank 2 Goo Masters, a total of 5 people, were advancing in the forest. Stop, rest here. The leader suddenly stretched out his hand, instructing. The group had just rested when a colorless and odorless poison gas spread. Bam, bam, bam. These 5 Goo Masters immediately fell to the ground, unconscious. Huang Wan's Poison Path Killer move is only effective against rank 3 and below Goo Masters. But in battle, there is no aura. It is very valuable. Meng Qiujin evaluated in his mind before setting off again. He could not kill these 2 clan Goo Masters, even if they had no strength to resist. Once he killed them, Tu Clan Village would be alerted and chase after them. But a change happened right in front of Meng Qiujin. The dream realm suddenly changed. The bald youngster led a group of Gu masters. They encountered Meng Qiuzhen. Variant human scoundrel, you are still here? Stop right there. Where do you think you're going? The bald young man was taken aback for a moment before he roared and led his team in pursuit. It seems that such a thing also happened in history. Meng Qiuzhen was helpless. Dream butterfly immortal Gu could not detect this change. In fact, even if Meng Qiuzhen detected this change, he could not do anything about it. Because no matter what route he chose, under the transformation of the dream realm, the bald youngsters group would always appear in front of Meng Qiuzhen. From another point of view, this was also a necessary process in exploring dreams. Only by getting rid of the bald youth's pursuit would he be able to successfully pass through this dream. An exciting battle of pursuit and killing unfolded between the two sides. The bald youngster chased them all the way, but Huang Xiaomi had recovered his strength. He did not linger. He escaped from time to time and set up ambushes to kill the other Gu masters in the trapping group. The bald youngster was Huang Wan's son. For the sake of safety, Meng Qiuzhen did not attack him. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen successfully got rid of the pursuers. The bald youth stood behind him and could not catch up. He shouted, "Mushroom Man thief, I will remember you. Sooner or later, I will kill you." The enmity between the two of them deepened. 7th scene of the dream realm. 8th scene of the dream realm. 9th scene of the dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen acted as the bald youngster, Green Beast. At other times he acted as Huang Xiaomi. With the poison path killer move that Huang Xiaomi brought back, the Mushroom Man tribe finally got rid of the plague. But war came. Even though the Mushroom Man tribe's gathering place was not discovered, under 2 clan villages' forceful search, they could not hide for long. Both sides sent their own Gu masters to engage in small-scale battles. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but heroes also emerged as a result. 2 clan village had the bald youngster, Huang Wan's godson, and the Mushroom Man side had Huang Xiaomi, Huang Wan's clansman. The two often interacted and fought against each other. As they competed, their strength rose rapidly. They advanced to rank 4 at the same time. Many of their clansmen and comrades died in each other's hands. They became each other's greatest enemies. Finally, it was the 12th scene of the dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen acted as Huang Xiaomi and set up a trap using the tactic of sowing discord. 2 clan villages higher-ups became wary of the bald youngster. Green Beast did not have the surname Tu after all. He was not a true Tu clan member. The Mushroom Man side set up an inconspicuous trap. It seemed to be the Mushroom Man tribe's true gathering place. 2 clan villages higher-ups immediately sent the bald youngster to probe the danger. Even though the bald youngster knew something was amiss, he was not sure. After investigating, the bald youngster was ambushed and fell into a life-and-death situation. Green Beast, today will be the day of your death. Huang Xiaomi roared. He commanded his troops to encircle and annihilate the human race, which had only a few people left. Even if I die, I will drag 10 times the number of mushroom men down with me. The bald youngster screamed. He was bathed in blood and injuries, but his fighting spirit was high. Even the surrounding Mushroom Man Gu masters recognized that this person was a brave warrior of the enemy. Finally, the bald youngster lost all his strength. His primeval essence was expended. He was alone, and there were dozens of Mushroom Man corpses around him. You variant humans won't live for long. Damn it, damn it. I have the will to kill the enemy, but I have no strength. The bald youngster smiled coldly. He knelt on the ground, but still held his head high. He shouted at Meng Qiuzhen, "Huang Xiaomi, come and kill me. Even though I will die in your hands today, I was defeated by 2 clans' elder scheme. You finally understand." Meng Qiuzhen smiled coldly. He walked forward and was about to kill when a change occurred. Huang uncovered her face and suddenly appeared. A wave of white poisonous smoke spread out. successfully saving the bald youngster. But at the next moment, another human Gu Master attacked. He had rank 5 cultivation level. Boom! With a loud sound, the human Gu Master not only dispersed the white smoke, everyone's vision cleared up, he even obstructed Huang Wan. Huang Wan supported the bald youngster as they landed at the edge of the battlefield. Village leader! The bald youngster saw the rank 5 human Gu Master and was overjoyed. He looked at the female Gu Master who saved him. Chapter 2166. At this time, 2 clan villages Gu Masters came from all directions, surrounding the mushroom men and Huang Wan and her son. The mushroom men were surrounded. They panicked. Huang Xiaomi shouted, "Don't panic. I have already asked for reinforcements from the tribe. They will stop us soon. Before that, we need to hold on." The mushroom man Gu Masters forced themselves to calm down. 2 clan villages leader did not attack. He took a few steps forward as he looked at Huang Wan with a complex expression. "Wan, heir, it is you after all." Huang Wan snorted coldly. "What do you want?" Once she said that, the bald young man heard it. His heart and mind shook as he cried out, "Mother!" Her identity was exposed. Huang Wan removed her disguise and returned to her original appearance. At this point, "I can't hide it from you any more, rascal." Huang Wan looked at the bald young man as she sighed deeply. Her expression was bleak. The mushroom man Gu Masters were shocked. This is the previous generation which... Why did the previous generation which saved the human Gu Master Green Beast? From their words, they seemed to be mother and son. So Huang Wan was chased out of the tribe because she had an affair with 2 clan villages leader. She even gave birth to a son. The truth was displayed in front of everyone. Soon, the cause and effect was revealed by everyone. "Mother, are you really my mother? Are they speaking the truth?" The bald young man's heart and mind shook. He could not control himself. For a long time, he had been a pure human. To think that he was a mixed blood of a mushroom man and a human. Huang Wan sighed deeply. "They are speaking the truth. Mother has let you down. I hid it from you for so long." The bald young man took in a deep breath as he took a few steps back, looking at Huang Wan with wide eyes. He had never seen his mother who looked like a mushroom man. Because the secret of his birth was exposed, he could not accept it immediately. 2 clan villages leader looked at the bald young man deeply before turning to Huang Wan. "Wan heir, is he really our son? I did not expect that after you left me back then, you stayed and hid in 2 clan village. You even raised our son. It has been hard on you all these years." Huang Wan snorted coldly. "You are 2 clan villages leader. I am the witch of the mushroom man tribe. We cannot be together. But the child is innocent. There is only one reason why I stayed in 2 clan village. That is for my son. He is of mixed blood, and the tribe cannot accept him. Thus, all these years I have been thinking of letting him grow in 2 clan village, and finally reveal my cards to you, allowing you to take him in." At this point, Huang Wan looked at the bald young man and said softly, "When you were young, didn't you always ask who my father was? Now you know. Nyangqin has Nyangqin's plans, but man proposes and God disposes. Today's situation is absolutely not what Nyangqin had imagined. Child, no matter what the result is, no matter how much you hate me, no matter how much you hate your father, Mother wants you to remember one thing, living in this world. No matter if you are a human, a mushroom man, or mixed blood, you have to be happy. Don't be entangled in hatred. Only with an open mind will you be able to see the vast world. So I named you Paradise." Meng Qiu Zhen's heart shook. What green beast is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? He's actually a mixed blood, but how could a mixed blood become one of the 10 great venerables of the human race? No wonder when I acted as Huang Wan and killed Paradise Earth, my emotions overwhelmed me and caused the exploration to fail. It turns out that my previous deduction was wrong. They really are mother and son. Mother, don't say any more. Paradise Earth shook his head, retreating again as he looked at Huang Wan in disbelief. You! Why are you a mushroom man? Huang Wan's heart shook. Ah, Lu, you have been living among humans since you were young. I know you cannot accept it, but boom! The ground behind Huang Wan broke open as a two-clan rank for elder broke out of the ground and attacked Huang Wan's back. Huang Wan was caught off guard. She was sent flying and coughed out blood in the air. This two-clan rank for elder used this move but had no strength to chase after her. He said with a ruthless expression, Huang Wan, back then it was you who rescued Huang Xiaomi, and my own brother died, tragically in your hands. For today, I painstakingly cultivated this move, breaking earth, shattering life. How does it feel? Ha ha ha. Mother. Paradise Earth subconsciously ran towards Huang Wan. It was Lady Huang Wan who resolved the plague of our Mushroom Man tribe. Quickly, save her! Meng Qiuzhen shouted. It's too late. 2 clan villages men, kill them all. 2 clan villages leader shouted as he unleashed an all-out attack. The Mushroom Man Gu Masters quickly faced the enemy. They could not even take care of themselves. Lord Village Leader. Paradise Earth could not call out Father in his urgency. He protected Huang Wan as he looked at 2 clan villages leader in disbelief. Paradise Earth was not a 3-year-old child. He was experienced in battles and knew people's hearts. Earlier, 2 clan villages leader used words to distract Huang Wan. He used Paradise Earth to distract her and protect the 2 clan elder, allowing the latter to succeed in his sneak attack. You still made this choice. Huang Wan stared at 2 clan villages leader, her former lover, with a cold expression. The situation was urgent. There was no time to heal her. She decisively suppressed her injuries and quickly stood up. I am 2 clan villages leader. I need to be responsible for all of my clansmen. Furthermore, exterminating variant humans is the righteous cause of humanity. 2 clan villages leader snorted coldly as he charged over. You are so ruthless! Huang Wan shouted as she pushed Paradise Earth away, fighting against 2 clan villages leader. Bam, bam, bam. The 2 fought with a huge commotion. The shock waves spread out as Gu Masters who could not dodge in time died. Thus, the surrounding Gu Masters immediately took a detour, creating a huge battlefield for these 2 people. Stop fighting! Paradise Earth was extremely anxious. He lost his head out of fear and shouted repeatedly. His condition was at rock bottom. He could not participate in this. Ah, Lu, quickly leave! Huang Wan shouted. Ah, Lu, you are a mixed blood, but you are also my son. I have seen all of your battle achievements. Hurry up and help the Stockade Village. These mushroom men deserve to die. 2 clan villages, leader shouted. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Paradise Earth's body was shaking. He was completely out of his wits. A cold light flashed in 2 clan village heads' eyes as he thought of a plan. His cultivation level was higher than Huang Wan, and the latter was ambushed and injured, allowing 2 clan village head to have the upper hand and control the battle. 2 clan villages had purposely pressured Huang Wan to get close to a certain 2 clan Gu Master. This 2 tribe Gu Master had unfortunately fallen into Huang Wan's attack range, but his cultivation was only rank 2. Huang Wan did not think much. She struck this 2 clan Gu Master and killed him on the spot. No. Paradise screamed and subconsciously ran over. It turned out that this 2 clan Gu Master was his close comrade. They had gone through life and death together many times. Go away, Ah Lu! Seeing Lu Tu barge in, Huang Wan turned pale with fright. 2 clan village head took the chance to attack. Bang, bang, bang. 3 strikes landed on Huang Wan, causing her to faint on the spot. Mother! Lu Tu shouted as he used his body to block 2 clan village heads' path, protecting Huang Wan behind him. Don't hurt my mother! Killing intent surged in two clan village heads' eyes. Just as he was about to attack, a battle cry resounded from afar. It's the Mushroom Man tribe's reinforcements. Their tribe leader is here too. Two clan village head squinted as he thought to himself, "We did not bring many people this time. They are all elites. It is not worth it to exchange blows with these Mushroom Man army. Furthermore, so what if we win? As long as the Mushroom Man tribe's base is not found, they will not lose." Thinking of this, two clan village head ordered, "Retreat." "What are you doing?" Seeing that two clan village head was getting closer, the bald young man, Lutu, asked nervously. Two clan village head sighed as a gentle expression flashed across his face. "Lutu, I will not attack you. You are my son after all, but your mother is a Mushroom Man. It's the foreign races." Two clan village head's voice suddenly rose. "Do you want to join the variant humans?" Two clan village head asked again. Lutu gritted his teeth and did not speak. "All these years, how many Mushroom Men have you killed? Even if you want to join them, will they take you in?" Two clan village head sneered. Lutu snorted coldly as he stared at two clan village head. "I want my mother to live. If you do anything to her, I will not let you off." Two clan village head chuckled. "You are still protecting your mother now. Any later and she will die from her injuries." This. Lutu was at a loss. Two clan village head suddenly attacked, knocking Lutu unconscious with one palm strike and bringing the mother and son away. "Kill! Kill these humans! Get Huang Wan back! She knows the secret of the tribe's living area!" The Mushroom Man Gu masters chased relentlessly. Meng Qiuzhen, who was acting as Huang Xiaomi, was among them, but he was only cheering them on. He did not do anything. Because he had already used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to investigate the next scene. The Mushroom Man Gu master's pursuit was futile. Meng Qiuzhen successfully arrived at the next scene. This time, he became Huang Wan again. He was chained to his shoulder blades, his primeval essence was completely depleted. He had no strength left. In the dark cell, the door was suddenly opened. Two clan villages head walked in. Meng Qiuzhen squinted from the previous scene. This was clearly a formidable character. Two clan villages head laughed. He came prepared. "You know my motive, but don't reject me. Let me show you this first." Two clan villages head took out an information path goo worm. Immediately, a scene floated in the air as it started to appear vividly. In a luxuriously decorated bedroom, two clan villages head opened the door and saw Lu Tuesday. "I heard from my subordinates that you woke up, so I came to see you immediately. My son." Two clan villages head had a warm expression. Lu Tu was covered in bandages. He stood up from the bed, but his body shook as he sat down on the bed. "How's my mother now?" Paradise Earth blurted out with an anxious expression. "P.S. A portion of the previous chapter was missing yesterday. It was uploaded by mistake. It has been fixed. Please remember this book's domain name." Writing Pen Chinese mobile version website. Chapter 2167. Two clan villages head sighed deeply. "Your mother is a great mother. For your sake, she took the risk to live in Two Clan Village." Two Clan Village's head changed the topic. "But I cannot let her go. She is a Mushroom Man of foreign race. You know that these Mushroom Men are. Those who are not of the same race have different intentions. The best outcome for these Mushroom Men is death. But you are different. You are my son. You know that I have no children. You are my only son. Ah Lu, come and help father. Only father can accept you. This Two Clan Village is your home. Father owes you a lot. Father will do his best to make it up to you. After this battle, you have already accumulated enough merits. I know that you want the Tu surname. Originally, the village still needs to be examined, but father will allow it. From today onwards, you are a true Tu clan member. You have the Tu surname, You're no longer Lu Tu. You are Tulu. Child, father is proud of you. This is your new life. Lu Tu laughed. His laughter was filled with mockery and sorrow. The goal that he once yearned for was finally realized, but he did not feel happy at all. I do not want the Tu surname, all the merits that I have made for Tu clan village over these years. I will use them to exchange for my mother's life. Lu Tu shouted, but Tu clan village's head was expressionless. He shook his head with a firm attitude. Lu Tu gritted his teeth. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He pointed at Tu clan village's head. If you kill my mother, I will not live alone. Moreover, I will fight you to the death. Allah, Tu clan village's head shouted coldly. Lu Tu did not speak. He only stared at Tu clan village's head. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. The father and son stared at each other. Finally, Tu clan village's head's expression relaxed. He shifted his gaze to the top of his head and let out a deep sigh. The sigh was filled with complicated emotions. There was anger, hatred, helplessness, and sorrow. Tu clan village's head looked deeply at Lu Tu as he sighed. All these years, father did not notice you at all. Father has let you down, my son. If father took care of you, I would not have ended up like this. Fine. Since it's father's fault, father will satisfy your request this time. Father will let your mother go. He will only let her go secretly. However, the Mushroom Man tribe must be eradicated. Not a single one shall be left alive. This is father's bottom line. It is also father's biggest concession as Tu clan village head. Ah Lu, you have to understand my difficulties. Paradise Earth's expression immediately relaxed. He swallowed his saliva. Lord, as long as you let my mother go, I don't care about those Mushroom Man tribes. All these years, Paradise Earth had been fighting with the Mushroom Man tribe. The hatred between the two sides was as deep as the sea. The only person he cared about was Huangwan. Good boy. Tu clan village head became excited. He patted Lu Tu's shoulder. But father cannot let your mother go now. You also know that although we have the advantage, as long as we cannot find the Mushroom Man tribe settlement, we cannot truly win. But your mother knows the secret of the Mushroom Man tribe. She knows how to find the Mushroom Man tribe. Allah, Dad, you have to help me. Persuade your mother. Let her tell us this secret. Dad promises you, as long as we eradicate the Mushroom Man tribe and get rid of Tu clan village's greatest threat, I will definitely let your mother go and let her live happily. This. Paradise Earth hesitated. Even though he wanted to eradicate the Mushroom Man tribe, he understood his mother's feelings towards the Mushroom Man tribe. Tu clan village head patted Paradise Earth's shoulder. He said in an understanding tone, Dad will not force you. Think about it. You are still injured. Recuperate. Dad will give you enough time to think about it. I believe in you. The video ended. Tu clan village head sneered. He approached Huangwan. Are you going to say it now? Or do you want your son to persuade you personally? Think about it, one heir. You can disregard your own life, but what about your son's life? If we really fall out, the two of you will not have a good time. I might not kill him either. I just need to send him to the front lines and let him fight with your tribesmen. What do you think? Oh, Mang Qiuzhen looked at Tu clan village head with an appreciative gaze. You are truly despicable and shameless. You are quite a character. Ha ha ha. Those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. You only saw through me now. It's too late. One heir. Tu clan village head laughed loudly, but he felt that Huangwan's gaze was not quite right. Mang Qiuzhen nodded with a serious expression. That is why I admire you. The laughter stopped abruptly. Tu clan village head had an expression of doubt. What did you just say? Mang Qiuzhen's attitude was straightforward. His gaze was bright and energetic. You do not need to go through so much trouble. Don't you want to know the location of the tribe? I will tell you directly. Tu clan village head was stunned. Mang Qiuzhen shrugged. During this period of time, he had used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate the next scene, and even the scene after that he obtained crucial information. In any case, when Two Clan Village's army attacked the Mushroom Man base, it was definitely because Two Clan Village had found out the secret location of the Mushroom Man tribe. Or maybe, in history, Huang Wan was tortured and even threatened by Two Clan Village head using Paradise Earth. She did not reveal the secret. But this was the dream realm. Huang Wan was not the real Huang Wan. She was Meng Qiuzhen. Not only will I tell you the location of the tribe, I will also tell you that there is a small path in the tribe that is very secretive. You can use the main force to attack while sending elites to sneak attack through the small path. Meng Qiuzhen suggested. Two Clan Village head, however, had a look of doubt on his face. Meng Qiuzhen was so cooperative, he did not believe him at all. Two Clan Village head was silent for a while before smiling coldly. You are already a prisoner. You dare to play with me like this? Good, very good. You do not care about your own son, but have such a cold heart. No, listen to me. I really want to tell you the answer. Meng Qiuzhen had a sincere expression, but Two Clan Village head shook his head, his smile becoming colder. I won't listen. Do you really think I will believe you? Can you verify it if I say it? Meng Qiuzhen rolled his eyes. Two Clan Village head continued to smile coldly. Do you think I am stupid? Wasn't the previous battle a trap set by your Mushroom Man tribe? This time, it must be a trap as well. You want to make me lose my elites. Meng Qiuzhen sighed deeply. If you do not verify it, what will you do next? If you do not know the Mushroom Man tribe's location, how will you attack it? Two Clan Village head laughed loudly. I am prepared. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped a few times before saying, Master Wu Xiao, please come out. Wu Xiao greets Two Clan Village head. A tall and thin Gu master with a grim expression appeared from the dream realm. I will let you know. This is Southern Border's famous great doctor, Wu Xiao. Do you think I am unprepared? Two Clan Village head introduced. Meng Qiuzhen sighed. Why go through so much trouble? Wu Xiao walked forward and used his Gu worms to inspect Meng Qiuzhen, reporting to village leader. This captive has tight defenses. If we soul search her, not only will her soul die, it will also cause a backlash and poison to the person who used it. Two Clan Village head nodded. Precisely so, I invited you here. Master Wu, you cultivate soul path. You use the soul to heal injuries. You are one of the 6 great doctors of Southern Border. In the current Southern Border, you are probably the only one who can counter the Mushroomman's poison path while preserving their souls. Wu Xiao smiled proudly. Village head is overpraising me. Please watch me do it now. Wu Xiao started to use his killer move against Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen grunted. Pain assaulted him continuously. His body trembled as he broke out in cold sweat. The dream realm activated at this moment. His soul foundation fell rapidly. Don't attack. Don't you want to know the location? Can't I tell you directly? Meng Qiuzhen shouted. You think I will believe you? Wan Er, I know you too well. Saying such words is an insult to me. Two Clan Village head waved his sleeves and snorted coldly. Ah! Meng Qiuzhen purposely screamed. I am telling the truth. Two Clan Village head was furious. You still dare to be stubborn. Aha! Meng Qiuzhen showed an expression of having his guard down. I can't take it anymore. I will tell you everything. Two Clan Village head waved his hand. Don't say it. I will soul search you even if you tell me. Meng Qiuzhen kept quiet. He understood now. This was the test of the dream realm that he had to endure. Some dream realms were like this. One had to expend their soul foundation to pass it. If the soul foundation was slightly weaker, the exploring Gu cultivator would die in this round. GUH. Suddenly, Dr. Wu Xiao coughed out blood. He took a few steps back. His forehead was covered in sweat as he breathed roughly. Purple blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. So amazing, so amazing. Poison hidden within poison. To think that there was such an exquisite method in this world. I fell for it accidentally. It seems that I have to use my final method. Wu Xiao turned to two clan village head as he reported. But there is a huge flaw in this method. What flaw? This method is considered a forceful soul search. The victim will go insane, but the words they say will be the truth. Two clan village head did not even look at Huangwan. He said without hesitation, "Master, please use your method. There is no need to hold back." Okay, Wu Xiao immediately started. A moment later, Huangwan went insane. She lost her rationality. This was the first time that Meng Qiuzhen encountered such a situation. Such a state also directly affected his thinking. "Tell me the location of the Mushroom Man tribe." Two clan village head asked. Meng Qiuzhen wanted to tell him the truth, but he said it instead. "Oh my hometown is in my heart." He. Huangwan started to laugh foolishly. "How do I enter the Mushroom Man tribe's gathering place?" Two clan village head continued to interrogate. "Use your legs to walk over. Of course, you can crawl over too." Ha ha ha. Huangwan started to laugh foolishly again. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese website mobile version. Chapter 2168. The two clans' stronghold head became anxious and interrogated. However, although Huangwan spoke the truth every time, her answers were irrelevant. Two clan village head did not get what he wanted. So he looked at Dr. Wu Xiao with an unfriendly gaze. Dr. Wu Xiao was also shocked. Impressive, impressive. This mushroomans was really too strong, even though she had completely lost her rationality and was in a state of complete insanity. However, it was precisely because of this that she became even purer, and her every action was based on her heart. In her heart, she would never betray the tribe, even if the tribe expelled her. Two clan village head, forgive me for being powerless. You. Two clan stronghold head was extremely angry, but he forcefully held it in. Then I shall invite Grandmaster Wu Xiao to rest first. In the cell, only two clan village head and Huangwan were left. Two clan village head sneered at Huangwan. Don't worry. Even if you are crazy, I can still make use of you. It's fine if I can't get you to speak. I'll capture more mushroom and higher-ups and let Master Wu Xiao take action. I don't believe that I can't find the location of your Mushroom Man tribe. Thus, in the next scene, Meng Qiuzhen turned into Huang. Xiaomi beside him were the elite Gu masters of the Mushroom Man tribe. In the deep night, they had already infiltrated two clan village. Big brother, little me. Feng Tu secretly responded. These years, Feng Tu had been taken care of by Huangwan and Paradise Earth. He started his cultivation path and was now a rank 2 Gu master. She had benefited a lot from Huangwan, and because of her fortuitous encounters, she always had a good impression of the Mushroom Man race. How is the situation? Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked. Feng Tu answered. Zhaiju's side has already prepared everything. Early tomorrow morning, he will publicly execute anti-Huangwan on the execution ground. On the other side, I've already scouted out the place where Paradise is imprisoned. All right, we'll split into two groups. One group will go to the execution ground and lay in ambush. The other way is to save Paradise Earth and give him the set of goo worms. Meng Qiuzhen instructed. The sky gradually brightened. Right when Huangwan was about to be beheaded, Meng Qiuzhen led the Mushroom Man Gu Masters to attack the execution ground. You guys really came. Two clans stronghold head laughed. Everything is within the stronghold master's expectations. The clan elders praised. Mother. On the other side, Paradise brought people to help. Two clan village head frowned. In the end, you still chose that side. Fine. Today I will place righteousness before family and correct all my past mistakes. Kill that mother and son. Try to capture as many of the other mushroom men as possible. A chaotic battle unfolded. Two clan village quickly gained the upper hand. This was a trap that they had set. The Mushroom Man tribe also expected this situation, but there was nothing they could do. Huang Wan was the shaman of the previous generation. She knew too many secrets of the tribe. She must not be allowed to stay in Two Clan Village. Huang Xiaomi and Paradise Earth sank into a bitter battle. There were strong enemies everywhere. Never would I have expected that there would be a time where we would have to fight side by side. Lu Tu looked to Huang Xiaomi and laughed bitterly. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly smiled. Don't worry, our reinforcements have arrived. At the crucial moment, the dream realm changed again. Large numbers of Mushroom Man Masters entered the battlefield. It turned out that the Mushroom Man tribe leader decided to stake it all on one throw. He led the entire tribe to launch a frenzied attack on Two Clan Village. Succeed, or die trying. Cut off all means of retreat. Most of Two Clan Village's higher-ups were at the execution ground. Two Clan Village's defenses were not up to scratch. The Mushroom Men army actually broke through the checkpoints and charged straight into Two Clan Village. A fierce battle broke out. The village leader and tribe leader were both rank 5. They fought against each other. Lu Tu and Huang Xiaomi's cooperation became the crucial factor in breaking the stalemate. They were too familiar with each other. Even though this was their first time working together, they had great teamwork. The two had rank 4 cultivation level. Once they worked together, their strength rose sharply. Even Two Clan Village's leader could not resist them. Eventually, the Mushroom Man tribe won. Two Clan Village lost miserably. The surviving Gu Masters escaped to the dungeon, resisting and struggling at death's door. Meanwhile, Two Clan Village's leader was heavily injured, on the verge of death. He was captured by the Mushroom Man tribe. Mother, what happened to you? Why are you like this? In the chaotic battle, Lu Tu did not hesitate to get injured. He finally saved his mother. But he found out that Huang Wan had gone completely insane. Huang Wan looked at Huang Xiaomi. Son, you must live a happy and safe life. That is why I named you Lu Tuesday. Come, give your mother a smile. Mother. Lu Tu's face was covered in tears. It is all my fault. If I did not barge in, you would not have been taken advantage of by the village leader. You would not have ended up like this. At this time, Wu Xiao was brought over. He quickly begged, Don't kill me. I know what is going on with your mother. Speak. Lu Tu shouted. Two Clan Village's leader, who was heavily injured, laughed coldly. Ha ha ha! Your mother is hopeless. She has gone completely insane. That's right, I am the one behind this. This great Dr. Wu Xiao is the main culprit. All of you will die. Lu Tu's expression was twisted. He was about to attack. Huang Wan suddenly stopped him. Don't kill. This is not good. You need to be kind to others. You rascal. Mother, you finally recognized me. Lu Tu cried loudly. Slap. Huang Wan suddenly slapped Lu Tu, stunning him. Who is your mother? My son is here. She pulled Huang Xiaomi and patted his chest. This is my son. Look at my son. Huang Wan flaunted in satisfaction. My son is so handsome, so tall. What a great lad. Son. Huang Wan was smiling and flaunting a moment ago, but now she was crying. Mother has let you down. Mother hid your identity. Mother shaved your head because I was afraid that your hair would grow out and form a mushroom crown. You won't blame Mother, right? Lu Tu howled, his tears falling like rain. Huang Wan ignored him. She only looked at Huang Xiaomi. For the first time, Lu Tu looked at Huang Xiaomi with a pleading gaze. Huang Xiaomi nodded. He played along. Mother, I won't blame you. You will always be my good mother. Huang Wan shed tears of joy. Rascal. Thank you for understanding, Mother. Don't kill your father. Don't kill anyone else. Mother hopes that you will be safe and happy. Let them go. Fighting and killing will only worsen the conflict and hatred. It will make you feel empty. It will make you suffer. It will make you unhappy. If you are not happy, you are not Alu. Everyone was silent. Even Tu clan village head was the same. You want me to not kill these people? Lu Tu's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists tightly. His expression was sinister. How is that possible? He squeezed out this sentence. Tu clan village head sneered. He had already suffered a crushing defeat. He was disheartened. He was not afraid of death. But great Dr. Wu Xiao suddenly shouted, "There is hope, there is hope! Your mother regains her sanity. There is hope." Lu Tu grabbed Wu Xiao's collar and lifted him up. "Tell me, what is the solution?" Wu Xiao quickly said, "Even though your mother has gone mad, she still has a trace of spirituality. Look at her actions and words. They are all sincere. They are the purest of her heart. As long as you do not go against your mother's heart, as time passes, your mother's condition will not worsen. Her spirituality will continue to grow. Then, under my care, she will definitely recover. There is hope." Wu Xiao shouted for the sake of survival. He did not want to give up any chance. Bam! Lu Tu threw Wu Xiao to the ground. Ah! He roared at the sky. He was in great pain. 2 enemies were right in front of him. He could not retaliate, but he could not take revenge. For his mother, he had to listen to Huang Wan's intentions. "All right, for my mother, I will spare the 2 of you today." Lu Tu gritted his teeth. He used so much force that blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. The dream realm ended here. Meng Qiuzhen's soul returned to his body, he sighed. To think that Lu Tu's life was so full of twists and turns. Heroes often encounter strangers. It's no wonder that his image in history was also hairless. It's just that the green beast tattoo has disappeared. Lu Tu is actually a mixed blood of a mushroom man and a human? How did he become a venerable? After that, did he manage to save his mother? When he was young, he had a bad temper and deep killing intent. He was no different from a normal person. How did he become like this now? The dream realm gave Meng Qiuzhen even more questions. These questions could not be answered for the time being, but the increase in attainment level was real. Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level also rose to Great Grandmaster level. Not just that, his Poison Path attainment level also rose to Great Grandmaster level. Before this, Fang Yuan's Poison Path attainment level was already at Grandmaster level, and this dream realm left behind by Lu Tu contained the true meaning of both Earth Path and Poison Path. Ever since Fang Yuan took the risk to help the Dream Path clone ascend, his gains were clear. Not just Food Path, Poison Path, and Earth Path attainment levels, Luck Path and Ice Path were also at Grandmaster level. Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, Dark Path, and others were all at Grandmaster level. After conquering Lu Tu's dream realm, there were only a few dream realms left. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan would definitely be able to digest all of the dream realms. Basically, Fang Yuan no longer had any shortcomings in terms of paths. However, the painting Dao, the military Dao, and the alchemy Dao were completely blank. There was no helping it. Spectral Soul's dream realms that Fang Yuan obtained did not have any of these paths. Maybe Spectral Soul had some reservations, but the more likely reason was that Spectral Soul could not grasp them. After all, Weapon Path and Pill Path were created after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Painting Path had always been purposely hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It had never spread. It was even more limited than Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path inheritance. Don't forget, a portion of these Spectral Souls' dream realms were obtained by Feng Kim Hong during the pursuit of Fang Yuan. but the portion that she obtained was actually very small. It was not worth Fang Yuan searching for it. After all, Feng Kim Hong had a lot of luck. After becoming Great Grandmaster in Earth Path, Fang Yuan immediately modified the original Earth Vein plan. He saved a lot of costs and shortened the time needed. Looking at the time, Ko Xian Hong should have already reached southern borders Wu Clan and met Wu Yong. Fang Yuan plotted and schemed. Chapter 2169 Southern Border Wu Yi Mountain, Wu Clan Headquarters. In the guest hall, Ko Xian Hong smiled as he greeted calmly. Ko Xian Hong greets Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder. Wu Yong sat down and smiled. Envoy, you are too polite. Ko Xian Hong went straight to the point. I am here to bring Fan Wind Gu. It has already been successfully refined. Please inspect it. Wu Yong could not help but feel surprised. So fast? Don't tell me that Fang Yuan has some method to refine fake immortal goo and is here to deceive me? He received it and inspected it carefully, but did not find any flaws. It is a genuine rank 8 immortal goo indeed. But how can Fang Yuan refine a rank 8 immortal goo in such a short period of time? Thinking of this, Wu Yong did not dare to be too sure. In his mind, Fang Yuan was crafty, sinister, despicable, shameless, vicious, and all sorts of other traits. This number 1 demon in the world could not be evaluated with common sense. Envoy, please wait for a moment. My Wu Clan's Gu Immortals will inspect it. Wu Yong said. Wu Clan had refinement path Gu Immortals, but they were not strong. Wu Clan was not skilled in refinement path. They were most skilled in wind path. Not just in southern border, even in the 5 regions, Wu Clan was a top-tier expert in wind path. 15 minutes later, Wu Yong received news that the rank 8 Fan Wind Gu was verified. It was genuine. Wu Yong had a complex feeling. Immortal Gu were unique. Rank 8 Immortal Gu were too hard to refine. They had a huge significance. Ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals did not even have a single rank 8 Immortal Gu. For example, old ancestor Shui, who, in order to refine fortune, rivaling heaven Immortal Gu, he destroyed his Shui, who blessed land that he had been managing for many years. Of course, this was also because his ambitions involved the benefits of the celestial court and longevity heaven. In recent years, heaven and earth have changed. The 5 regions have fused into one. Earth veins are moving. Chi tides are surging. A vast number of immortal materials are appearing. It is very likely that the number of rank 8 immortal Gu will increase. But for ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals, especially those lone immortals, even 1 Gu rank 8 is hard to find. To think that my Wu Clan gained another rank 8 immortal Gu. While Wu Yong was happy, he was even more afraid of Fang Yuan. Although I already knew that Fang Yuan had swallowed the entire Langya sect, I did not expect that he would be able to do so. But his refinement path strength is so amazing. Refining a rank 8 Fan Wind Gu gave me a feeling of ease. Ko Xian Hong continued. Since the verification is over, which 2 immortal Gu do you want to refine next? This time, I can bring them all back. Wu Yong hesitated. Should he give the 7-faced Prestige Wind Gu to Kushinhome? If he could refine 8-faced Prestige Wind Gu, it would be a huge boost to Wu Yong. But precisely because of this, the 7-faced Prestige Wind Gu was very important. If he gave it to Fang Yuan, what would he do if he took it for granted? Actually, there are many choices. At once, Wu Yong felt that 3 immortal Gu was too little. He wanted to raise all of Wu Clan's immortal Gu to rank 8 level. I did not expect you to act so quickly. I cannot make a decision now. I need to think about it carefully. Envoy, why don't you stay in Wu Clan and wait for me for 3 days? Wu Yong said. Wu Ba Chong heard this and immediately added, persuading Ko Xian Hong. Speaking of which, this is your 3rd time coming to Wu Clan. Let us show our hospitality as a host. All right. Ko Xian Hong nodded with a smile. I am very interested in Wu clan style. I will not disturb you. As for First Supreme Elder's feelings, I understand. The truth is, I have another mission. I wonder if your clan wants to make another transaction with us? What business do you have this time? Wu Yong immediately became alert. He thought of the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Hulan could be seen as a quasi-rank 9 immortal gu, but Fang Yuan forcefully bought it. Thinking of this, Wu Yong's heart started to ache again. Ku Xan Hong explained in detail as Wu Yong fell into deep thought. Wu Ba Chong shouted. What? Fang Yuan wants to take away all of Wu clan's famous mountains. The price is to refine rank 8 immortal gu for Wu clan? Precisely. Ku Xan Hong nodded. Wu Ba Chong sneered. How can we do that? Any famous mountain is at least a large resource point. Most are giant resource points. A few are super resource points. They can produce rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you can refine rank 8 immortal gu, it is on the basis of Wu clan's immortal gu. It is not to give Wu clan more immortal gu. Moreover, immortal gu are hard to feed. Rank 8 immortal gu are even more so. Even if they are refined, they will only expend resources. Meanwhile, the famous mountain's resource points are constantly producing resources. They are almost inexhaustible. You want to take away our Wu clan's famous mountains. You are trying to destroy our foundation. What is your motive for doing this? Towards the end, Wu Ba Chong was almost scolding him. Ku Xan Hong was already prepared. He spoke calmly. No. Elder Wu Ba Chong, you're thinking too seriously. Think about it calmly. Many gu immortal seeds in your clan have succeeded in their immortal ascension, but only 6 of them have been added, and most of them are outsiders. The number of gu immortals has increased, but Wu clan's territory is too big. It is not enough to defend it. Since that is the case, we might as well sell some of our territories. That way, Wu clan will not only have higher ranked immortal gu, we will also have more manpower. Furthermore, Ku Xan Hong continued, immortal gu are unique. Rank 8 immortal gu are very rare. Elder Wu Ba Chong should know this. Immortal materials can be exchanged, but can immortal gu be bought and sold casually? Immortal gu are unique. They can only be exchanged with each other. Even so, Jewel Yellow Skies is the #1 market in the world. May I ask how many immortal gu transactions have there been over the years? The 5 regions are won. Chaotic battles are unavoidable in the future. Gu immortal battle strength is the most important. Only by protecting oneself can we talk about other things. Rank 8 immortal gu can raise your clan's strength. Not only can it protect yourself, you can even invade the surrounding areas. It is a huge windfall from war. This. Wu Ba Chong hesitated. Ku Xan Hong looked at Wu Ba Chong. He glanced at Wu Yong without leaving a trace. He continued to increase the stakes. Human Smoke Mountain is Chai Clan's headquarters. Not long ago, Chai Clan sold it to us. What? There is such a secret? Wu Ba Chong was very surprised. Ku Xan Hong did not harp on this matter. He retreated in order to advance. If Wu clan does not want to do this transaction, we will not force you. This time, other than bringing back immortal gu to advance, I will also go to other clans to do this transaction. Wu Ba Chong's expression changed slightly. If Wu clan did not cooperate with Fang Yuan, but the other clans cooperated with Fang Yuan, their battle strength would definitely rise sharply, even if they lacked resources and lost momentum. What if these clans took the chance to expand? By then, if Wu clan did not cooperate with Fang Yuan, they would instead be overtaken by other clans in terms of battle strength. By then, would Wu clan fall from the throne of the #1 force in southern border and be bullied by other forces? Wu Yong tapped on the table as he fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan is so domineering even when doing business, he is forcing people to do things against their will. However, even though Xan Hong is trying to persuade us, his words are not without reason. This transaction can be done, but we need to strictly control the extent of it. Almost at the same time, in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Ganenai greets Master. Earth Extremity of the Eight Extremities knelt in front of a mortal zombie giant Sunday. Earth Extremity Ganenai was a female immortal. She cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. Her Refinement Path attainment was very deep. At this moment, she held 4 rank 8 immortal goo with both hands and presented them respectfully. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took a look and was very satisfied. Ganenai, as expected of my Longevity Heaven's Refinement Path Master, from the Fate War until now, you have received my orders and refined 4 rank 8 immortal goo. You have made a huge contribution. Ganenai quickly said, Everything is because of Master's luck path methods. Otherwise, with my meager talent, I would not have been able to refine so many rank 8 immortal goo in just a few years. But because of this, Longevity Heaven's luck fell. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun waved his hand to interrupt her. There are gains and losses in everything in this world. To refine these immortal goo, some luck is necessary. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took out one of these 4 immortal goo and inspected it carefully. This goo had a strange appearance. It was square and fangzheng like a wooden block. This was imitation goo, ranked 8th on the current mystical goo list. It originated from thieving heaven demon Venerable. If any other immortal goo in the world were in contact with this goo for a period of time, the goo cultivator could use imitation goo to turn this goo into the corresponding immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique, but imitation goo could take a different path and slightly break this convention. But the imitation goo's power could not compare to the original. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had sought human chi immortal goo from Celestial Court, but failed. Giant Sun Immortal settled for the next best thing, refining imitation goo and turning it into human chi immortal goo. Next, he used the transformed human chi immortal goo as one of the cores to construct 88-point Jinyang Tower. And other than this imitation goo, the other 3 rank 8 immortal goo were all blood path immortal goo. Divine Emperor City. Light flickered as the 10 children of human path left the painting world and returned to the real world. We are finally out. It is a pity that we did not manage to take down the 2 newly added painting territories. We were nurtured by Celestial Court this time. Now that time is up, we can only leave. What are you worried about? Even though we did not take them down, the situation is set. Not only did beast tamers appear in the painting world, chi refinement warriors also appeared. Together with our solid foundation, we will not fail. That's right. After the 10 children of human path talked for a while, goo immortals from their sects came to receive them and bring them away. Qin Dingling and the rest concealed themselves and hid at the side, watching the entire process. These 10 are the human immortal seeds of my Celestial Court. No matter what the result of our trip to Kray's Demon Cave is, we need to support and nurture these people. Qin Dingling said with concern. Yes, Lord. The Celestial Court goo immortal in charge of guarding the place remembered Qin Dingling's words. Let's go. Qin Dingling turned around and said to Genesis Lotus Will. Genesis Lotus Will nodded. At the next moment, Divine Emperor City activated. The huge city flew up again and charged towards Central Continent with an indomitable momentum. Its gaze was directed towards Crazed Demon Cave. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2170. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Several very inhuman men were gathered in a circle. They were doing something important. Slow down, slow down. Take it easy over there. Don't be so anxious. Hurry up, I can't hold on anymore. Bam! A loud sound echoed. A mountain range that occupied a vast area was located on the ground. This mountain range was not tall. It was not very beautiful either. The mountain rocks were mostly dust rocks, iron cloud rocks, and so on, causing the mountain range to be gray and hazy. The strange thing was, this mountain range was completely silent, even though there were many living beings. Even if Gu immortals spoke here, their voices could not be heard, unless they used special methods. This was Silent Hill. It was as famous as Western Desert's anti-sound desert. It was famous in the world. Here, any sound path killer move would be greatly suppressed. Silent Hill was one of the famous mountains in southern border, but because it produced few resources, it was of little value. This time, Fang Yuan sent envoys everywhere to discuss business. Silent Hill was sold to Fang Yuan like this, and these variant human Gu immortals were a group of people responsible for moving this Silent Hill to a specific location in the sovereign immortal aperture. But the relocation was only the first step. The next step was to nurture its mountain roots. The person in charge of this was the Rockman Gu immortal. He used his method. The mountain roots of Silent Hill grew rapidly, taking root in the surroundings. Deeper, deeper. The leader kept instructing and suddenly sighed. Hey, why did you stop? You can't do it again? The Rockman Gu immortal was impatient. Leader, can you not speak? I want to go deeper too, but I only have rank 7 cultivation level. This is a famous mountain. I don't know how tiring it is to manipulate the mountain roots for such a mountain range. The leader, however, said, That's why I said you need to work harder. Your cultivation level is too low. When can you advance to rank 8? The Rockman Gu immortal rolled his eyes. Leader, I was only rank 6 not long ago. Thanks to Master, I was able to advance to rank 7. You asked me to advance to rank 8. I want to, but it is too difficult. Oh. The other Gu immortal spoke. Leader is right. In our team, only you can make mountain roots and make them thick and long. If you're stronger, we'll be able to complete the mission better and get more contribution points. You're in charge of the mountain roots. Your contribution has always been the highest. Hurry up. I heard that you've been sleeping recently. I haven't slept for 2 months. I've been doing mountain-moving missions. Master's breadth of mind is as vast as the heavens and the sea, incomparably vast. But this plan will be completed one day. How can we not seize this rare opportunity? Look at the other teams. The more they complete, the less we have. The Gu immortals stared at the Rockman Gu immortal with a look of disappointment. The Rockman Gu immortal was helpless. Don't you know? We stone men have never lacked sleep since we were young. Our bodies are too heavy, and for our souls, it's a very heavy burden. I need to sleep to nurture my soul. Then let's use the liver life formation. I've already used it. Isn't there a soul path method in Master's contribution board that can increase your soul foundation? But I cultivate earth path. Soul path methods have little effect on me. If I use my contribution points to exchange for these, I might as well increase my earth path attainment. The leader gritted his teeth. Stop arguing. Let's work together and help our little brother Rockman. Everyone, gather some contribution points and increase his soul foundation. The other Gu immortals nodded in agreement. Right now, the Rockman Gu immortal was their team's weakness. If he got stronger, the whole team would benefit greatly. Fang Yuan's missions were all made through wisdom path deductions. The contents were simple, but they were very meticulous. Be it the difficulty of the missions or the content, they often required the Gu immortals to cooperate with others. It was hard to complete them alone. This was why the Gu immortals of the various races cooperated closely. After working together for a long time, they would naturally develop friendship. Thus, in the entire sovereign immortal aperture, all the tribes were subtly merging into one. Humans, rockmen, feathermen, inkmen, snowmen, and others were all working together. They were working hard to build their beautiful homes. Very good, Silent Hill has also been settled. The famous mountains are scattered in the mini 5 regions. The number has reached the most basic requirement. We can start constructing the earth vein. Fang Yuan had been paying attention to the relocation of the famous mountains. Now that he found out about the situation at Silent Hill, he started to take action personally. In order to construct the earth vein, he had already set up immortal goo formations in all the important areas of the mini 5 regions. At this moment, Feng Yuan willed as his immortal essence began to be expended intensely. The immortal formations buzzed and activated. The entire mini 5 region started to tremble. The tremors were getting stronger and stronger. Some of the variant humans living in the different regions were panicking, while others showed expressions of joy. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Most mortal goo masters did not know what was going on. Master is starting to make a move. Oh heavens, he is making a huge move in the entire mini 5 regions. The goo immortals sensed this situation and were overjoyed. They felt even more reverence towards Feng Yuan. Rumble, the ground continued to shake, but the tremors were not huge. There were not many losses. An earth vein was being pushed by the goo formations of various regions. With each famous mountain as the hub, it gradually formed. This earth vein passed through the entire mini 5 regions, covering mini southern border, mini central continent, mini eastern sea, mini western desert, and Kokitahara. If one looked from above, this earth vein was like an irregular geometric figure. The lines were very simple. It barely covered half of the mini 5 regions. After the earth vein was constructed, the ground calmed down again. All the immortal formations stopped working. They all used immortal materials as the cores. The immortal materials were almost used up, causing many immortal formations to be extremely damaged. They could not be activated again. Feng Yuan started to inspect carefully. He was very patient. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. Just like the plan, the entire earth vein was constructed perfectly. There were no mistakes. Of course, this was also because the initial artificial earth vein structure was very simple. It could even be said to be crude. In fact, the biggest difficulty of the artificial earth vein plan was not the construction of the earth vein. It was how to gather enough famous mountains to act as the hub of the earth vein of the various regions. The second difficulty was the method to construct the artificial earth vein. The initial construction of the earth vein is complete, but it is quite crude. The effect on the entire sovereign immortal aperture is not instantaneous. In fact, at the start, there might even be abnormal situations that occur frequently. But after some time, when everything calms down, the sovereign immortal aperture will definitely be more stable than before. Feng Yuan estimated in his mind. He retracted his consciousness from the sovereign immortal aperture and used cooking luck pot to check his luck. Immediately, Feng Yuan's eyes shined. He showed a look of joy. Once the artificial earth vein was formed, it was a huge help to his luck. His original silver light pillar was huge, but it gave off a feeling of being loose, like clouds and mud that could crumble with a touch. But now his silver light pillar had shrunk slightly, becoming more solid. This was a change that made him feel at ease. But the luck of the other venerables seems to have increased as well. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. At the top of the silver light pillar, there were 3 layers of clouds. They represented star, constellation, spectral soul, and giant sun immortal. Star constellation's cloud was still firmly in control of the first layer, but it had expanded slightly. Spectral soul was in the 2nd layer, while giant sun immortal was in the 3rd layer. But there was a strange scene. Star constellation's cloud was actually devouring spectral soul's cloud. This made Feng Yuan feel puzzled. He had many guesses in his mind, but he could not be sure of any of them. There was another change. At the bottom of the silver light pillar, there was yellow-brown dust again. The dust seemed to be protecting and stabilizing the silver pillar of light. Feng Yuan had confirmed through luck inspection that the artificial earth vein plan was very beneficial to him. He was even more determined to carry out this plan. But with the earth vein myriad beings, assimilation transformation cannot be used anymore. Feng Yuan was wary of himself. Myriad beings assimilation transformation was a supreme method of beast calamity immortal. It was the highest profundity of transformation path. It could turn the Tao marks of other paths into transformation path Tao marks. Even heaven path Tao marks could be affected. Thus, all sorts of calamities and tribulations could be turned into beast calamities. Fang Yuan's main body could not be used. This move's Tao mark transformation had a huge impact on the sovereign immortal aperture's ecology. Fang Yuan had a terrifying number of Tao marks now, not counting the total. Just the refinement path Tao marks alone numbered more than 6 million. If these 6 million Tao marks suddenly changed into other Tao marks, the sovereign immortal aperture would not be able to adapt. By then, a huge anomaly would occur. A severe calamity and tribulation would occur. The consequences would be unimaginable. For example, it was like a fish swimming in water suddenly turning into lava. The fish's outcome could be easily imagined. In the past, when Fang Yuan used myriad beings' assimilation transformation, that was because the sovereign immortal aperture's development was relatively low. There are very few living beings inside. At that time, Fang Yuan had far fewer Tao marks than now. If he used myriad beings' assimilation transformation now, he would not be able to transform too many Tao marks. Taking into account the sovereign immortal aperture, the transformation of Tao marks would be few. If there were too few, there would not be much meaning in fighting against Venerables. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's main body moved from eastern sea to southern border. A tall mountain peak that pierced the clouds was overflowing with frost energy. Its roots had already been cut and taken care of. All that was left was for Fang Yuan to take over. This was Frosty Peak. Back then, when Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and stayed in Wu Clan and Xia Clan had a conflict over this peak. Frosty Peak was a famous mountain, of course. It produced ice and snow path resources. But the picturesque Frosty Peak that was covered in snow was now filled with holes due to excessive harvesting. Not only did it ruin the scenery, its production in recent years was also greatly affected. Thus, this Frosty Peak was sold to Fang Yuan by Wu Clan. Right now, there were many Gu Immortals surrounding Frosty Peak. Other than the variant human Gu Immortals sent by Fang Yuan, there are also Wu Clan's Gu Immortals, including Wu Yong. Fang Yuan, how have you been? Wu Yong took the initiative to greet with a complex expression. Chapter 2171. On the 15th of December, 2012, the first chapter of Gu Dao Master went viral on Qi Jian's website. On the 6th of January, 2013, Gu Dao Master was featured on the cover. On the 16th of May, 2016, Gu Dao Master was included in the premium channel. On the 13th of April, 2018, Gu Dao Master had its first Silver Alliance Master. On the 11th of November, 2018, Gu Dao Master logo selection results were released. On the 8th of December, 2018, Gu Dao Master S Book Group, Gu World, was officially established. 6 years of trials and tribulations. We walked through it together. The indignation of many reports, the happiness of new results, and the problems of water and mathematics. Whether you loved it in the past or love it now, everyone witnessed each other. In these 6 years, we grew up together. Many primary school students became high school students, many high school students became university students, and many university students had wives and children. After reading the latest chapter, many friends started to read it again. Read it a second time, a third time, a fourth time. We watched as Fang Yuan went through hardships and dangers step by step, persevering and moving forward. At the same time, we went through hardships in our own lives, tasting the tears and sweat of youth. We grew old together. Gu Dao Master S Book Group, Gu World, will always open its doors, welcoming friends with similar interests to communicate, discuss the plot, criticize the author, participate in all kinds of book group activities, urge for updates, and vote together. The prize for winning the logo was sent out the day before yesterday, and there were already some book friends who received it. Gu Dao Master Black Sky Group and Gu Dao Master White Sky Group will be renamed to Gu World Black Sky Group and Gu World White Sky Group. To celebrate the establishment of Gu World, there will be an additional chapter, Gu Dao Master Activity Group, Gu World 722747201, Gu World Black Sky Group 497266624, Gu World White Sky Group 336936326, Gu Dao Master VIP Group 250906315. Gu Dao Master winners can join any official group, and after successful certification, they will receive the corresponding title. Finally, thank you for your support. From now on, let us work together. Chapter 2172. Wu Yong wanted to meet Fang Yuan personally. If this was right after the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan ended, Wu Yong would not dare to get close to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. If Wu Yong got close to him, he might be killed by Fang Yuan. This was very dangerous, but it was different now. After Fang Yuan's series of diplomatic methods, he was able to conduct large transactions with all the super forces without abusing his strength. There might have been little effect at the start, but after so much, including Wu Clan, Fang Clan, and Chai Clan, all the super forces could see the orderly side of Fang Yuan. After these super forces re-evaluated Fang Yuan, they started to cooperate with Fang Yuan. It was actually not easy to achieve this. Would a little rabbit feel at ease doing business with a big bad wolf? But this man in front of me has done this. Wu Yong looked at Fang Yuan with complex emotions. He was a formidable character of the current era. His aptitude and talent were among the top among rank 8 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's recent actions made Wu Yong sigh inwardly. He even felt a trace of admiration. He had strength, but he did not use it. He did not bully the weak. This was not an easy thing to do. On the surface, this was self-discipline. He understood the logic of those who are good at water drowning. But in essence, he was not greedy. He was not influenced by his desires. Looking at the entire world. No, looking at the river of time, looking at the history of humanity. How many people could do this? And Fang Yuan was able to make all sorts of weak forces feel at ease working with him. Initially, it was only Wu Clan, but now Wu Yong realized that almost all of Southern Border's super forces had made transactions with Fang Yuan. They sold some useless mountains in exchange for refining rank 8 immortal Gu. This was not easy. This showed Fang Yuan's superb methods. Be it threats or promises or other methods, he managed to achieve this. Fang Yuan, this person is really amazing. Although he comes from the Devil Dao, his actions and thoughts have never been bound by such a shallow faction. He can be righteous, he can be evil, he can rule the world, he can be in chaos. All of these are his methods. Throughout the ages, this kind of demon is the most terrifying. To be able to live in the same world as such a person, I, Wu Yong, am really lucky. Wu Yong was afraid of Fang Yuan, disappointed because of Fang Yuan, and angry because of Fang Yuan. However, because of Fang Yuan, his fighting spirit was high, and he even felt that life was beautiful. Because in Fang Yuan he saw himself, he was witnessing himself. There were too many similarities between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's actions during this period of time allowed Wu Yong to see Fang Yuan's breadth of mind. He could see his grand strategy of taking one step at a time. Since people's hearts have already been changed by Fang Yuan, why can't I cooperate more closely with Fang Yuan? After losing Huland, Wu Yong had this thought. What if he could not defeat the enemy? Then he would cooperate with the enemy and turn the enemy into a friend. Cooperating with Fang Yuan was completely profitable. It would be a huge help to Wu Clan. Wu Yong did not lack forbearance. He also had the shame of the righteous path. It was just that the shame of an ambitious person was even thinner than a piece of paper. As long as there were enough benefits, Wu Yong could casually tear this piece of paper into pieces. Therefore, Wu Yong took the initiative to come over this time to personally meet and talk with Fang Yuan. It was to deepen the cooperation between Wu clan and Fang Yuan. Looking at Wu Yong, a smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Wu Yong once chased after him, but so what? If you can kill me, you, Wu Yong, have the ability. This world is the law of the jungle. If I die because of you, it is my weakness, my incompetence, my fault. The weak are devoured by the strong. Isn't this a matter of course? Therefore, in Fang Yuan's heart, there was never this kind of meaningless hatred. Wu Yong took the initiative to appear here. The intention of cooperation was clear. Then it was cooperation. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, cooperating with Wu clan was absolutely beneficial. Wu Yong was the Southern Alliance Lord, and Wu clan had long sat on the throne of Southern Border's #1 force. Cooperating with Wu clan was a model for others. Like this time, when Fang Yuan transacted famous mountains with the other forces, he relied on Wu clan's transaction records to open up the situation. But right when Fang Yuan wanted to chat with Wu Yong, a Gu immortal flew over from the sky. This Gu immortal wore a gray hemp robe. He wore a conical hat, his body was muscular like a bear, his chin was wide and thick. It was Lu Weiyin. It was just that he, who had always been steady, was showing an anxious expression at this moment. Lu Weiyin saw Fang Yuan and shouted from afar, "Lord Fang Yuan, I finally found you!" "Friend Lu, what are you here for?" Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyin flew towards Fang Yuan and glanced at Wu Yong. He had no intention of greeting him. Wu Yong could not help but feel curious. He had never seen Lu Weiyin show such an anxious side. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan and said, "Lord Fang Yuan, did you know that yesterday Divine Emperor City brought the immortals of the Celestial Court from Central Continent to Northern Plains, Crazed Demon Cave?" Oh, Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Lu Weiyin continued, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has likely revived. If she works together with the Celestial Court, the situation in Crazed Demon Cave will be very bad. There is no time to lose. We need to go there and take control of the situation." What? Wu Yong couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. What was going on? How did they get involved with the Celestial Court and Crazed Demon Cave? Wu Yong was very sharp and almost instantly realized that this was going to be an extremely important confrontation. No matter what the outcome was, it would affect the entire Gu immortal world. It would affect the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He consoled Lu Weiyin. "Lu Wei, you are really well informed. But there is no rush. There is no rush. I still have matters to attend to." Saying so, Fang Yuan used a method to store Frosty Peak in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. "How can I not be anxious?" Lu Weiyin took off his hat and stared with wide eyes, urging, "The other party is the Celestial Court. There is also Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerables, Crazed Demon Cave, and the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Primordial Domain. Lord Fang Yuan, we cannot delay this opportunity." What? Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerable, and Primordial Domain. Suddenly his eyes shined with bright light. Lu Weiyin could have transmitted to Fang Yuan. Why did he do it in front of me? Maybe I can find out more information from him. His refusal just now was just to loosen the reins, only to grasp them better and take the opportunity to raise the price. Wu Yong smiled bitterly in his mind. He had a premonition that if he contacted Lu Weiyin now, he would be extorted by the latter. But if he did not ask about this, how would he know if there were benefits to be gained from this? Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2173. Immemorial White Heaven. Intense winds blew, causing Fang Yuan's long hair to flutter in the wind. He prepared for a moment before using his killer move. A rank 8 Earth Path Grotto Heaven was continuously devoured by the sovereign immortal aperture under Feng Yuan's method. Like when he devoured the aperture earlier, Feng Yuan did not devour the entire Grotto Heaven. He selectively split it into parts and placed them in different parts of the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, because this was a Rockman's Earth Path Grotto Heaven. Most of it landed in the Mini 5 regions. The Mini 9 heavens only got a small portion. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, as the profound light faded, a mountain range appeared out of nowhere in Mini Central Continent. We are in, this is our tribe's Myriad Ravine mountain range. Sure San Bai was extremely excited. Yes, this was our former sacred mountain, but in the current sovereign immortal aperture, it has become ordinary. Sure Gua Bai had a complex expression. He was disappointed, but also gratified. These Rockman Gu immortals gathered together for this moment. They were originally the Gu immortals of this Grotto Heaven, but Feng Yuan arranged for them to enter the sovereign immortal aperture in advance. During this period of time, their cultivation levels rose rapidly. They also gained many immortal Gu. He was on a completely different level compared to before. Let's go in. The Rockman Gu immortals flew towards Myriad Ravine mountain range. Welcome back, Supreme Ancestor. The old ancestors are finally back. There were still a large number of Rockman Gu masters in Myriad Ravine mountain range. They cheered when they saw the Rockman Gu immortals. Yes, this is our new home. Living here, our future is bright. After the Rockman Gu immortals gave a few words of advice, they started to move. They had a mission. This Myriad Ravine mountain range was a famous mountain. It was the center of the Earth vein. Feng Yuan spent several hours annexing this Earth Path Grotto Heaven. During this process, some areas of the sovereign immortal aperture underwent a huge change. In Star Collection City, Combat Beast King and many other Gu immortals were paying close attention to the movements of the sovereign immortal aperture. During this period of time, Master annexed several Grotto Heavens. His Tao marks increased rapidly. I can foresee that the abnormal situations in the sovereign immortal aperture will become more frequent and intense. Isn't that a good thing? The more anomalies there are, the more missions we have. Sai, when will our clan's heavenly abode be annexed by our Lord? The Gu immortals discussed. They were looking forward to the future. Their mentality had undergone a huge change. In the past, he was very opposed to Feng Yuan annexing his own paradise. But now things were different. Instead, he was looking forward to it. It was as if his heavenly Grotto Heaven had not been devoured, and that was why he had not obtained the Lord's approval. Many of the Gu immortals whose Grotto Heavens were annexed and fused into the sovereign immortal aperture felt that they were superior to those Gu immortals whose Grotto Heavens were still in the immemorial 2 heavens. Lord Feng Yuan, Lord Feng Yuan, Lu Wei-yin shouted. He flew over from the horizon. Feng Yuan turned his head and smiled. Celestial friend Lu, it must have been hard on you to come all the way to Grand Earth, White Heaven. Lu Wei-yin smiled bitterly, saying in an anxious tone, Lord Feng Yuan, you know why I am here. Quickly set off. Do you know that yesterday a rank 8 immortal Gu house descended from immemorial Black Heaven and went to Crazed Demon Cave? Feng Yuan nodded. Many people saw this, that immortal Gu house should be the luck suppression, heavenly palace, left behind by giant sun immortal, right? That's right. Lu Wei-yin nodded as he stared at Feng Yuan. Right now, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have already made their move. If we do not make a move now, we might really lose this opportunity. Feng Yuan nodded. All right, let's set off. Really? Lu Wei-yin heard the answer he wanted the most, but he found it hard to believe. These last days, he had been using information path methods to urge Feng Yuan to set off, but Feng Yuan kept rejecting him. To think that this time, Feng Yuan was finally going to set off. I wonder when Lord Feng Yuan will set off. Lu Wei-yin was still a little worried. Fong Yuan smiled. How about we set off now? Lu Weiyin was overjoyed. Lord Fong Yuan is truly decisive. This is great. Let's go together. In fact, Fong Yuan really wanted to go to Crazed Demon Cave. He had already used up all of the dream realms. His attainment levels had risen immensely. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment levels were still Refinement Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path. Great Grandmaster attainment levels were Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Chi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, and Poison Path. Grandmaster attainment levels were Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path, and Ice and Snow Path. Master attainment levels were Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, and Sound Path. The remaining paths, like Bone Path, had not reached Master level, but they still had gains. Heaven Path was the same, even though he had not reached Spectral Soul's level. Fong Yuan's attainment level was already top-notch. He was the #1 person in the current world in terms of attainment level and breadth. After all, Spectral Soul's dream realm fell after leaving behind a dream realm, while Star Constellation and Giant Sun were not Supreme Grandmasters even after being reborn. Of course, there were areas that were lacking. For example, Painting Path, Weapon Path, and so on were still blank. These paths were few in number. Painting Path was purposely hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Weapon Path was created by Celestial Court Gu Immortal Che Wei not long ago. With the increase in attainment levels, Fong Yuan could annex more Grotto Heavens, causing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture to reach its limit again. If he had more time to digest them, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be even more stable. But the timing was not right. Fong Yuan used luck inspection and found that the situation was worsening again. Even though there was still room for improvement, it was already very bad. Without hesitation, Fong Yuan set off on the spot, going to Northern Plains with Lu Weiyin. Ever since the pursuit battle against Fong Yuan, he had been using every second he had to recuperate and strengthen himself. Now he was finally going to fight against a Venerable. After so many years, Fong Yuan came to Crazed Demon Cave again. Back then, when he came here for the first time, he only had rank 7 cultivation level and was restricted by the Alliance Agreement. Now he looked down at Crazed Demon Cave. He was going to fight against a Venerable. On a flat yellow land was the first layer of Crazed Demon Cave. This was a huge cave. The cave entrance was round and had a radius of 100,000 feet. It was exposed to the world. Inside the cave, there was a dense rainforest, yellow and green intertwined. Desolate beasts moved in groups. Tree vines coiled around as they roared. It was a scene of wilderness. Let's go down. Lu Weiyin said, No rush. Fong Yuan waved his hand. These immortal materials are useful to me. He opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out many variant human Gu Immortals. These Gu Immortals roared as they flew down in groups, creating a huge commotion in the first layer. Quick, there are desolate plants here. Dig them up and take them away. Oh, there's a large group of desolate beast monkeys here. Let's attack together. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkeys screamed. Rocks, these are immortal materials. Take them away, take them away. These are all contribution points. The Gu Immortals worked intensely. They were like a group of bandits that had entered a small village. Crazed Demon Cave's first layer naturally had ferocious beasts and plants. But Fong Yuan's subordinates had the advantage in numbers. There were also many rank 8 Gu Immortals with rank 8 Immortal Gu and rank 8 killer moves. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was ransacked, just like that. Lu Weiyin stared with wide eyes. In just a short period of time, how did Fong Yuan's subordinates become so strong? Wasn't their strength rising too quickly? We have many businesses. Our resources are being expended rapidly, especially when creating the Earth Vein recently. Sorry for the embarrassment. Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Wei-yin waved his hand. Don't mention it, don't mention it. I am quite envious of you, Lord. In the current world, only you, Lord Fang Yuan, can use these immortal materials with chaotic Tao marks. Because every once in a while a demonic sound would appear in crazed demon cave, causing the Tao marks to be chaotic, all immortal materials would become useless. Living beings would go crazy and do whatever they wanted. There was once a rank 8 Gu immortal who went crazy because of this. After a while, the first layer, which was originally full of vitality, was only left with a bare surface. The variant human Gu immortals were not done yet. They brought the mountain of resources back to the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin entered the second layer together. Crazed Demon Cave's second layer was an incomparably hot volcanic rock beach. A vast number of volcanic rocks were piled up. Some were big and some were small. The big ones were like giant elephants, while the small ones were like small rocks. The Gu materials here also had chaotic Tao marks. It was just that Fire Path and Earth Path had the most Tao marks. Move them away, Fang Yuan ordered. The variant human Gu immortals moved out again. They looted the area like locusts, leaving behind an almost empty second layer. Thereupon, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin entered the third layer. Crazed Demon Cave's third layer was shrouded in thick fog. There were a vast number of fogworms and cloud bamboos. These living beings had chaotic minds. They were all killed and collected by the variant human Gu immortals. There was also Fog Capital here, a ghost city of the dead. The vengeful souls of the Gu immortals who died in Crazed Demon Cave gathered together, forming Fog Capital Ghost City. Fang Yuan had once come here and avoided it. After all, he only had rank 7 cultivation level. If he entered Fog Capital, he would definitely die. There was no way to escape. But it was different now. Fog Capital? My God, take it away. Like this, Fang Yuan finally arrived at Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer. It took much less time than before. Back then, when Fang Yuan came here, he was led by the Northern Plains lone cultivator, not immortal. They had to take detours. The deeper they went, the more twisted the route. Sometimes a straight line was very short, but they had to take a huge detour. According to their strength back then, taking a detour was indeed faster than taking a straight line. But now, Fang Yuan had swept through all of them. Even if he encountered any obstacles, he would stuff them into his sovereign immortal aperture. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer was filled with dazzling light. The rocks, soil, grass, and trees were all shining brightly. Every piece of soil and rock here was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. But the Tao marks were too dense and chaotic, they had no value. Of course, this was only for most Gu immortals. Chapter 2174. Fang Yuan was an exception. The demonic sounds resounded, but Fang Yuan was already prepared. Back then he could deal with the demonic sounds. It was even easier for him now. Under the influence of the demonic sounds, the Tao marks of the same path in the 7th layer started to gather, forming a large area of dazzling colors. It was no longer as messy as before. Such a grand scene. Lu Wei-yin praised sincerely. At the next moment, he saw Fang Yuan taking out Thieves' Den Immortal Gu House. Theft Tao Killer move activated. Large amounts of Tao marks were stolen and turned into the corresponding rank 9 immortal materials in Thieves' Den Immortal Gu. These rank 9 immortal materials were very pure. They only had one type of Tao mark. They had huge value. Lu Wei-yin looked at them and could not help but click his tongue. He estimated conservatively, in just a dozen or so breaths of time, Fang Yuan obtained at least 3 rank 9 immortal materials. Rank 9 immortal materials. Wasn't it a little too easy to obtain? Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin moved forward. Everywhere they went, large amounts of Tao marks vanished. The dazzling scene was like a huge rat that was gnawing away at it. Everywhere Fang Yuan went, there was only emptiness and darkness. Lu Weiyin's eyes turned slightly red. Fang Yuan's gains were bountiful. The benefits were so great that even he felt jealous. I'm rich. I'm completely rich. This is the first time I've seen someone obtain so many rank 9 immortal materials so easily. Lu Weiyin muttered in his mind. He could not estimate how many rank 9 immortal materials Fang Yuan had obtained. In short, it was a lot. As they moved forward, the two finally arrived at the entrance to the 8th layer. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly pale. He had been controlling Thieves' Den to activate Theft Dao Killer move. The burden was not small, especially in terms of immortal essence. The expenditure was huge. Lu Weiyin was a little worried. Lord Fang Yuan, please pay attention to your immortal essence reserves. It's fine. Fang Yuan smiled. I have the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Lu Weiyin's expression froze before he said, Impressive, as expected of Lord Fang Yuan. At the entrance, Fang Yuan once again carved out 3 paths. One path shone with golden light, luck surging. This was the path of luck left behind by the giant sun immortal. One path was dark and terrifying, filled with killing intent. This was a soul path remnant left behind by spectral soul, demon Venerable, when he entered the 8th layer. One road was simple and unadorned, but it was virtuous. It was the path of paradise, earth, immortal, Venerable. Lu Weiyin had prepared a method to let him step on the path to paradise. However, Fang Yuan waved his hand and activated the Thieves' Lair. These 3 paths were completely devoured and disappeared. Large numbers of rank 9 immortal materials were produced. Lu Weiyin moved his lips, but did not say anything in the end. He silently followed Fang Yuan into the 8th floor. Nothingness. The vast and boundless void was like a vast ocean. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin, who entered this place, were like 2 insects in the ocean. They were extremely minuscule. Fang Yuan had come here once before. This place left a deep impression on him. Within the boundless void, countless worlds are created and destroyed, creating brand new heaven path, Dao marks. He had once tried to enter the 9th layer, but did not succeed. This void was clearly the profundity of Phantom Path. Fang Yuan did not have Phantom Path attained back then. He could not deduce the entrance to the 9th layer. But this time he came prepared. His Phantom Path attainment level had already reached Grandmaster. Immediately, Fang Yuan tried to use Phantom Path methods. At the next moment, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. The void here seems to be different from the one I saw before. But Fang Yuan could not tell what the difference was. Even though he had made great progress in Phantom Path, he was still far from unraveling limitless demon Venerable's arrangements in the 8th layer. Please follow me. Lu Weiyin used a certain killer move to determine the direction and lead the way. Fang Yuan followed Lu Weiyin and flew quickly. Along the way, he saw worlds that were being created and destroyed. They were extraordinary and mysterious. But unlike before, these worlds were also floating in the void at the same time. Regardless of which world it was, they were all moving in the same direction. Fang Yuan's deductions finally bore fruit. His expression changed as he said, I understand now. This void is shrinking. At the final moment, all of the worlds and all of the heaven path Dao marks will be compressed and fused together. Is this limitless demon Venerable's arrangement? Lu Weiyin shook his head. I only know the location of Yellow Earth Great World. We need to go there as soon as possible. The 2 immortals flew for another half a day before they saw their destination. This is... Lu Weiyin revealed a shocked expression because he saw not only Yellow Earth Great World, but also the great worlds left behind by Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. The 3 great worlds have merged. Not just that, there are also many small worlds around the three great worlds. These worlds were floating in the void. They were motionless. Each world was like a bubble. The three great worlds were the largest bubbles. They were green, yellow, and red. The three great worlds were connected to each other at the center. At the periphery, there were large numbers of small bubbles attached to the surface of the three great worlds' bubbles. Oh no, Lord, please look. Lu Wei-yin pointed at the large yellow bubble with an anxious expression. Fang Yuan looked over and saw that yellow Earth Great World was being attacked by the other two great worlds. Even though the periphery of the bubble was blurry, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin could sense that the battle inside was very intense, especially at the border of the three great worlds. There were corpses everywhere. It was the most intense area of the battle. Lord, with my method, Yellow Earth Great World will not separate us. Let's go and reinforce them. Lu Wei-yin charged in like a meteor. Fang Yuan followed closely behind. He was also covered in a layer of yellow light like Lu Wei-yin. It was this layer of yellow light that allowed the two to easily pass through the bubble and enter Yellow Earth Great World. Looking at the entire Great World, the first thing that attracted Fang Yuan's gaze was the huge mound at the center. This mound was like a small mountain. It was very flat and orderly. It seemed to be man-made. But Fang Yuan saw through the nature of this mountain. This is the graveyard of one of the 10 Earths. What a huge graveyard. There was also a huge monument on top of this unprecedented, huge graveyard. There were only 6 words on the monument. Tomb of Paradise, Earth, Immortal, Venerable. As if sensing Lu Wei-yin and Fang Yuan, Paradise Earth's tomb shot out a grand pillar of light. The pillar of light shot into the sky like a huge pillar that supported heaven and earth. At once, the battlefield froze as countless gazes were drawn over. The sacred graveyard is shining. Heaven and earth can witness it. Our sage has arrived. After a few breaths of silence, a huge wave of cheers erupted in Yellow Earth Great World. It was like a tsunami. The morale of Yellow Earth Great World's troops rose. They roared as they launched a counterattack. Green Lotus Great World. This was the Tao field created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Looking at it, there were forests and vegetation everywhere. It was lush and unfathomable. In this lush world, there was a black and white mountain range. There were rows of high back seats at the peak of the mountain range. They were arranged in order. The 2 highest seats were empty. Celestial Court Qin Dingling was only sitting on the 4th seat. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin, they appeared after all. After receiving the information, Qin Dingling snorted coldly. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Lu Wei-yin had helped Fang Yuan. Not only did he kill Spectral Soul, he even helped Fang Yuan escape successfully. Lu Wei-yin was Southern Border's Paradise Earth inheritor. This meant that Paradise Earth and Fang Yuan's intention of cooperating was completely exposed. Paradise Earth's tomb was located at the center of Yellow Earth Great World. It was known to all 3 Great Worlds Go-Immortals. Thus, it was not strange for Lu Wei-yin and Fang Yuan to appear here. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth and said softly, "Right now we have 2 main armies. One is the main force attacking the Yellow Earth Great World, and the other is using the Demon Judgment Board to hold the line against the savage Wilderness Great World, trying to restrain the power of the Longevity Heaven. As for the other Go-Immortals, they are attacking other small worlds in groups of 2s and 3s. Originally, we and Longevity Heaven were trying to annex Yellow Earth Great World. But now that Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin have arrived, Yellow Earth Great World is no longer a juicy piece of meat. If we are not careful, we might suffer a huge loss." Saying so, Qin Dingling stood up and bowed to the Go-Immortal on the 3rd seat. "Lady Minghao, please allow me to bring Divine Emperor City to Yellow Earth Great World and lead the main forces to resist Fang Yuan." Qin Dingling was the leader of Celestial Court, but here she was only the 4th. She had to obey the 3 fairies above her. But right now, the first and second fairies were not here. Only the third fairy Minghao was controlling the situation. This fairy Minghao looked like a 3 or 4-year-old girl. She looked like she was carved from jade. Her large eyes shined with starlight. She blinked her bright and beautiful eyes, thinking for a while before saying in a childish voice, "I have heard of Fang Yuan's name long ago, but why do you need to go personally to probe him? Let them go." Saying so, she waved her small hand. A goo worm flew out. This information path, goo worm flew to the middle of the mountain, landing in front of 2 goo immortals. These 2 goo immortals were not humans. They were not variant humans either. One was a withered tree. Its trunk was thin. Its branches were thick and uneven. But it did not have any green leaves. Its roots were thin and long. There were 100 of them. The withered tree was called Mu Cha Lang. The other was a long bamboo pole. It was jade green like jade. It was called Qing Hao Zi. Qing Hao Zi floated in the air. It was swaying. It was sleeping. Mu Cha Lang was lying in a cave. It looked like he was lying on a chair. The tree roots were entangled, resting on a rock. It was like a human's leg resting on a chair. It was very comfortable. Mu Cha Lang received the information path goo worm first. He immediately got up. He stretched out a branch and patted Qing Hao Zi. "Stop sleeping. Stop sleeping. The sage has sent an order." Qing Hao Zi was swaying from the pat. It did not fall to the ground. It was woken up by the pat. It straightened its body and floated in the air. "To think that it is time for us to move out." Immediately, the 2 immortals left the mountain, each leading a group of people to the front lines. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2175. Savage, Wilderness, Great World. A grand and ancient, dark, golden palace was floating in the sky. It was Lux Suppression, Heavenly Palace. In the palace hall, Bing Saichuan was sitting on a cushion. An information path immortal goo was quietly lying on the table. Several goo immortals were standing on his left and right. Bing Saichuan stared at the information path immortal goo on the table, frowning slightly. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei Yin came together. They were a huge variable in the battle of the 3 great worlds. Longevity, heaven occupied, savage, wilderness, great world. What should they do? Should they retreat first? Or should they send more forces to probe Fang Yuan's strength? Bing Saichuan could not make up his mind. He thought for a while before looking at the first seat on his left. There was a fatty sitting there. The fatty was sprawled on the table. He was already asleep. His saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth, onto his sleeves, and onto the table. Bam, bam, bam. Bing Saichuan used his knuckles to knock on the table. The fatty was woken up by this sound. He opened his eyes and asked in a daze, "What is it?" Bing Saichuan held in his anger. "Gai Mei, you are a heaven extremity. You cultivate wisdom path. The latest information is here. I want you to deduce what we should do next." Saying so, the information path immortal goo flew up and landed on the fatty's head. The fatty did not take it. He sent his consciousness into the immortal goo in his hair, and his pupils shrunk. "Ah, that demon Fang Yuan is here?" The fatty shrugged. "See, my deduction was correct, right?" Bing Saichuan knocked on the table again. "I want you to deduce how we should deal with this variable. Originally, Yellow Earth Great World was the weakest. We controlled Savage Wilderness Great World, while Celestial Court controlled Green Lotus Great World. They wanted to take over Yellow Earth Great World and strengthen themselves before competing against each other. But now, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei Yin have appeared in Yellow Earth Great World. If we attack now, they will retaliate and expend too much of our strength." Bing Saichuan was not afraid of Fang Yuan's counterattack. He was worried about the overall situation. After all, the current situation was even more complicated than before, and the 3 great worlds were intertwined. If the 2 sides fought too fiercely, a third party would benefit from it. Then let me calculate it. The fat, heaven extremity goo, immortal guy, May shook his wide sleeves. He stretched out 5 fat fingers and pretended to make a deduction. Oh, I figured out. Let's just continue as before, Guy May said. Bing Sai Chuan was dumbfounded. Use your immortal goo killer move and try to deduce it for real. Gale blinked. Huh. How did you know I was faking it? You found out. You're so smart. You are the one cultivating wisdom path, right? Veins popped out on Bing Sai Chuan's forehead. You think your southern border's Wu Yong? You don't even have a way to conceal your aura. Quick, calculate for me. Guy May shook his wide sleeves again, revealing his 5 thick and tender fingers. Just as he was about to pinch his fingers, he suddenly sighed and said, Alas! Forget it. Activating a killer move is too tiring. Why don't we just ask for Master's opinion? Bing Sai Chuan's eyes were twitching from anger. He shouted in a low voice, Absolutely not! Master is working together with Earth Extremity, Black Extremity, and Space Extremity to deduce limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements. How can we disturb Master? Right now, that Celestial Court has already gained the upper hand. They have obtained Book Mountain. We are relying on Master to have hope of catching up to Celestial Court. Heaven Extremity, can't you look at the big picture? Guy May grumbled in dissatisfaction. Don't call me Heaven Extremity. I don't want to be Heaven Extremity at all. It was you who forced me to do so. Yellow Extremity Jiaohua, who was sitting beside Guy May, could not stand it anymore. He urged, Brother Guy, why don't you make a deduction? This is not just a problem of Yellow Earth Great World strength. It is also Fang Yuan's actions. This demon Fang Yuan has no awareness of being a human at all. What I am worried about now is that he will capture Yellow Earth Great World's indigenous Gu Immortals, or even Celestial Court's indigenous Gu Immortals as captives, before keeping them in his sovereign immortal aperture. Look at what he did in the 5 regions. He recruited variant humans as his subordinates. He did not reject anyone. In my opinion, it is very likely that he will do that. In that case, we might ruin Master's plan. Jiaohua urged. He sounded like he was trying to persuade Guy May, but Guy May still shook his head. He smiled. Actually, we don't need to worry too much. We are worried, but isn't Celestial Court worried as well? Why don't we look at Celestial Court's actions? Celestial Court has star constellation Immortal Venerable guarding it. She is the #1 wisdom path expert in history. Her deductions are definitely more accurate than mine. Oh. Jiaohua's expression froze. Even so, Celestial Court has deduced that they will gain the upper hand. If we use their actions as a reference, we will fall behind again. I am not one of them. Guy May rolled his eyes. He sprawled on the table and went back to sleep. Jiaohua, Bing Sai Chuan, and the rest stared at him, but he pretended not to notice. Charge! Charge with me! Chase these guys back! Kill! Thousands of Gu Masters fought on the ground. The battle lines were uneven. Blood flowed everywhere. In the sky, that was the battlefield of the Gu Immortals. More than 10 Gu Immortals fought in a chaotic battle. On the ground, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Master Army launched a counterattack. But in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortals were still suppressed. Yellow Earth Great World Sage had already descended. The Gu Masters could activate their courage, but in a battle between Gu Immortals, just a moment of determination could not make up for the difference in strength. After all, Yellow Earth Great World had fewer Gu Immortals than Green Lotus Great World. There was no helping it. The 3 Great Worlds were created one after another. Savage Wilderness Great World had the longest history, but this Great World had a lot of internal strife. Green Lotus Great World was second. Yellow Earth Great World was last, because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the last Venerable. Yellow Earth Great World had few Gu Immortals to begin with. They were also being targeted by the other 2 Great Worlds. Their Gu Immortal battle strength dwindled. They were in a terrible situation. Our sage is here. There is still hope. I want to protect Yellow Earth Great World. I want to protect my home. Yellow Earth Great World's Goo Immortals shouted and encouraged each other. Green Lotus sighed, sneered. Even if your sage is here, you cannot stop me from killing you. You have a sage, but we have one already. The result of this battle will not change. We do not want to do that, but our sage has decreed that only by killing all of you and annexing all the worlds can we avoid the calamity of the apocalypse. Green Lotus Goo Immortals continued to attack. Yellow Earth's Goo Immortals specialized in defense. Even though the situation was dangerous, they were barely holding on, struggling on the brink of collapse. Right at this time, from the huge tunnel connecting Green Lotus Great World and Yellow Earth Great World, two armies appeared. The leading Goo Immortals were Qing Hao Zi and Mu Cha Lang. Immortal killer move, withered tree gives spring, Mu Cha Lang shouted, and green spots suddenly grew on the trunk of the withered tree. Tender green sprouts flew out and landed on the Green Lotus Goo Immortals. The Green Lotus Goo Immortals did not have heavy injuries to begin with. Now that their injuries were reduced to minor injuries, their minor injuries were completely healed. The Green Lotus Goo Immortals' condition immediately rose. Immortal killer move, green targeting life. Qing Hao Zi flew with extreme speed, drawing a green light in the sky as it pierced through a Yellow Earth Goo Immortal's body. Yellow Earth Great World's Goo Immortal was a black iron bear. It suddenly clutched its empty chest. Next, it whimpered as it fell from the sky. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were in great pain. After Qing Hao Zi dealt the fatal blow, he looked down at these Goo Immortals and smiled coldly. The sacred mountain has decreed that you will all die. Mu Cha Lang laughed loudly. So what if a sage is here? The final victor will be our Green Lotus Great World. Another battlefield. Savage Wilderness Great World's main force was fighting against another group from Yellow Earth Great World. Kill, kill, kill. A mountain-like six-legged black tiger charged around in the sky, finally grabbing the Yellow Earth Great World's Goo Immortal. I finally caught you. The six-legged black tiger laughed sinisterly as it exerted strength with its claws. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the Yellow Earth Goo Immortal was also a giant, but he was torn into two by the six-legged black tiger, dying on the spot. Ha ha ha! The six-legged black tiger laughed loudly. The giant's blood was all over the black tiger's face. It licked it with its tongue. It was bloodthirsty to the extreme. Little Rock Lord was also killed by the black six tiger. Let's retreat. We are not their match. That's right, our sage is here. Let's retreat and ask the sage to avenge us. The Goo Master army on the ground was still fighting intensely, but in the sky, the Yellow Earth Great World's Goo Immortals had already lost their will to fight. They wanted to retreat. Suddenly, there was an eagle's cry as white light flashed in the sky. The Immortals quickly looked over. A snow-winged eagle was holding a Yellow Earth Goo Immortal in its mouth, swallowing him whole. It's Shweli-Do. He ate another person. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were shocked and furious. Snow-winged eagle Shweli-Do shrieked. Want to run? With me here, none of you can escape. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals' morale was on the verge of collapse. Below Paradise, Earth's sacred tomb. Cankula pays respects to the two sages. Big Rock Lord pays respects to the sages. Please save our Yellow Earth Great World. A group of Goo Immortals knelt on the ground. They had beasts and trees. Some had strange appearances. Some looked like they were casually made from mud. Some looked like children's scribbles. None of them looked like humans. These Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were all injured. Some had severe injuries. Some were even on the verge of death. But because Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin's arrival caused a huge commotion, these injured Goo Immortals were attracted here. Fang Yuan took a glance and saw a familiar person. This was a large white fish. It looked like a goldfish, but its size was like a whale. When Fang Yuan first entered the 8th layer, He encountered this fish and forcefully enslaved it. He even named it Xiaohua. Right now, Xiaohua saw Fang Yuan and had an excited expression. She wanted to say something but felt that it was not the right time. She forcefully held back her words. Fang Yuan nodded, saying plainly, "I want to meet the mastermind of Green Lotus Dao Field." "Lord Fang Yuan, don't attack casually," Lu Wei-yin suddenly transmitted. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Wei-yin strangely, as if saying, "Didn't you invite me here to rely on my battle strength?" Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese website, mobile version website. Chapter 2176. Lu Wei-yin transmitted in secret, explaining in detail. "Lord Fang Yuan, you might not know this, but your battle strength is too strong. If you act rashly, you might trigger Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliation. Our arrival is so obvious. Why would the Celestial Court send reinforcements to provoke us? It is to probe our strength. It would be for the best if you can make a move yourself." "What else is going on?" Fang Yuan asked. Lu Wei-yin smiled bitterly. "I do not know the exact situation. I only know that Limitless Demon Venerable spent all his strength to set up Crazed Demon Cave in order to deduce the heavenly Tao and find the true path to eternal life. Today, it is finally time for this setup to bear fruit. Right now, the 8th layer's void is shrinking. All the worlds are being drawn to the center, merging and swallowing each other until only one great world is left. And this great world might be the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's deduction. It contains the answer to eternal life. If we act rashly, the battle will affect too much and disturb Crazed Demon Cave's final deduction. Limitless Demon Venerable's method will immediately activate to punish us. That will be a huge loss. The Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven will be happy to see this. If we fight with Limitless Demon Venerable, the threat we pose to them will be greatly reduced. At the same time, Limitless Demon Venerable's method will be exposed, allowing them to see through more of it. Fang Yuan pondered. In that case, we can only act after the final great world is formed? But why would the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven come here in advance to control a great world each? Lu Wei-yin explained patiently. To be precise, with your battle strength, you cannot act for the time being. I can still act. If we can control Yellow Earth Great World and win, we will have the upper hand in the final battle. After the final Great World is formed, our control over it will determine our gains. Thus, we need to annex as many worlds as possible to expand our territory. After the transmission, Fang Yuan understood the situation. He could not act personally yet. If he used his full strength, the commotion would be too great, and it would disturb the Crazed Demon Cave's final deduction, triggering the Limitless Demon Venerable's counterattack. Of course, Fang Yuan could also suppress his strength, but there was no need for that. By suppressing his strength, Fang Yuan was about the same as the other Go Immortals. At most, he would be slightly stronger, but he would not have an immediate impact on the situation. On the other hand, if Fang Yuan fought too often, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would be able to see through him, and his destiny would be depleted ahead of time. Lu Wei-yin invited Fang Yuan over mainly to deal with the final battle. Once the final Great World was completed, Fang Yuan, Xingxiu, and Longevity Heaven would fight for the final result of the Crazed Demon Cave. At that time, it would be their turn to make a move. Before that, Lu Wei-yin could make a move. After all, he only had pseudo-immortal venerable battle power in terms of defense, and strive to make Yellow Earth Great World the final victor. This would have a huge influence on the final battle. If Lu Wei-yin could do this, Fang Yuan would have the initiative. Even if Yellow Earth Great World cannot win, we cannot let the other two great worlds have too much of an advantage. As long as we defend the sacred tomb, Lord Paradise Earth will be able to revive successfully during the final battle. By then, our strongest battle strength will surpass the other two great worlds. Lu Wei-yin told Fang Yuan about his meticulously planned strategy. To sum it up, it was to defend and counterattack. In the early and middle stages, they would defend their own territory and secretly sow discord, hoping that savage wilderness Great World and green lotus Great World would fight and exhaust each other, causing the difference between the three forces to be equal. Later on, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, Fang Yuan would assist them and use their peak battle strength to turn the situation around. This strategy was very logical. It also suited Lu Wei-yin's patient nature. But this was not Fang Yuan's style. Fang Yuan looked at the yellow earth Gu immortals who were kneeling on the ground. He looked at Lu Wei-yin as he smiled. Passively taking a beating is not my style. Since our battle strength cannot be used casually, the Celestial Court is clearly bullying my subordinates by sending more troops. Very good. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked towards Green Lotus Dao Field. Then come out. Saying so, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large group of Gu immortals rushed out. Greetings, Master. Dozens of Gu immortals bowed together. Their voices were thunderous. The Gu immortals all had excited expressions on their faces. The mission board says it clearly go. Fang Yuan waved his hand lightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These Gu immortals immediately split into two groups, rushing towards the two battlefields. The kneeling yellow earth Gu immortals were dumbfounded. Why are there so many Gu immortals all of a sudden? These people are calling that good-looking sage master. We are saved. Yellow Earth Great World is saved. After the Yellow Earth Gu immortals reacted, they relaxed, some even cried tears of joy. Not to mention them, even Lu Wei-yin was shocked. He had seen the variant human Gu immortals that Fang Yuan had sent to various places in southern border to take over. He also knew that Fang Yuan was the leader of the variant human alliance. His force was not weak. But after seeing the main force personally, Lu Wei-yin was filled with shock. So many Gu immortals, there are already more than 50. And judging from their auras, there are 18 rank 8 Gu immortals. The rest are all rank 7 Gu immortals. How can there be so many rank 8 Gu immortals? The rank 7 Gu immortals also seem to have surging auras. They are at rank 8 after all. No, it is impossible for Fang Yuan to not have any rank 6 Gu immortals. This means that these Gu immortals are not all of his subordinates? Right, at least, Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai has not appeared yet. Lu Wei-yin analyzed as the feeling of disbelief in his heart intensified. He was also somewhat worried. In such a short period of time, did Fang Yuan nurture all of his subordinates? According to his nature, he should not be so unwise. Also, even though these Gu immortals have great numbers and high cultivation level, their battle strength is still unknown. The only ones that Lu Wei-yin was at ease with were Xiao Hejian, Ice Crystal Immortal, and Wang Er. Frontline. Dai. Qing Haozi killed another Yellow Earth Gu immortal, but his injuries were not light. He could only slow down his charge and come to Mu Chalang's side, under Mu Chalang's healing killer move. Qing Haozi's condition continued to recover. It is all thanks to you, old friend. Qing Haozi was overjoyed. Mu Chalang said enviously, I am only skilled in this aspect. I am very envious of you killing so many enemies. But don't charge too much and forget to defend yourself. These Yellow Earth Gu immortals are retaliating before death. If you get hit, you will not feel good either. Don't worry. Qing Haozi raised his bamboo tail. I will try to kill 4 people. Sai, take it easy. Leave a few for me to kill. Qing Haozi suddenly shouted as he entered the battlefield again. Right at this time, a group of Gu immortals flew over from the horizon. The leader was the Snowman rank 8 Gu immortal, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He shouted, We are the subordinates of Yellow Earth Sage Gue Fang Yuan. We are here to reinforce and kill the Green Lotus Gu immortals. The Goo Immortals were stunned. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were in a precarious situation. They were overjoyed to see a chance of survival. Meanwhile, the Green Lotus Goo Immortals' hearts started to pound. There was no helping it, including Mu Chaolang and Qing Haozi. There were only 8 of them, but there were more than 20 Goo Immortals here, and there were 9 rank 8 Goo Immortals among them. On Green Lotus side, only Mu Chaolang, Qing Haozi, and Old Forest Fungus had rank 8 cultivation level. Weren't there too many Goo Immortals here? Mu Chaolang gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Don't be scared by the numbers. Who knows what will happen in a real battle?" Green Lotus Goo Immortals became energized. That's right, cultivation level was only one aspect of battle strength. Only by fighting could one see the details. If they did not even dare to fight and retreated, how could they face the sages on the sacred mountain? Green Lotus Goo Immortals abandoned the Yellow Earth Goo Immortals and faced Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group. Immortal Killer Move, Avalanche. Immortal Killer Move, Falling Boulder. Immortal Killer Move, Great Earth Collapse. Immortal Killer Move, Refinement Life. Immortal Killer Move, Layered 5 Poison. Boom, 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 boom. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals who were abandoned opened their mouths as they watched in shock. At the moment of the battle, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs side erupted with their full strength. All sorts of killer moves created a huge commotion that shook heaven and earth. Green Lotus side also used killer moves, but not only were they inferior in quantity, their power was also inferior. In just one round of battle, Green Lotus Goo Immortals were completely defeated. "Retreat, retreat quickly!" Old Forest Fungus shouted. "How can this be? They have so many rank 8 Immortal Goo." Qing Haozi shouted. He was a rank 8 Goo Immortal long ago, but he had never possessed a rank 8 Immortal Goo. In fact, he had only seen 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo in his life. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not satisfied. He chided, "Don't attack so recklessly. It is a waste, do you understand? Most of the internal energy is used up. Less than 30% is used on the enemies. Find your targets one by one. Don't let anyone escape." Even though the first round of battle was huge, there was too much internal energy. The outside world was not the sovereign immortal aperture, after all. Thus, Green Lotus Goo Immortals managed to survive. But the results of the first round were huge too. Because Green Lotus Goo Immortals were already scared out of their wits, it was their turn to retreat. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs' side had more people. They immediately spread out and surrounded them. The battle began again. Green Lotus Goo Immortals were soon beaten to a sorry state. They were in a pathetic state. "These Goo Immortals have too many Immortal Goo." Qing Haozi shouted. "We can only focus on one aspect, but they all have excellent healing methods." Mu Chaolang said bitterly, "They have too many killer moves. They are too refined." The other Goo Immortals shouted. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment was #1 in the world. Even Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven could not compare to him. After receiving a vast amount of immortal materials from the Grotto Heavens, compared to the other forces, Fang Yuan had the most immortal Goo. This book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2177. Immortal Goo were unique. Immortal Goo were the most basic. And after the sovereign immortal apertures Goo Immortals obtained many immortal Goo, they could easily exchange for corresponding killer moves. Even though they lost some Tao marks, these advantages were too obvious. They made up for their deficiency in Tao marks. A moment later, the Green Lotus Goo Immortals escaped with all their might. Only 3 rank 8s escaped. The rest were killed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest. Without a battlefield killer move, Goo Immortals are not easy to kill. Bing Yuan side, they are not easy to kill. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals looked at the 5 Goo Immortal corpses on the ground as their hearts jumped. Too cowardly, too cowardly. Shirzong sighed. They escaped just like that? They are truly a disgrace to their rank 8s. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals looked at each other, transmitting secretly. If I had rank 8 cultivation level, I would have to escape too, right? How can we face Master with just this bit of battle achievement? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Chase, we will kill our way over! The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were shocked. They urged, everyone, don't be rash. There's still a bunch of Green Lotus rank 8 Goo Immortals. They just did not participate in the battle. That's right. It wasn't easy for us to obtain such a great victory. We should properly defend our victory. Green Lotus Great World has several immortal Goo houses with terrifying power. Goo Immortals will die on the spot if they collide with them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was unmoved. He looked at these Yellow Earth Goo Immortals. We are subordinates of Sage Guyue Fong Yuan. We only listen to the sage. You can stay behind and clean up the battlefield. These dead Goo Immortals, be it their immortal apertures or immortal goo, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest did not take them. This was Fong Yuan's order. The Goo Immortals and immortal goo that grew up here were the results of limitless Demon Venerable's deductions. Killing these Goo Immortals would allow the great worlds to merge into one. At the same time, in another battlefield, Xiao Hejian and the rest also arrived in front of He Lubiao and Xue Li Du. So many reinforcements. Great, we're saved. Only 2 Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were left. Be careful. These 2 are rank 8 experts of Savage Wilderness Great World. They are very powerful. They are good at long-winded. Xiao Hejian was the leader. He shouted and interrupted the kind reminder of the Yellow Earth Goo Immortals. This mini-man Goo Immortal's eyes seemed to be shining with red light. He pointed at the mountain-like 6-legged black tiger and shouted, This guy is mine. I will fight anyone who tries to snatch it. Roar. He Lubiao's ferocious nature was aroused. You are dead. You are dead. No Goo Immortal has ever looked down on me like this. He Lubiao charged at Xiao Hejian like a crazed demon. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were shaking in fear. Numbers do not mean everything. Xue Li Du sneered, charging into the group of Goo Immortals. Boom, 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 boom. Fireworks suddenly bloomed in the sky. It was too beautiful to behold. Bang! With a loud bang, He Lubiao smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. His eyes widened as he struggled to get up. Xiao Hejian was like a meteor rushing down. 5 to 6 other rank 8 Goo Immortals also attacked. Boom, 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 boom. The ground shook intensely. Dust clouds surged, almost covering the sky. A strong wind blew. The dust clouds dispersed. The pit became deeper. He Lubiao was lying at the bottom of the pit. It was still on its last breath. Its 6 tiger claws twitched. I said, don't interfere. Xiao Hejian shouted. Why? The contribution points belong to whoever kills it. The other Goo Immortals shouted. Xiao Hejian rolled his eyes. We all attacked. Who killed it? Who knows? That's easy. We will split the contribution points. Whoever gets the most corpses will get the biggest share. No one knew who had made this suggestion. Thus, at the next moment, 5 to 6 rank 8 Goo Immortals flew into the pit and dismembered He Lubiao's corpse. The leg is mine. Pff, just a tail. Return my butt. Head, this tiger head is good. Haha, it's mine. The rank 8 Goo Immortals shouted. Some were happy, some were annoyed. Those who did not fight for much turned their gazes to the snow-wing eagle Xue Li Du. But Xue Li Du was killed long ago. He died earlier than He Lubiao. His corpse was also torn apart by the Goo Immortals. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were dumbfounded. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Weren't these Goo Immortals the subordinates of the sage? How could they be so ruthless? Not only did they kill the Goo Immortals, they even dismembered their corpses. They were so happy after dismembering the corpses. Too ruthless. Too ruthless. Yellow Earth Great World was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He advocated for peaceful coexistence, love, and unity. Even though Yellow Earth Great World had its own internal conflicts, it had always been like this. The actions of Feng Yuan's subordinates were completely incompatible with Yellow Earth Great World. It was completely different from the expectations of the Yellow Earth Gu Immortals. There are still some Gu Immortals left. The Rank 8 Gu Immortals' eyes shined, but those Rank 7 Gu Immortals shouted, "We agreed before coming. These Rank 7 opponents are ours. You Rank 8's got the meat. Shouldn't you give us some soup?" The Rank 8 Gu Immortals pouted. "Then hurry up. Don't waste time. Do you want me to help you and get a share of the contribution points? Don't even think about it." The Rank 7 Gu Immortals exerted their strength. After a while, these savage wilderness great world Gu Immortals were all killed. Ha ha ha, these Gu Immortals are so stupid. None of them are running. That's right, I was worried that without a battlefield killer move, we would not be able to stop them. The Gu Immortals started to discuss enthusiastically. The two Yellow Earth Gu Immortals looked at each other, seeing the strange expressions on each other's faces. Savage, wilderness, great worlds Gu Immortals were very aggressive and ruthless. What made Yellow Earth Great World and Green Lotus Great Worlds Gu Immortals most wary was that savage, wilderness, great worlds Gu Immortals would fight to the death without retreating. Once they started fighting, they would disregard their lives and go crazy with courage. But in the words of these sage subordinates, why did they become stupid? How many did you take? Just this much. Oh, that's a lot. You made a huge profit. Hee, it is all because of Master. He gave us such a rich reward mission. The Gu Immortals calculated their contribution points and threw away the corpses in their hands. Feng Yuan had given detailed orders. Be it immortal apertures, immortal bodies, or immortal Gu, they were all to be thrown away. These subordinates did not dare to disobey. Seeing these corpses scattered on the ground, the two Yellow Earth Gu Immortals' eyelids twitched. Since they were going to be thrown away in the end, why were they fighting so fiercely? Was it just for fun? How ruthless were these Gu Immortals? The two Yellow Earth Gu Immortals had just mustered up the courage to express their gratitude, but it was blown away by this action. They breathed in deeply and braced themselves to greet them. But Xiao Hejian and the rest's expressions changed. Our Lord has ordered us to rendezvous with that group of people and kill our way to the Green Lotus world. Go, quickly go. Don't let Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group gain the upper hand. Swoosh, swoosh. The Gu Immortals left in waves, leaving behind two Yellow Earth Gu Immortals who were floating in the air in a daze. They looked at the Gu Master battlefield that was still fighting. Yellow Earth's Gu Masters were already chasing after them, feeling dazed and at a loss. Inexplicably, they started to feel pity towards the Green Lotus Great World's Gu Immortals. Feng Yuan looked far away. He could see the situation of the two battlefields clearly. After those dead Gu Immortal corpses fell to the ground, they were quickly fused into the world. The immortal apertures were rapidly disintegrating. The Gu worms inside were also the same. There were no winds of assimilation or traces of them being left behind. Feng Yuan's heart was not at ease. This is the profundity of refinement path. But limitless Demon Venerable was not refining immortal Gu. He was refining an entire world. I want to walk the path of refinement path and ascend to venerable status. This is also a blank slate for me. In his later years, limitless Demon Venerable searched for a way to escape fate and obtain eternal life, but he could not find it in the celestial court. Thus, he set up Crazed Demon Cave and decided to deduce the method of eternal life by himself. After all, Fate Gu was still around at that time, and it was completely intact. The great world that was eventually unified might have been his achievement. It contained the method of eternal life. And now, these Gu cultivators were fighting. They were the fuel and sacrifices for this deduction. After understanding this, Fang Yuan would not take in these native Gu immortals, nor would he take the immortal Gu here. In this world war, many Gu cultivators were destined to die, be they mortals or immortals. As for how many living beings would survive in the end, hundreds, thousands, or just one person, nobody could say for sure. But what did it matter? Be it Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, or even the Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they did not care about this answer. They had their own motives. The native Gu immortals who lived here fought and killed under the orders of their respective sages. They fought with their lives on the line. They were just pawns that had to be sacrificed from start to finish. Fang Yuan cast his gaze towards Green Lotus Dao Field. He saw that his two groups had gathered together and were charging into Green Lotus Great World. If an outsider Gu immortal dies here, what will happen? Fang Yuan's gaze was calm as he waited to see what would happen. These Gu immortals were just his pawns. When it was time to sacrifice them, Fang Yuan would not be stingy. But it is better if there are fewer innocent casualties. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan said to Lu Weiyin, "Friend Lu, please go and protect my subordinates. But if things go south, you need to protect yourself first. You can ignore everyone else." Lu Weiyin nodded and immediately flew away. Fang Yuan's subordinates were so fierce, he was overjoyed and surprised. At the same time, he agreed with Fang Yuan's decision. They were already the weakest. With such a force, they had to catch up and make up for the gap. Savage, wilderness, great world. Luck suppression, heavenly palace. Bing Saichuan looked at the information path Immortal Gu on the table with a grim expression. To think that Fang Yuan's force is so powerful. He Lubiao and Xue Li are both rank 8 experts of savage, wilderness, great world, but they died so easily. But now, Fang Yuan's two groups have gathered and are attacking Green Lotus Dao Field. Saying this, Bing Saichuan let out a breath of air. He felt some joy in his heart. Thankfully, he did not send more troops earlier. Now, Celestial Court sent more troops. They offended Fang Yuan, and his army went to find trouble with them. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2178. That's why I said that my divination was correct. Heaven's Extremity Guy, May said shamelessly while drinking wine and eating peanut-like food. Bing Saichuan could not be bothered to reprimand him. He looked at the other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's force is so powerful, it is truly unexpected. If he attacks me, my side will definitely be on the defensive. Even though savage, wilderness, great world had the most Gu immortals, most of them were half-hearted and unruly. If we could unite them, our side would have long since ranked first, surpassing the Celestial Court. The heavens, Terminus, rolled his eyes. Don't you know the reason? That yellow Earth Great World was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Green Lotus Dao Field was also owned by Celestial Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. However, the savage, wilderness, great world was created by the reckless, savage, demon Venerable, and it was only Master who obtained it. How can anyone be convinced by it? Bing Saichuan could not help but knock on the table. Let's not talk about the reason. We should focus on how to solve the problem in front of us. Everyone, do you have any good ideas to recruit those wild Gu immortals? Green Lotus Major World. Every once in a while, an information path Gu worm would fly over. Qin Dingling's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's subordinates are so ferocious. In just half a day, not only did they defeat our main army, they even broke through 3 of our defensive lines. Close to 20 of our Gu immortals died. The rank 8 Gu immortals who were defeated are heavily injured. They have all come to the middle of the mountain to request an audience with the sage. Oh, Fairy Ming Hao, who sat in the 3rd highest position, couldn't help but reveal a look of interest. As expected of Fang Yuan, I didn't expect him to have a knack for training his subordinates. After a pause, Fairy Mingho asked in a childish tone, "Does that mean that Longevity Heaven has also increased its forces?" "Yes." Qin Ding Ling nodded. When they sensed that Fang Yuan had merged his forces to launch a counterattack, Longevity Heaven immediately sent reinforcements to stall Lord Yushio's group. Perhaps this is what Fang Yuan wants to see. Fairy Ming Hao laughed. Since they want to attack, then let them come. Withdraw all the defensive lines and let them attack. Yes. Qin Ding Ling immediately relayed the order and deployed without the slightest doubt. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian had no obstructions along the way. They charged to the center of Green Lotus Great World, at the foot of Sacred Mountain. He looked up at the mountain and saw that it was exceptionally strange. The entire mountain was only black and white. The mountain rocks seemed to be outlined with black lines and piled up with large pieces of white paper. The creatures on the mountain also lost their sense of reality. All of them had become white paper dolls with black lines forming their outlines. A tiny white paper doll flew down from the top of the mountain. After leaving the area of the Holy Mountain, she immediately reverted to a body of flesh and blood, turning into a little girl carved from jade. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at each other, feeling that something was amiss. The second half of the journey was smooth and unimpeded, which made them feel that something was wrong. Now that they were attacking the enemy's base, they only sent one rank 8 Gu Immortal. The other party was the Celestial Court. Even if the base was empty, those rank 8 Gu Immortals who escaped earlier should still be around, right? Why did they only send a little girl? Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian had a fierce aura, they were feeling uneasy internally. This army mainly came from the two heavens, Grotto Heavens. After all, they had been holed up in their Grotto Heavens for most of their lives, trembling in fear and treading on thin ice. They were afraid that the humans of the 5 regions would find them. If not for Fang Yuan's overwhelming demonic aura, they would not have dared to attack. Furthermore, during this period of time, their strength had risen greatly. They were full of confidence and confidence. Otherwise, with their previous state, they would not dare to attack like this. What do we do now? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian transmitted to each other. They chose a general to probe the enemy. This Gu Immortal was Kuexan Hong. He cultivated Poison Path. He was the strongest among the Mushroom Man Gu Immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian did not choose their own people. They chose him instead. After all, the Mushroom Man race was the last to join Fang Yuan. They had not submitted to anyone yet. Thus, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian used their seniority to work together against the Mushroom Men. In fact, during this period of time, Koexan Hong had made many people envious. Because he had the most diplomatic missions, he was almost the only one who could gain a lot of contribution points just by talking. This made many Gu Immortals envious. Koexan Hong breathed in deeply. He stood up and faced Fairy Ming Hao. His eyes shined with bright light. He was filled with fighting spirit. On one hand, he had been on diplomatic missions many times. There was some hostility towards him. He wanted to prove himself through battle. On the other hand, he wanted to use this chance to gain merit. He wanted to lead the Mushroom Man tribe and become one of Fang Yuan's subordinates. He would be able to protect his own tribe in the future. Our Mushroom Man tribe was the last to join Master. We were naturally ostracized by our predecessors. But we also want to have a good relationship with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hejian and the rest, but Master does not have such intentions. Why did Master assign diplomatic missions to me again and again? Maybe his intentions were simple at the start, but the more time passed, the deeper his intentions became. Master subordinates are divided into 2 groups. One is the variant humans, the other is the humans. There are few humans. Let's not talk about that for now. The variant humans far outnumber the humans, with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian as the leaders. The 2 groups are expanding day by day. In the long run, there will be conflicts of interests. They will not be able to get rid of them. It will be disadvantageous to Master's jurisdiction. Thus, from the start, Master did not want my Mushroom Man tribe to get involved. Why did Master assign diplomatic missions to me again and again? Isn't it because he wants to help my Mushroom Man tribe and divide the variant human forces? Ku Xian Hong sighed internally. The longer he joined Fang Yuan, the more he felt Fang Yuan's unfathomable shrewdness, as well as his shrewd and unfathomable political skills. It was Lu Weiyin who took the initiative to help. Fairy Ming Hao looked over and smiled. You are the inheritor of Southern Border's Paradise Earth? You are finally willing to come out? Lu Weiyin frowned deeply. He greeted Fairy Ming Hao. Greetings, Fairy Ming Hao. I wonder what relationship you have with star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fairy Ming Hao blinked mischievously. Take a guess. Saying so, she stretched out her tiny finger and pointed at Lu Weiyin from afar. Swoosh! A 5-pointed starlight shot out. It was so fast that it reached Lu Weiyin the moment it was activated. Lu Weiyin's expression did not change. He did not dodge. When the starlight reached him, a yellow light blocked it and turned it into nothingness. Lu Weiyin sensed something. He raised his eyebrows and said with a surprised tone, Carefree, wisdom, heart, physique. Chapter 2179. You have good insight. Fairy Ming Hao smiled. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Starlight specks flew out from her body towards Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin flew up and fought against them. Initially, he could still interact with Fairy Ming Hao, but not long after, he was suppressed by Fairy Ming Hao. Fairy Ming Hao continued to use flying stars to attack. It was just that, at first, her flying stars only shot out one by one. But soon, 2 to 3, 5 to 6, eventually more than 10. Her flying stars did not change in power, but when they landed on Lu Weiyin, the pressure on him increased greatly. These flying stars are very profound. They seem to be continuous attacks. The damage I am enduring will only increase. Lu Weiyin had a grim expression. He was getting tired of resisting. Both sides fought for a while longer. Lu Weiyin could only retreat while fighting. Fairy Ming Hao had the complete upper hand. Every time she waved her hand, a large amount of starlight specks would be shot out. The number of flying stars shot out with each wave of flying stars, breaking through 100. Starlight specks shined brightly. Sounds of air being torn could be heard continuously. It was a beautiful sight. This Ming Hao cultivates wisdom path and star path. She definitely has pseudo-venerable battle strength. I should retreat for now. Lu Weiyin had the intention to retreat. Fang Yuan also gave the order to retreat at an appropriate time. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest let out sighs of relief as they quickly retreated. Fairy Ming Hao smiled. You came all the way here to die. Why don't you just leave your lives behind? Fairy Ming Hao charged towards the immortals. Don't even think about it. Lu Weiyin blocked her. Fairy Ming Hao giggled. Her eyes shined with a strange light that shone on Lu Weiyin's forehead. Lu Weiyin immediately felt an indescribable change in his mind. He could only store a small portion of his thoughts. At the same time, his thoughts moved at a much faster speed, but each thought was cut off prematurely. It was as if all the remaining thoughts were impatient. They could not collide patiently and deduce the true result. Lu Weiyin fell into a predicament immediately. He needed thoughts to activate killer moves. The more killer moves he had, the more complex they were, the more thoughts he needed to use. But now that he had lost most of his thoughts, he could not think calmly anymore. More importantly, even if these thoughts collided, they would end hastily, unable to achieve the desired results. This was a fatal point. If Lu Weiyin's thoughts ended prematurely while he was activating the killer move, When a killer move was prepared to the end, it would be for naught. Then the killer move's activation would fail, and Lu Wei-yin would be heavily injured because of him. Such a powerful wisdom path method. Lu Wei-yin was helpless. He could only protect himself. He did not have the spare energy to take care of others. Fairy Ming how confirmed her absolute advantage. She immediately ordered the rank 8 Gu immortals on the sacred mountain to move out and chase after Fang Yuan's subordinates. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hejian, and the rest were defeated. Along the way, he killed 9 Gu immortals. Among them were 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. These Gu immortals' immortal apertures landed on the ground and were immediately absorbed by Green Lotus Great World. The immortal Gu were also completely digested. When Gu immortals died, they would leave behind their obsessions. But Fang Yuan did not find any land spirit or heavenly spirit. After Fang Yuan's subordinates retreated to Yellow Earth Great World, Fairy Ming how stopped chasing after them. Lu Wei-yin led the immortals to meet Fang Yuan, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hejian, and the rest immediately knelt down to accept their punishment. Fang Yuan, however, had a pleasant expression as he consoled them. This loss is not your fault. I saw it clearly. Fairy Ming how had incredible strength. She had pseudo-venerable battle strength. To think that this place could actually nurture such an existence. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest were consoled. They calmed down. On the way back, they were extremely worried. They were afraid that in a fit of rage, Fang Yuan would kill them all. Fang Yuan assigned these Gu immortals to guard the various defense lines of Yellow Earth Great World. The focus of their defense was on the 2 main passages of Yellow Earth Great World, Green Lotus Great World, and Savage Wilderness Great World. I am ashamed, I am ashamed. To think that Celestial Court produced such a female immortal. She has an incredible combat system. I am not her match. Lu Wei-yin had a guilty expression. Fang Yuan also consoled him. Fang Yuan knew that Lu Wei-yin had probably used his full strength already. After all, in the pursuit battle, he and Lu Wei-yin had fought against Spectral Soul and Celestial Court. They had almost died. In such a situation, it was impossible for Lu Wei-yin to hide his strength. In the battle against Fairy Ming how, Lu Wei-yin had already used all of the methods that Fang Yuan knew. But he was still not Fairy Ming hao's match. Since this is war, there will be sacrifices. Maybe in the future, we will lose and lose our lives. This is the nature of Gu immortal cultivation. There is no need to worry about this. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this battle. All in all, Fang Yuan's losses were smaller than the combined losses of Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. This was already a victory. Furthermore, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian even forced someone like Fairy Ming how to show up. Fang Yuan learned a lot about the other party's foundation. Fang Yuan nurtured Gu immortals intensively. Weren't they meant to be sacrificed? Since these cannon fodders were able to display their value, it was not a loss. The most regrettable thing is that Lord Fang Yuan lost many immortal Gu. Lu Wei-yin continued. But now, Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance is right in front of us. Lord might be able to gain some benefits from it. Lu Wei-yin was talking about Paradise Earth's holy tomb. Actually, there was no need for him to say it. When Fang Yuan sent him to escort the emperor, he had already secretly investigated it. Paradise Earth's holy tomb is very profound. I have no clue about it yet. Fang Yuan admitted, asking, "Do you have any clues?" Lu Wei-yin smiled bitterly. "I am ashamed. I know almost nothing about it." Fang Yuan nodded, saying, "That wisdom path killer move you were hit by earlier was the key to our defeat. What are your thoughts on this?" This wisdom path killer move was too powerful, but since it was exposed, Fang Yuan naturally had to think of a way to counter it. Lu Wei-yin thought about it, saying with uncertainty, "The core immortal Gu of this move seems to be Pride Gu." Even though the ink texts would gradually dissipate, relying on these ink texts, Renzu no longer walked the wrong path. He finally found Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial obtained Renzu's ink texts. With every step he took, he would throw down a handful of ink texts. The ink texts recorded all the information that reached Great Strength True Martial and turned them into essays. These articles were laid under Great Strength True Martial's feet like bricks of literature. Great Strength True Martial was freed. His eyes were no longer blurry. His ears were no longer buzzing. He could not smell the chaotic smells anymore. He stepped on these bricks and followed Renzu back to the Inkman village. Renzu asked the Inkman elder, "Oh, elder, how do I find wisdom goo in Qian Kuan crystal wall?" P.S. Congratulations to Dream, LV, and Bing. Book friend 201812102249455184. Guet Desaladine. The three of you are the alliance leader of this book. So I owe 10 chapters. Why did I owe so much for no reason? My heart was trembling. There was another important matter. The Goo World logo could be obtained in the Book Friend group. Everyone might have already seen that some of the Book Friend's QQ and Chidian accounts have changed to the Goo World logo. There are many Goo World logos to choose from. Everyone can choose one that you like. Chapter 2180. The Inkman Elder told Renzu, "Even though wisdom goo often stays in Qian Kuan crystal wall, it is hidden deep inside. If you want to find it, you need to go deep into the crystal wall. To go deep into the crystal wall, just using ink text records to form bricks is not enough. These bricks only record all sorts of information. This is superficial and cannot withstand the erosion of other information. The limited ink text in the bricks will continue to change its contents and dissipate rapidly. It cannot last for long." The Inkman Elder continued, "Oh, human, you need to refine these records into knowledge. Only knowledge can better explain more information. Using ink text to describe knowledge will not be bricks, but the true path." Renzu was troubled. "How can I refine knowledge?" The Inkman Elder smiled. "There are many bookworms on Book Mountain that record a lot of knowledge that our Inkman ancestors refined. Oh, human, you can take a look. If you want to refine knowledge yourself, it is not hard. First, you need to use memory goo to record all the information in your mind. Then, before the Inkman finished speaking, cognition goo appeared. It said to Renzu, 'Then, I can help you refine knowledge.'" The Inkman Elder smiled. "That's right. Thinking can produce knowledge." "Renzu, thank you so much." The Inkman Elder shook his head. "No need to be polite." "Cognition goo." "Don't say that, human. We've always been good friends, and it's also good for me to do this. If thoughts do not accept new information, they will slowly age. Only by accepting new information and thinking, using the things that they have thought of to feed the thoughts, could the thoughts grow healthy and shine brightly, as if they were brand new." Renzu picked up many bookworms on Book Mountain. He obtained a lot of knowledge. Next, with cognition goo's help, he gathered a lot of new knowledge from the vast amount of information. He used ink text to draw the knowledge and sprinkled it on the ground, forming a dark ink text path. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial followed this path and walked for a long time, further than any of their previous attempts. "Sigh, I don't have enough knowledge." Renzu walked to the end of the path, feeling very regretful. He had collected a lot of ink text, but the knowledge in his mind was too little. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial's first attempt failed, so they could only return to Book Mountain. Great Strength True Martial continued to collect ink text, while Renzu collected all of the bookworms. Using cognition goo's help, he extracted even more knowledge. The more knowledge he gained, the more Renzu felt that his mind was being filled up. "I have too much knowledge." Renzu was very proud and said confidently, "Let's continue." This time, we will definitely reach the deepest part of the Qian Kuan crystal wall. However, their second attempt failed as well. Why is this happening? My mind is already filled with knowledge. Ren Zhu was very disappointed. I can only remember so much knowledge. No, human, take a closer look. Self Gu suddenly reminded. Ren Zhu checked his mind and found a Gu hidden in it. Ren Zhu suddenly realized. So it was you who occupied my mind, preventing me from filling it with more knowledge. What kind of Gu are you? This Gu replied, I am the Pride Gu. Ren Zhu was anxious. Then why aren't you leaving? You are occupying such a huge space. How much knowledge can I fill in? But no matter how anxious or how Ren Zhu persuaded, Pride Gu did not leave. Ren Zhu had no choice. Great strength, true marshal said, Oh, father, don't be anxious. Don't forget that I have a humility Gu. I will give it to you. Great strength, true marshal took out humility Gu and gave it to Ren Zhu. Pride Gu was chased away by humility Gu. It flew out of Ren Zhu's mind and into great strength, true marshal's body. Strong Gu was very happy. Experts have their own pride. Ren Zhu got rid of Pride Gu in his mind. He returned to Book Mountain and continued to extract knowledge. After Ren Zhu obtained humility Gu, the more knowledge he obtained, the more he felt that he knew less, he wanted to fill in more knowledge. Ren Zhu's mind was gradually filled up. Self Gu urged him, Oh, human, stop. Your mind is already filled with knowledge. But Ren Zhu said, But I feel that it is not enough. I am certain that there is still a lot of knowledge that I do not know. I need to extract more. Ren Zhu continued to extract knowledge. His mind was swollen and painful. He could not fill in more. But humility Gu made him feel that he had too little knowledge. Suddenly there was a loud sound. Finally, Ren Zhu's mind could not take it anymore. It exploded from the large amount of knowledge. The knowledge scattered on the ground. A girl stood up from within. Father, father. The girl hugged Ren Zhu's leg happily. I am carefree, wisdom heart. I am your daughter. Northern Plains, pure child grassland. Chun Cheng wore a green robe. He had his hands behind his back as he stood proudly. He looked at the unfamiliar female immortal in front of him, shouting, Who in the world are you? Why did you ask me to come here? The female immortal in front of him wore a mask that covered her nose, mouth, and face. Only the upper half of her face was exposed. She had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a heroic aura. She was also wearing a set of black and gold armor, which made people feel a heavy pressure just by looking at her. It could be said that she had a domineering aura and an oppressive aura. She was definitely not an ordinary person. You can call me Fairy Black Moon. This female immortal said, Fairy Black Moon. Chun Cheng raised his brows. Where are you from? Now that the 5 regions were united, Gu Immortal's auras no longer differed by region. That was why Chun Cheng asked this. Fairy Black Moon smiled. Where I come from and who I am is not important. Chun Cheng, you are known as the pure sincerity immortal. You cultivate rule path. In your early years, you had an agreement with a friend. The loser would assist the winner and acknowledge him as their master. Do I still remember? Chun Cheng's pupils shrunk as he frowned. I was arrogant when I was young. I did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. That was why I made this bet. At that time, I was only a young Gu master. Who are you? You actually know such a secret. Fairy Black Moon sneered. I am only asking you, Chun Cheng. Is this bet still valid? As she spoke, she tossed out a token. Chun Cheng took a look and his expression changed again. This token is real. Where did you get it from? What relationship do you have with my friend? Fairy Black Moon continued. I said, these are not important. Chun Cheng breathed in deeply. His expression was extremely solemn. I understand you want to fight me, defeat me, and take me as your slave. Since you came to me, You must be very confident in your own strength. But let me remind you, even though I, Chen Cheng, am a lone cultivator, I have roamed northern plains for so many years. I naturally have trump cards that no one knows about. If you win this battle, I will acknowledge you as my master. But if you lose, I will be your master. Fairy Black Moon laughed heartily. Everyone says that you are a pure sincerity immortal who acts according to your nature. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Let's fight. Chun Cheng was furious. No matter who you are, I, Chun Cheng, will have a taste of your strength today. At the next moment, thunder rumbled as a battle between two immortals began. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, He Chuanqiu was in charge of 4 elements: square, regret, blood, refinement pool. Swish, swish, swish. The water in the pool rose and fell, giving off an intoxicating sound like waves. A rank 8 immortal goo quickly formed and landed in He Chuanqiu's hands. Good. All the rank 8 immortal goo that were lost have been refined. He Chuanqiu nodded slightly, very satisfied with this progress. For elements, square, regret, blood, refinement pool had one of regret pool's abilities. Any immortal goo that was successfully refined would have a success mark left behind. When the immortal goo is destroyed for elements, square, regret, blood, refinement pool would use the power of the tributary of the river of time and the success mark left behind to refine the immortal goo again. The success rate would be even higher than refining a rank 8 immortal goo normally. When Fairy Ming Hao forced back Fang Yuan's subordinates, Lu Wei-yin felt regret over the loss of immortal goo. But he did not know that Fang Yuan's refinement path methods were unimaginably high. In just a few days, he refined all 3 rank 8 immortal goo that were lost. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied with his refinement path attainment. Several days had passed since Ming Hao defeated Lu Wei-yin and the rest. Over these days, the 3 great worlds had been peaceful. The flames of war had subsided. There was a short period of peace. Since it was not the time to fight yet, Fang Yuan used this chance to comprehend the profundities of this place. Fang Yuan had already inspected Paradise Earth's tomb. It was filled with Tao marks. The structure was profound and huge. It could not be deciphered in a short period of time. Fang Yuan placed most of his attention on the big and small worlds themselves. He wanted to comprehend the refinement path profundities contained in them. Sage, savage wilderness, great worlds, envoy wishes to meet you. Right at this time, a yellow earth goo immortal came forward and reported respectfully. It is Bing Sai Chuan. Lu Wei-yin also came over, bringing more accurate information. Fang Yuan smiled. Looking at the time, they should be here soon. The defeat of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian was actually part of Fang Yuan's plan. Even though Celestial Court had lost to him before, Fang Yuan had never underestimated Celestial Court's foundation. Celestial Court placed great importance on Crazed Demon Cave. Even Divine Emperor City had come. Could Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian defeat Celestial Court? In the current situation, even though Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court, and Fang Yuan controlled the 3 great worlds, Celestial Court was the absolute leader. In the contest between the 3, it was natural for the weak to resist the strong. Moreover, Bing Sai Chuan had come to cooperate with Fang Yuan during the Fate War. Thus, after Lu Wei-yin and the rest returned, Fang Yuan had been patiently waiting for Bing Sai Chuan's envoy. But this time, Bing Sai Chuan, one of the 4 Desolation Immortals, actually came personally. This showed Longevity Heaven's sincerity. Fang Yuan, how have you been? Bing Sai Chuan smiled. Fang Yuan, however, had a cold expression. I am cooperating with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to help him revive. Bing Sai Chuan, your Longevity Heaven is not wise to cooperate with us. Once the time is ripe and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, our strength will rise sharply. We might even suppress Celestial Court. This, Bing Sai Chuan's smile froze. P.S. Dian has a 2018 Golden Keyboard event. Everyone can vote for author or iconic character in the book. Thanks to everyone's support, many people voted for me. I personally do not care much about the author's achievements, but Guyue Fengyuan, I really want to see him rise to the top. I have already voted for Guyue Fengyuan. I suggest everyone to vote for Guyue Fengyuan if they are interested. Let old demon fight. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.